We're back! Hopefully. So, apparently it is on my end. I don't know what's going on. It said I had, like, better connection, better upload speed than I've ever had, and then the whole thing went down. So, I don't know what's up. But if it goes down, we'll do one more time, and then maybe give up. We'll see. Let me repost the link real quick. It was funny, you know, I used to post the wrong link all the time because nobody told me. I was posting just the link to, like, my view of my stream. And,
oh, really?
Yeah, but I thought it was really funny. I saw somebody the other day post a stream link, which got shared by some much bigger people. And it was a link to her chat. It was, like, the chat widget. So I clicked on it, and it was just the chat box. I thought that was really funny. I would have let her know, but it was like hours after.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, it's probably not worth it. People have probably brought this to your attention at this point. Alright. Oh, wait. I gotta pop a chat back out so I can read it. Thank y'all for being patient. Poggers, says Serious Lol. Yeah, we had a storm in my area, so I have more issues around then too, so that could be it. A storm with flooding so bad that one of my neighbors sent me a photo, or a short video that he took of a beaver in his backyard. I didn't know we had beavers in Texas.
Neither did I.
I've never seen one the entire time I've lived here. And now my phone's going off a ton. What is the deal? Oh, okay, one of my friends is snapping me a bunch. That's the deal. Okay. He does that a lot, so it's fine. He also knows I stream, so if he needs something urgently, he knows where to find me. Let's see. Yeah, we'll attack into that. Why not? We probably dodged those. We dodged those. I don't know if we've used that hammer ability this entire time.
No idea.
Monroe doesn't stack up particularly well, huh? Darn.
No, he's like okay. I'm not sure if it's like the class choice we went with or like just the unit itself.
Not sure.
How can I help?
I mean, she's probably gonna... Somebody is gonna get rocked by him this turn.
It's kind of the same as Lincoln, where it's like, I don't know whether it's our class choice that kind of messed with him, or whether he just always falls off like this.
Wondering if we want to just go for that. We hit those, it's fine. Never mind. I might have made an error. Might have made an error. Really? That's... Of all the choices he had. I wonder if Nathaniel's got, like, higher priority or something.
I don't know.
Forgive me.
Alright, if that's our only loss in this, I'm fine with that. That's just Monroe and Lincoln. They've both always had middling hit rates for you. Okay.
I feel like Lincoln is not just hit rates though. Like his damage is not great for us either.
Yeah, I do think that his damage should be a lot higher if his hit rates are going to look like they do.
Because he's got bad hit rates, he's got bad speed, he's got bad strength. Like, it's kind of like he's tanky and he can heal, and that's really his utility for us. And even tanky is kind of a stretch against mages.
Yeah. I definitely would place him lower tier for our run.
Yeah.
Alden is
like...
just nuts.
Yeah, oh yeah. I would almost consider replacing Lincoln if we get somebody reasonable soon.
I said a couple of weeks ago, I think, or it might have just been last week, that SRPG studio games often, I feel like, My experience playing them has been that you get a character that just solves the game. Alden is starting to feel a little bit like that for this game.
Well, it's definitely, like, been pretty apparent that mages are just strong in this game. Like, enemy mages have been the biggest issue.
Yeah.
And our mages, kind of aside from Monroe, are good. Like, really good.
Monroe's not even that bad. It's just, he just doesn't stack up to this.
Yeah.
Okay, I wondered if we doubled Maeve, even. Well,
that solves that.
It does. He was one I was a little worried about. Okay, I mean, let's just see how many can we defeat in one go-round. Really? We missed the 70. The Guardian is the cleric's tank... What? The Guardian is the cleric's tank job, so he's not going to do a lot of damage. The Inquisitor is their damage type, so long as they're fighting magic users. I think they get power from enemy magic. I see.
It just kind of makes it feel like Guardian is just a bad class, kind of.
Very
like,
much does.
If how Lincoln works is how most Guardians turn out, it just feels like Guardians are bad.
I very much agree with that. We're going to take a lot of damage. Alden just has to die. Okay.
That was nice. Amazing.
Good job, Garrick.
That's as good as it could have gone.
Yes.
I mean, I guess we could have crit, but, like, that was sufficient.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a 50%
50.
chance to just end that.
We don't have another weapon.
That doesn't end it. I'd rather just go for the 50% to end it.
Yeah, we definitely go for the kill. We should have gone for the other one.
I mean, if we hit him, he dies. It's just if we hit him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit of a big if.
That hit rate is tragic.
It is.
Monroe, bro. Is there anybody around he's got better hit rates on and someone else can deal with her?
Probably.
It will be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Orima can at least hit. He can't guaranteed kill.
No, he
He would
can't.
need a crit.
We're gonna study our options for just a minute. Man, Alden doubles everything. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
We got another shot.
yeah.
Ugh.
Mahane says he made Vesta Guardian. You could say it was basically 1-to-1. She wouldn't die, but she couldn't hit or do damage if she did. So used her as a blocker / healer until she got benched.
There we go. Alden falls.
What is the class
I'll
abilities
take
of the
point.
Guardian? I don't remember.
I don't remember either. The only one we have, I think, is Bianca, who's not here. I'm surprised we have a 61% on her. That's not bad. I think we go for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey!
Take that.
Because, yeah, she's another tough one to deal with.
Here.
He probably is not going to have... Yeah.
Here.
Maybe he can deal damage to Benji. If I set that up properly. Yeah, he's going to be kind of tough to deal with, too. I should disarm him. Hey, Sinister Designs! Hope you're doing well this evening. Yeah, we've given him a really good weapon. Let's start by just disarming him. Be like, nah.
I don't think so. Interesting.
Reminds me of, there's a board game I play sometimes called Red Dragon Inn, and there's a card called I Don't Think So, that just tells whatever... whatever you play it on, basically, it's just your nope card. I'm gonna do this. I don't think so. Alright, I won't do that. This map reminds me of that Felnarian Tactics map where you're surrounded by skeletons. You're not wrong. Thank you. That helps. I mean, it's likely we get it. There we go. Well, we're just not gonna get that. I think we just disarm her, because that's the main thing he can do there. We'll heal, well... Irving's gonna take a lot of fire in this. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we just... Yeah, let's do that, and just get what we can. Take damage off the board.
Chance, huh?
Right away.
They're pretty much all melee. I think this is okay. All I have to do is have him live Arima, and he's good. Let's see. This map... Oh, yeah, I read that. Yo, Red Dragon Inn? Yeah, it's a fun game. I really like it.
Didn't give him much of a chance.
Does Alden just win the rest of this for us? Benji might go down. Yeah. What do we lose for that?
Never died.
So we lost HP for Marin and Benji. I think that's okay. I also have I haven't really used stat boosters. I could use those to equalize that.
Yeah, we do have quite a few just kind of been sitting on.
I think we've been saving them for a rainy day, and that's exactly what I've been saving them for. $47 is his best. Whatever, go for it. Okay.
Leave some for me.
Monroe's actually been useful due to luck. Yeah, that's quite likely to go our way. Well. $73. Yeah, alright.
This one's on the house.
That was lucky. Alright, 2 to go. Ding dang, his hit rates.
At your disposal.
Oh, I just saw too, Sinister posted in the Discord. I kind of bounced off Dark Deity myself due to certain aspects of its design, but I do admire the production values in the character art, interface, animations, and voice acting. It's a good guidepost for indie devs looking to see what's marketable. I think that's a pretty good assessment.
I've got some minor qualms with the UI and like presentation and like where certain information is visible, but
The hunt is on.
the actual like in-game art and stuff looks great.
I just mean
It's more
especially...
like there's...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to cut you off.
I was just saying, like,
I'm on it.
the UI one specifically, I feel like there's things I would change about it.
Sweet. I would some. My biggest UI complaint, honestly, is in battle when it says A through E, and I'm just not really sure what those things mean. But I was gonna say, I think that Sinister's right in that it's a very good guide for what's marketable.
When you're ready,
Because
follow me.
it clearly resonated with people.
I feel like one caveat to that is it's a guidepost for what's marketable if you are targeting the Fire Emblem audience.
Hope you don't mind.
Yes.
Because like this game was very squarely
My
targeted
sword
at
grows
like
lighter
Fire
with every
Emblem
swing.
fans.
I'm also not sure there's a much better audience to target, though.
No, I just think about like I mean, both of us are both deeply entrenched in the Shining Force community, and I could see this game having very little appeal to a lot of Shining Force fans.
Because
hope
it's
I
not
helped.
Shining Force 2.
One of the big things is just the fact that it's just cutscenes and fights.
Yeah.
Like I've seen a lot of discussion lately from people who like really don't like the CD and Gaiden games because they don't have the walking around aspect in Shining Force, and that's like very integral to their experience. So it's like this is really great, targeted for the people who like it's just cutscenes, menus, and fighting.
Yeah, that's most SRP. That's most of the genre, though. I think Shining Force is just special.
I feel like this game is even deeper in that than most, because I feel like even Fire Emblem has not done that for quite a while. Like Awakening had, at the very least, you could travel around different points on the map and like go place in different orders. It's like this is very much like if you like the GBA Fire Emblems, that's what this is.
Yes, but also I might be in the minority on this. I probably am. I prefer this to the running around the monastery aimlessly with, like, the monastery I just hated because it has so much time devoted to it, and it's just so shallow.
The monastery is not good, but there's a lot of casual players who do like it, and that kind of where like
You're
I feel
right.
like the monastery is very much like a seesaw of like how much are you a strategy RPG fan versus a casual person playing Fire Emblem.
Yeah, you're right, which is probably most of the audience.
Yeah, and that's where like this game, like I said, I think appeals really hard to the people who are like really into the GBA era Fire Emblem paradigm.
Yeah.
Well, that was unexpected. Was it
Perhaps-
really unexpected? Like we were told pretty explicitly what was going to happen multiple times before it happened.
I mean, Garrick is saying what you're saying.
Okay.
Perhaps it should not have been. I understand the warning now. A lot of good that does us. Regardless, we did it. Now, I'm no arithmetician, but 2 parts down means there's 1 more to go, and I doubt this giant door is here by accident. Let's check it out!
Wait.
What is it?
Only one should enter the inner sanctum. Alone. With myself, of course. The trial was originally designed to be faced one at a time. And who do you propose that should be? That is not for me to decide.
I don't like the idea of splitting up. Well, if we have to, we should call a vote to decide who goes. Irving, I don't think we need to call a vote. I was like, is Irving really gonna delegate this to the crowd for the first time?
No, we can't let him.
Very well, then it should be Vesta, or Maeve. Your organizations know more of these affairs than the rest of us combined. Actually, smart decision.
I'm not so sure that's true, Irving.
And even if it were, I'm not sure that would help. Also, hello, Kara. Hope you're doing well.
Kara.
Kara, my bad.
She hates when people pronounce her name wrong.
Well, I will try to do better about that. Alright then, who else? I think most of us feel it should be you. Really? I'm not sure that makes sense. I agree. One roundabout way or another, all of us ended up together because of you. Besides, it was your father's idea to send us here. His faith in you is what convinced him to continue to trust us with the aspects
Also-
in the first place.
Did we all end up together because of him? Because weren't some of us just part of the military beforehand?
Oh, I was just gonna try to let that go, but
And he didn't personally gather the military.
no, I'm not sure how accurate that is, but...
Okay.
Hmm.
It seems to me you give us our best chance.
Does anyone object? ...
Well, what do you know?
There's your vote.
It seems your friends have made their choice, Irving.
Alright, so they have. Wish me luck. You won't need it. This looks like that load screen we were just on.
It does.
Oh, his hair is different in this cutscene.
Oh, interesting. Nice continuity.
You said that so smoothly, I actually believed it for half a second.
Come, you know me better than that.
Ellie says, as much as I think Fates was a meh game, Fates' My Castle is like the best hub ever. If you're gonna make a hub, it needs to be like My Castle. I didn't love My Castle either, but I liked that dealing with it was quick. You said My Castle was great. Why did you like My Castle?
I enjoy the idea of having a home base that isn't just a menu, personally, and the ability to put stuff wherever I wanted to meant that I could put everything I actually used, the vast majority of the time, just up towards the top of the hub.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything else was not there.
Yeah.
I actually did quite a bit of the visiting other people's castles feature, which I thought was fun, and you can't really do without having some kind of hub.
Yeah.
And the ability to do fighting other people's teams in their castles, while I don't know how much most people engage with that mechanic, I did quite a lot, and I thought it was pretty fun.
Okay. Well, that makes
overall,
sense then.
I enjoyed it pretty greatly, and most of the important stuff was still just your main menu, aside from like shopping and things. But yeah, I don't know. I liked it. I don't think it added enough like delay to doing things that it really bothered me. Also because like it was really snappy to load the different things when you went to them.
Yes.
Like it wasn't like a loading screen. It was like you walk up, you press A, and bam, you're in the shop. Like it's not really a big deal. So I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I agree. I don't think it was like horrible or anything. I didn't really enjoy visiting other people's castles that much or fighting their teams, because to me it just needed a little bit more to it, I think. But I also think that like it's not very intrusive anyway, like you said, so I don't love it, but like it also doesn't bother me that it's there.
I got more out of the going to other people's castle and interacting with them because I got so bored of Birthright's story that my last 10 hours of playtime was just visiting other people's castles, fighting them, and making the randomly generated corons that you got from beating people.
I mean, if like that's a thing that appealed to you, then I'm glad that
it appealed to me more than finishing Birthright did.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I'm saying, is like I would not have interacted with it nearly as much if I was not like bored to tears and disinterested in Birthright's actual narrative.
Yeah, I've heard. I'll reserve my opinion of Engage until I play it, because that's going to be the next game after Dark Deity. But I did think it was funny. I heard people talking about it, and I was like, well, no, it seems better. There's like at least mini games to play, and everybody in the discussion was like, you play those one time and then you never do it again.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Three Houses Hub I think is by far the worst. Engages is just like, there's too many loading screens. It's way smaller than Three Houses and there's less to do, but you'll get frustrated with the loading screens pretty quickly, I feel like. Where it's like if they just done it smarter and laid out the menus a little better, it wouldn't be as bad. Like the hub itself is not bad. It's just there's a little bit of like missing brain power in how they made features you use all the time take like 2 loading screens to do, where it's like that shouldn't have been how that was done.
Yeah.
especially when you made a step forward and made it so that like you can do shops and stuff from the world map. You don't even have to go actually into the hub area. So it's like some stuff that can just be a menu, they just made a menu, and then other stuff they were like, no, you have to go through 2 loading screens to use this feature. And that was it. It will start driving you nuts. That will definitely happen probably earlier in your engaged playthrough than it did for me. But there were things that I just started skipping because I didn't want to be bothered with the loading screens.
Yeah.
Even though it's like, this would be useful, but really I just can't be bothered to do it, so I didn't.
Yeah, I worry that may happen, but we shall see.
And I still like the game overall. It was just kind of like, well, I'm just no longer interacting with half of these systems because I'm tired of doing them.
Good evening, Alder SFC. Engage has lots of ups and downs, but the bad things are hyper-exaggerated and the good oft glossed over. It's an anniversary celebration game, and like many others, it tries to celebrate old and new. Yeah, I've said before, I think I'm going to also grade it a little bit easier on a curve, because Nintendo and Intelligent Systems considers it Fire Emblem 16. I don't. Like, playing it, I might change my mind, but they clearly had it scheduled to be released for the anniversary, and I think kind of be just a fun, like, here you go, here's a goofy little thing to celebrate. And then COVID delayed it years. And then I think there was kind of pressure after that point to be like, this is Fire Emblem 16, right? Because it's been a while, and it's like, yeah, sure, definitely. Like, I think that's more marketable, at least, but I don't know that I consider it that. Ellie says, I'm like one of Engage's biggest advocates, but they put supports in the references submenu, and I thought that was stupid. That makes sense.
I legitimately would not have found the support menu if it wasn't for, I think it was Ellie told me where to find it. Like, yeah. I legitimately could not find the support menu.
By that makes sense, I just mean it makes sense that would get annoying.
Oh yeah,
that's very strange.
I'm just baffled by it because like support has been a top level menu since Awakening.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would put it under another menu. It's stupid. And reference is not a word that makes you think this is where supports are going to be.
No, I would think like rules, tips, and codex.
I'm like, this is like tutorials. Like if I forgot how to attack or something, or like what res does.
I shouldn't laugh. New players would need that, but
yeah.
As I'm over here playing this, and I'm like, what does Dex do again? Sinister says, I would have simply celebrated the anniversary by making a game that was not cringe. Fair point. I've already announced, though, we're playing a fixed version of the game that has the original, like, direct translation. It is not Treehouse. It's fans going in and redoing it in a much more direct manner. So we'll see how that goes. There's also some censored content that restores, and we'll see what my opinions are of that. I don't know. But my opinion at the outset is I'm a big boy, and I can make my own decisions, and it's okay if I don't like something. We'll continue with dialogue in just a sec. Alder says, it has one of my favorite maps in the entire series around the mid-game. And Fire Emblem has been a bit cringe long before Colgate-chan, IMO. Yeah, I did wonder if Intelligent Systems would ever make, like, a Fire Emblem game I adored again. And then they put out Shadows of Valentia, and I've shut up since. So, they still got it when they want. A bright flame. Actually, you know what? You do this, because I'm Irving.
Okay. Is this somebody actually speaking, or is this just dialogue?
I don't know.
A bright flame illuminates? Is that a word?
Okay, we can look it up.
Illuminate. It is a verb.
Yeah, this would be one. I've said before, I think that I do some editing work.
I just wouldn't use that here.
For a variety of books, and I definitely would have said, no one in English says that.
No, it's just like, if we were writing this whole game in very archaic, like, dialogue, that would fly, but we're not.
That would be my exact note.
A bright flame illumines the walls of this sanctum. It has lain in darkness for many years. To see these walls again stirs something in me. I, silenced anchored one. I know why you have come. It is not you with whom I wish to speak. Tell me, bright flame, what brings you to this place?
Who asks this?
Ha, ha, ha. A guest enters my home and asks that I make an account of myself. I am Coeli Sumash, once revered in this place, where now my Terrazalan aspect rests.
The god of the soul. I don't know how Irving knows that, but...
I see you are acquainted with my domain. Now I would ask to know more of you.
Forgive my brashness, mighty Koala Smash. My name is Irving.
It is pleasant to know what you are called, but the soul speaks more of a man than his name.
That may be. I was sent here on behalf of the Order of Eternals. We hope to protect the aspects from one who would use them for ill.
Yes, such faith the Order has in its cause and its agents. I hope it is not misplaced.
As do I. I was informed that if I passed your trial, I might receive something that would aid our quest. Supplies, or perhaps a weapons of some kind.
Indeed you might. Tell me, who are these who stand so nervously beyond the threshold?
They are soldiers, I suppose. Great fighters from many corners of Terra. Foiling the plot of this nefarious aspect thief has become our only common purpose.
I see. They are each of them quite powerful, except for all the ones who have fallen off that we were just discussing.
Except for the ones on the bench!
Yes.
It's true. Each brings something unique to the whole.
Caius brings never being fielded in a battle. What if you learned that I could grant all of these powers to you?
I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
No longer would the mighty Irving, heir of House Sildarin, fight to win the approval of his own troops, coordinate their movements, or inspire them with courage. His will would be indomitable, subsumed by all who looked upon him with admiration in their hearts, as literally the entire narrative has already done.
I was thinking it. At what cost?
What you ask is wise. A fine boon comes at a fine price. Such a transference of power would cost them their mortal souls.
I wouldn't think of it.
And if it was the only way to prevent the disaster you fear.
Still, I couldn't. Besides, I don't see how that would be the case. They've become so much of why I want to stop this necromancer in the first place. They're my friends.
Why, you should have said so. You called them soldiers, if you remember.
I thought you could read my soul and knew all my intentions. Sorry.
You know, semantics.
Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps I was wrong too.
To err is mortal, but to acknowledge this and grow, that is divine. These friends of yours, how do you lead them? By love, fear, the promise of gold?
I'm sorry, to err is mortal, but to acknowledge this and grow, that is divine. I literally just misspoke.
Look, they think they thought they were really clever when they wrote that line.
Trust, I think. Though, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure I understand it.
Their loyalty humbles you.
I guess I'm just not as convinced as they are that I know what's right. Or that I always will.
They need not believe you are right, nor need you be right. Your thoughts search for justice, as one I have seen before. But justice does not reside in the mind. A sand glass may tell the time, but not the weather.
Be that as it may, I fear our time is in short supply.
Ah, but you have yet to present me your gift.
Gift?
Yes, the stone which has guided you to me. It has traveled many leagues and years to come to rest in this place. Set it on my altar.
I'll talk about Valentia here in a minute, but Ellie says, I love commas, but I love leaving them out more. Do you feel like that's happening a lot in this dialogue?
I haven't noticed any super bad, but I've also just kind of been reading through, so I don't know.
Mhm.
I'm not sure which line in particular he's referring to. You have my thanks, Bright Flame.
It was a little... I assume you saw that.
Saw what?
It, like, flashed to that last battle screen for, like, a couple of frames.
I didn't. I was not looking directly when that happened.
Storage received. A trove of eternal aspects. Again.
The members of your order who entrusted these to me have passed from this world long ago. Now it seems they are safest and most useful with you.
But what of the third trial? I was told there would be 3.
Ha. All 3 trials you have passed, Bright Flame, and with a sincerity such as I have never seen. Which is why I entrust you too with my own aspect. Now go, and leave me with this troubled one. There are stirrings in Astralis I could use his bleak thoughts on. At last, Irving, these aspects may aid you, but they cannot save you or your friends. Only you can do that.
Serious Lol says, guess how many aspects you just got?
Last time we got 8, I think.
Yeah, I'm guessing 8 more. But the fact that you want me to guess makes me think it's 1.
I think it's more.
Oh no.
I think it's at least 8.
Oh no.
It's a trove of aspect, it's not 1. Such wisdom, and how many empires rose and fell while you thought up these words. I've discovered much in my solitude, Quelly. Then we have much to discuss. Farewell, Bright Flame, and take courage in your quest. Continue your search for righteousness as if Terraziel itself depended on it. Perhaps it does. Yes, perhaps it does.
The One Who Came Before, Chapter 15, Complete the Trial of the Soul. Who is that? What on earth? Why is his neck like that?
I don't know. I guess we picked up a straggler.
Conversing with a god, I can hardly believe it. This is the stuff of fairy legends.
Take heart.
Well, I believe what I see, and I'm looking at more aspects than I ever knew existed in one place.
Oh no.
Definitely.
Do you want me to be him or you?
You can be Faust.
Epic!
Alright, that's perfect.
It's going to take some time to figure out what each of these are capable of.
As chat explodes with this guy!
Sure thing.
Well, we've got no shortage of that. It'll be a while before we make landfall on Etland, and that's assuming we can get out of these mists without our guide.
Did you really have to leave it behind?
Yes.
Yes, it seemed Koala Smash had some purpose for it. What that might be, I couldn't say.
No, honestly, I can't say I'm too mad about it. That guy was making me nervous anyway.
I think I might have to agree. Wait a minute, how did you get here?
On the ship?
And just how exactly do you sneak onto my ship?
He kind of reminds me of the bard from Onderon Saga, who I adored. That it was like, he is just like, yeah, I've got a long history with all of you, and everybody else is like, do you? And he's like, yeah, I've been here the whole time, guys. Have you?
In one of your barrels, you don't exactly have the strictest security detail.
You free-riding rat. I should have you thrown overboard.
Jeez.
Okay, Captain Tough. Maybe if you actually shipped any goods, I wouldn't have had so much free real estate to choose from.
Look, kid.
Why, you little...
I think maybe we should leave these two to settle this themselves. I mean, he just looks like an anime protagonist that was drawn by, like, the artist from Fairy Tail.
A little bit. He is a little fairy tale-y.
Chapter 16, The Marrows? Is that what that said? I think so. Hey, good to be out of the mists, isn't it? Definitely. The clear skies seem to have forward and on the mum a little bit, which I think everyone is appreciating. How you holding up? Well enough, all things considered. That's good to hear. You've been through a lot these past few weeks. More than I signed up for when I enrolled at the academy, that's for sure. I like this art, just by the way. I like that I can see, like, Elias and Sia sitting in the background and stuff. Like, that's kind of thoughtful.
Yeah, I don't mind their, like, nice cutscene art.
But that's always how it is, isn't it?
What?
How do you mean? It was never like that before. No, but in all the stories we ever heard growing up, a good hero always gets more than he bargains for. I guess, but in stories, you always know the hero can handle it.
Hardly.
Not necessarily. Didn't you ever study the great Sun Elf tragedies at the Academy? So my story is a tragedy. That's reassuring. No, life is different, of course. More like being the author and the main character at the same time. I hardly feel that in control of anything. Fine, maybe it's more like being one of several authors. Do you think he knows we're coming? The Necromancer? Whoever that was, on the battlefield. I think he expects to see you again, and I think he'll be better prepared. My answer to that would have been, I don't think he knows who we are, really. I don't think he thinks about it, honestly.
I mean, how unprepared was he in particular last time? He just kind of dipped for no reason.
Yeah.
It's not like we really got the upper hand in any way.
No.
No kidding.
I think so too, though. In fact, I'm sure of it, though I can't quite explain why. Well, then the only thing to do is be more prepared for him than he is for us. Your father would be proud. I am flattered to hear those words from your mouth. That's probably as close to his approval as I'll ever get. That's not true, and you know it. In between drunken rants and beating you, he definitely approved. Deep down. Perhaps. It seems we could both benefit from giving ourselves a little more credit for our accomplishments. Perhaps. Well, I think I'm going to turn in. Ford needs me on deck bright and early tomorrow. Sounds good. And Garrick, I just wanted to tell you, I'm really grateful you're still here, after everything.
Huh.
You know, I get these moments sometimes that make me feel like the four of us are right back at the academy, like nothing has changed. I know what you mean. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, Keith. I wouldn't either. Well, I'll leave you to enjoy the view. Beautiful, isn't it? But don't stare too long. I wouldn't want to wake up and find out you'd fallen overboard to be captured by wandering... Alether? Ilither? I don't know. Didn't you say you were turning in? Right.
Hey, would you look at that? The priest lady finally looks up from her rocks to take in the sea.
You really are the worst, Ford. What are you still around for anyway? Weren't you going to use us to extort your debtors and be off?
Yeah, I better get paid.
Yeah, well, the financing from your beloved order should just about cover things. Besides, I think you guys are starting to like having me around. I don't want to make anybody sad.
No, just irritated, apparently.
Only you, your holiness.
Hey, look! Dolphins! See how they breach one after the other. One after another. I read once that this sometimes inspires the sailors' stories of sea serpents.
Oh, trust me, when you've seen the real thing, you can tell the difference.
Wow, I've never seen anything like that. They're majestic.
Now what is this?
That appears to be avian excrement.
Ugh.
Accursed birds.
That might be bad news for your road, but it's good news for us. We can't be too far from shore.
It's supposed to be good luck if a bird poops on you.
Is it?
I believe so.
Huh, I've never heard that.
I don't know, maybe that's just what my mom told me to make me feel better. It's gonna be one of those things that's like, yeah, your mommy just lied to you. How far do you reckon?
With winds like this, not more than a day. Say, Sarah, you sure your guys will take good care of old humpback? Seems like we might be gone a while. I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to her.
Of course.
Your ship will be safe in Armor, Ford. You have my word. I just wish Armor wasn't so far from Kirch. It'll be weeks before we get there. On the bright side, that's less than what we've spent on the ship. It's just traveling on foot like criminals. It's completely different.
It is, but this is important. My contact will help us get to the bottom of who's behind all this.
Okay, Alder says that's a real thing, and that's where it comes from. If birds are pooping on you, you're near land, which was a sailor thing. Ergo, good luck.
Although knowing I'm near land is less useful when I'm walking in the park.
Yeah. The next time I see somebody get bird poop on them, I'm gonna be like, it's okay, you're near land. I know.
Nothing beats the sea, huh, kid?
We won't be fugitives forever, Alden. Once we've secured the aspects and stopped whatever is afoot, all of Delia will know what we've done. They'll understand.
If by they you mean Varric, I hardly think he'd develop a sudden inclination for mercy if he's still king after all of this.
Ellie says only criminals travel by foot. My butlers carry me to my lavatory. And then my maids carry me out into my closet to dress me. Oh, I need some of that, Ellie. That sounds nice.
Do we... Just questioning, still, do we really have, like, a lot of backing for Varric being a bad guy besides people just, like, implying he's bad?
I know nothing about why Varric would be bad.
Okay.
Like,
it's just like, this is, once again, it comes up like, oh yeah, he has no mercy, blah blah. It's like, we've never really seen him do anything bad or really heard he's done much bad, just that he is bad somehow.
Yeah. I don't know where
Okay.
that comes from.
Alrighty. Maybe they forgot to, like, include that chapter.
We were, like, excited to support him and be enlisted until, like, chapter 3 or 4. And then it was like, well, he does, like, lots of bad, and, like, the war is his fault, and he's, like, visiting war on other kingdoms just cause, and it's like, why? Like, I don't know, we just didn't see any of that.
Okay. It's just every time this comes up, I'm like, what am I missing? Because it feels like you're missing something, but you're not.
No, I mean, the theme of this game has been Teodrin is distracted and gets back and goes, is there more context to this? And the answer is always, no.
Yeah.
You have missed nothing. If it doesn't make sense, it's, like, the first we're hearing about it.
Yeah, Ellie, he's bad. Trust us, bro.
Yep. We'll see. In the depths of Koala Smash's temple, Irving meets the god himself. After passing the trial of soul, Koala Smash entrusts Irving with the power of a huge trove of aspects. The party departs from the mist safely, headed back to Etlan. After the ardor of their voyage to Varroa, spirits are low. Each knows that a difficult journey lay ahead of them. They head for Kirch, where Vesta has an order contact who can set them up and give them the lay of the land. For some inexplicable reason, Faust continues to follow along. Okay, this is Faust, who didn't look anything like a cleric and looks nothing like any of these guys either.
Yeah, no, he also has Dragon Rider vibes.
Yeah. Or
Like, he strikes me as, like, GBA era Dragon Rider.
or Spearman or something, anything else. I think we make him an Inquisitor, I guess. What's his skill? Chaotic Energy. Allies within 2 tiles gain 8% crit. That is bonkers. We're using that.
Sinister says, I mean, starting a war on false pretenses is pretty bad. Do we know that he started a war on false pretenses?
I don't know that he's done that. You might know that. I don't know that.
Like, what are the pretenses he started the war on? Like, there is a war, but I honestly don't know what the, like, pretenses were.
No clue. Yep, we're gonna go Inquisitor.
Okay.
Okay. She kind of reminds me of the chick in the arena from Flame Dragon Knights, but I am not even gonna say
not
this
nearly
is...
as buff.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say this is inspired by
What
that.
was her name? It started with J.
I don't remember now.
Was it Juna?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Or Yuna. I don't know how they pronounce that.
I think we might... I don't remember how we ended up saying it.
To catch up on chat, Mihane asks, does not everyone have their own procession and palanquin, I don't know if I'm saying that right, to carry them to their destination? He's a baddie because we said so, and definitely aren't going to invent something to make him horrible. I mean, they act like they already did, they just kind of haven't. Narrator, like the FE10 guy, Goldoa the Lagoose. I do love the narrator for that game. Inquisitor to Redacted is the closest you're going to get to his full plate look. Okay. We also, I don't know that we have an Inquisitor, so I'm good with doing one. Also, remember the Necromancer having 2 aspects was a big deal? Look at us now! Yeah, we do have like 1 million, plus we have the aspect of champions, so... Or competition. I think they mentioned at the very start of the game that he blamed the other kingdom for killing his dad or something. I don't know, it's been a while. The game doesn't seem very interested in the whole war plot thread. There's a war plot thread? No.
I mean, there's been a war going on between the 2 kingdoms, because remember we had to stop the spell that was... Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like we've given even a second to it. So, I'll be Irene, I guess.
Okay.
The prodigal priestess returns. It's good to see you, Vesta.
And you, Irene, though I wish the circumstances were different.
Wow.
Comes with the territory. Tavern Chatter says you and your friends here set off across the sea.
Never to return, I would hope.
Depends on who you ask. Would you mind introducing yourselves? I feel like a rat in a steam house right now. What I'm saying is I'm looking at all your dongs.
I was trying to piece together what that was supposed to mean, and then he hit me with that.
That was my interpretation. I am Irving of Sildiron. I'm Irving Sildiron of Brookstead.
Very well.
Maeve Leverin, Grand Inquisitor for the Mystic Council of the Expanse. Lincoln Voldasov, former captain of the Delian Army. Oh my gosh, are we going to actually introduce everybody? Sarah Roan, 3rd in line for the Armoran throne.
Wait.
So let me get this straight. The grandson of the Order's Grandmaster, right hand of Delia's former commander, the likely future Queen of Armor and the Mystic Council's favored Inquisitor. That about cover it?
That's correct.
Favorite is a stretch, but you're correct for the most part.
I was hoping you would catch us up on what we've missed in our absence.
You might as well get comfortable then. I've been doing my best to track the one you had warned me about before your departure. The Necromancer?
Hard to be sure.
Well, him too. Turns out there are a lot of shadowy figures traipsing about Delia causing havoc these days. The strangest thing is that everything worth tracking seems to operate out of Sojourn. Which to me means one of 3 things. Either Varric's spies haven't noticed, haven't been able to stop it, or have been told not to stop it. I know Varric. If he caught wind of an unchecked conspiracy, he'd be tearing the country apart piece by piece to root it up. Well, he is. I'm just not sure the 2 are related. What do you mean? If she talked... You know what? You be Irene. She's talking way more than I thought she would.
Alright. He's been accelerating timelines and work schedules for every construction project in Delia, most notably the aqueducts. He's destroyed several villages in its path and has conscripted their villagers for indentured labor.
I'm trying to think about why would he want to do that? I don't know. That's cruel. The purpose of a king is to protect his people, not use them to advance his own glory. Okay. You've met the man, Irving. He's not who he once was. Please continue. Why? Why?
It's really like, this to me should be the first time where it's like, oh, maybe the king's evil, because we're finally being given like some concrete thing that like, you know, we're like, hey, the king's doing this thing that's not great. This should be our like, maybe something's up, and not like we've been talking about him being evil for 15 chapters and suddenly we have a thing he did that isn't great.
Yeah, but even then, I'm like, this is kind of set in medieval fantasy and stuff, and I'm like, conscripting people against their will for public works is not remotely uncommon.
Yeah, that is also normal.
So I'm
like
just like,
destroying villages. I think is the only thing out of this where I could be like, yes, that is like, okay, what's up?
yeah, but I mean, that to me is just like, he's evil because he's evil. Like, I don't know. We'll see.
Thousands of others who feel as Irving does have been imprisoned or indentured. They're reopening rural prisons that haven't been touched in decades.
I'm sorry. Every new dialogue box, I'm just like processing.
Rural prisons, I don't think were really much of a thing during medieval times.
No.
You generally had like straight up punishment unless you were in like a very particular area. Like it was not like prisons were just around.
No,
That's why
but
like capital punishment, corporal punishment were big things.
I'll give it fantasy world. Maybe they just have a different culture and do things differently. I'll accept that.
Okay, you're doing that after making the argument about the kings conscripting people. It's like we either have to call it on not being accurate or not.
Well,
Like we can't have it both ways.
I'm not saying it's not being accurate. I'm just saying that, like, given the setting that you've given me, medieval stuff, like, it's a brutal time. That's more of like it's a brutal time. This is not out of place, is what it feels like. But I can maybe get behind. I don't know. It might just be like my suspension of disbelief. Like, I have those lines, and like, I don't know. One thing pushes it, one thing doesn't.
Yeah, because to me, I kind of like loop those in the same way, where it's like if we're gonna consider like, if we're gonna say it's weird to consider an injustice to make people do work against their will, then we should also consider it weird that they have like prisons, which is much more, I guess, theoretically modern / humane of a notion compared to, you know, we chop your fingers off.
But it's also strange to like have those. What would be the point of making them rural?
But you just wouldn't have it. Like they wouldn't exist realistically.
Alder points out there's no need for the word rural here unless it's relevant. Prison alone would also make just the same sentence.
Also, it's like they're reopening rural prisons. That means like nobody committed crimes like until just now, or like they were just totally not under anybody's jurisdiction.
Or there wasn't enough crime to make it usable? I don't know.
What were they doing with the criminals?
It's worse than we thought. Especially for the common
The world
folk.
building?
It seems no one is safe from Vark's wrath.
That much is certain. This entire country is at its tipping point. I wish I had more information for you, but I can't find so much as a word on the necromancer.
What of the other sorcerer? The one that wiped out the armies at Swift Harbor?
Every scrap of intel on that day points back to your group. Were you not responsible?
I think you meant to say every scrap of intel on that day points back your group.
Oh, yeah, my brain filled in the missing word there.
Troubling.
No, we were not. It's quite troubling. We're back to square one then. What news of the war?
Stalled for the moment. Neither king seems in a particular hurry to lose the other half of their army.
I'm guessing that we're fighting against Sarah's country, but like that's only because it's the other country that I know about.
Yeah.
There also has not been a great indication of who we're at war with. I never imagined it would come to this. But King Vark strikes me as the most promising lead at the moment. Also, that was the baby, not me farting.
This is her making noise.
What country is the game studio from? I believe they're American?
What's the... Wish I remember the company.
I can double check real fast, because I can just pull it up on Steam. This is Sword and Axe LLC. That is the developer. Yeah, this is their first game. I believe they're American, though I'm not positive on that. And then the publisher is indie.io. They have a good number of games, including Factory Magnate, Rise of the Newborns, Cursed Dawn, Get Your Tentacles Off My Waifu. Yeah, there's a lot. Nothing I've heard of.
You haven't played Get Your Tentacles Off My Waifu?
Hadn't even heard of it till now. It'll be on my wish list though.
Man, I can't believe it.
Let's see. Country folk are immoral people. I'm not biased. As a southerner, I agree. Their background is a rural setting. Why are they referring to this rural setting as rural? Can their eyes not simply tell that it is? I don't know, man. What's the name of your town? Far away? Good old SF3. Oh, is that the name of your town in that?
No, I was saying maybe rural is the name of the town because SF3 has a place called Remotest.
Oh, I see.
Like, it's just that's the proper name of a place that's far away from other places.
That's hilarious.
SF3 actually does it a lot, and even if you play the fan translation, they're not straight translating a lot of the names because a lot of like character names in SF3 are just straight up English words. So the fan translation uses like the officially localized names for some of them, just because like there's a character named Arrogant and stuff in the original Japanese.
That's awesome, and I hate when people change those.
Yeah, I kind of take issue with it because I'd rather just have those names. I don't think they're that confusing, but I'm not on the translation team, so
Yeah, it also is just it's my same qualms with like, I don't like changing a bunch when you translate something. I think you have to be respectful to like the author's vision. And if he named somebody Arrogant, like that's part of it, you know? I'm really into Gundam. I've talked about that before, and everyone has a completely ridiculous name.
Oh yeah.
I just rewatched Gundam War in the Pocket. Would definitely recommend that. And the main antagonist, one of them, his name is Lieutenant General Killing. Like, they're just ridiculous.
Little things that are a bit too on the nose, but like to me, I feel like that's kind of the point. It's like it's telling you exactly what this character is about.
Yeah,
and there's nothing wrong with that if that's what they want to do, you know?
I agree. It's unlike him not to investigate these occurrences. It's possible he's working with the sorcerer, or the necromancer, or worse, both. What about this prodigy you mentioned back in Chelabons? Care to elaborate?
I think not.
I wouldn't know how to, and I certainly wouldn't be authorized to if I did. It's not important, Lincoln. Not right now. We're gonna have to go through Varric to get to whoever's behind this either way. Why are we not assuming it's Varric? He's the king! We might as well make our peace with that.
I think Irving's read the rest of the script.
He's also just casually like, we have to kill the king. It's like, what?
Irving is right. Right now, that... What?
Yeah, you're reading that right.
Irving is right. Right now, that whatever Maeve knows about this prodigy doesn't matter until we're ready for it. How do we get started? How did I start this sentence? Somebody diagram this sentence for me. You know, like elementary school, diagram me that sentence.
Lady Vesta,
explain to me.
Are you having a stroke?
She starts frothing at the mouth.
We are in rural, good ma'am. She's clearly confused. First things first, we'll need a base of operations. We can sort out the rest from there. That's you.
Any suggestions, Lincoln? You know better than anyone where Varric's men would be looking for us.
I do know one place they dare not go. It's not far from here, actually. You speak of the Marrows. If you know of this place, you know it's best not to discuss it further until we arrive. We'll scare everyone half to death, unless you have an alternative suggestion. No. You're already scaring me, Lincoln, but it seems we have little choice. I trust your judgment. Irene, thank you for your diligence. Your service does you great honor. Also, I like that Irving just puts more stock into Lincoln than he does Ford.
Yeah.
Like, they both described a place that was terrifying, and Lincoln, he's like, oh, that's actually scary, and Ford, he's like, oh, we've dealt with worse, who cares?
Yeah. I just want to mention, Alder's mentioning localizations. Ari is not a fan of directly translating everything as a nuanced language, which I agree with. The SF3 names are describing words, that's not how names are done here. I disagree with changing character names. Like, I'm more positive on localization than Nihil is. Like, you're very purist, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I think localization has a place, and a very, like, deserved place if it's done well. But to me, I think names of characters and places and things should always stay the same, because that's what the name of the thing is. And it gets really confusing when you've got characters that are called different things between like different regions. Because of how much like games are a universally discussed thing now, it gets really confusing when you're talking to people and characters have different names. You run into like Street Fighter still has the problem that Bison Vega and Balrog have different names between the Japanese and English regions, to the point that they often get referred to as, like Boxer, Claw, and Dictator, because their names are all shuffled. Because like back in the day, we changed character names a whole bunch when localizing things, and it continues to create problems for properties that have had that happen.
Yeah.
So, like, dialogue and whatever, I'm totally cool with localizing, but I feel like names should stay the same, personally. Even if it feels weird because, hey, that's just a word. Like, there's franchises that are English and do just name their characters words, too.
Yeah. I agree. And Ellie points out for Gundam, yeah, the pilots of Gundam 02 and 04, Duo and Quattro. Like, yeah, it's clearly a play on words. And the creator of Gundam, Tomino, literally said that he was like, I just started putting more and more ridiculous names on things to see if somebody at the TV station would ever say, hey, this is ridiculous, knock it off. And he said, after I named a mobile suit the Gelgoog, after that passed, he was like, I realized they're just not reading my scripts, so I'm just gonna keep it going.
I really love, like, listening to the Japanese dub of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and these, like, English word names that were definitely not meant to have to be said over and over by a Japanese voice actor who is not prepared to be saying those words properly.
Yeah, but, like, that's part of the charm, I think.
Oh, it's super part of the charm, but it's just funny because it's kind of that similar, like, this was written without really, like, the intent of, hey, somebody's gonna have to actually say this a bunch. And that doesn't work as well, but it adds charm. Anyway, I just had to get off tangent to address that comment, because, like, I feel very strongly about the name thing.
I do too, and, like, you covered my position a little bit, which I appreciate, but yeah, I am a fan of straight up just translating things, because, like, the author of the original work wrote that for a specific reason. And I'm definitely biased because of how localization has been in the US for so long, and the way that, like, we've treated Japanese games specifically growing up. I grew up with X-Play, watching X-Play, and Adam Sessler would literally just be like, it's a Japanese game, that means we know it sucks. Like, and that the plot is stupid and everything is stupid. Like, they would just say these things. And I think that kind of attitude's kind of just been maintained, that it's like, Americans can't handle it, like, who cares? But I'm like, authors worked hard and selected those words for a specific reason. And I think it's a lot of hubris for localizers in America to be like, yeah, the author wrote this, but, like, I can inject it with more personality, so I'm gonna do that because I'm better than that author is. And I'm like, you have no right. Like, I just feel really strongly, you have absolutely no right, and it's crazy that that's where we are.
My disagreement with that take is that it's putting intent on the localizer's position, where I feel like a good localization maintains the intent of the original work while making it accessible to the target language. Like, it's not I think I could do it better. It's that when you translate some things directly, it just does not read properly. Like, as I spent a good year or so studying Japanese, and it's like when you translate stuff between languages, and I was helping with the I think the project kind of died, unfortunately, but I was helping with a fan translation of Shining Force Gaiden 1 for a translation patch of that. And a lot of it would be going through, translating it directly, and being like, okay, this really, like, a direct translation does not really convey what this is trying to say in Japanese. Like, what this says in Japanese does not translate directly to English at all. So some level of localization is just required if you don't want to read something that doesn't make sense without having to sit on a sentence and be like, what is this actually saying? Because there was a lot of times where we'd translate a sentence directly and it's like, this sentence does not make any sense.
Well,
unless I take all this other context and then make it make sense. And what you're trying to do in a good localization is accurately convey what's being said, but make it something that people aren't going to have to go like look up, what does this phrase mean in Japanese? Because I read it in my English game and I don't understand what it means, like a rat in a steam house. Like if that was translated from another language, for instance, like all of us were just kind of laughing at it because we know this game is made in English. But if when you have phrases like that hitting in an English story, or like the mud legs from that Chinese game we're playing, it's kind of like, okay, we're missing context here, so we're not really understanding. And that was, I guess, more or less directly translated by the author of the game. It's not a great translation, but it's like it takes you out of the experience because now it's like, do I go look this up? Do I just move on without understanding what's being said here? Sometimes like personality really doesn't translate in a direct translation between languages. It's like it just doesn't work. You lose a lot of nuance in any direct translation.
I think that we're just overcomplicating it. I think that you obviously fix things like sentence structure, and I don't consider fixing sentence structure to be not doing a direct translation. Because like I'm learning Arabic right now as well, and like sentence structure is very different, but if I was going to directly translate something from Arabic to English, I would just flip the noun verb stuff around to make it work. And I wouldn't consider that like editorializing really. Because that's what you're saying. Like I'm not adding intent or anything. I'm just telling exactly what you're saying.
But what about words that have particular subtext in a language that don't come through when you directly translate that word?
Sometimes you just have to do your best, and I am helping with fan translations of several projects, and I'm not going to talk about those specifically because like stuff is weird around that stuff. But we really agonize over certain things like that, and some of the things are really easy to do. Like one of the idioms that we ended up having was, it's like, yeah, I don't want you to like, I think it was like, get blood on your feet or dirty your feet, and I was like, talking to the translator, I was like, what does that mean? Is there like a way we can convey that a little bit clearer? And he's like, it essentially has the same meaning as have blood on your hands or dirty your own hands. So we can just change it from feet to hands and it's the same. And I'm like, okay, I think that again would not really be much editorializing because we've been able to very easily shift it to almost exactly the same idiom. And it can be really difficult. The most insane one I've ever seen was a fan translation of a manga that didn't have an official translation. And I don't remember which one it was, but there was like a play on words that involved cats and the way that like the nya like prefix is used in Japanese. And it was like this whole tongue twister. And the translator found a way to completely preserve the meaning and also make it, like, full of puns and a tongue twister about cats in English. And, like, explain this in a translator's note in the bottom, what the original was and, like, why that was done. And I was just like, oh my god. Like, I don't know how long you would have had to slave over that to figure that out. But I just think that you said, like, prescribing intent and stuff. I'm really down on the AAA video game industry. I don't have to look hard to find intent. They're really open about these things, and a lot of the times translating these things badly on purpose, Like, it happens all the time. And if I want to just keep it to, like, our genres, Fire Emblem Engage is heavily censored. They've changed tons of the dialogue. Fire Emblem Fates was heavily censored. They changed tons of the dialogue. Like, there's an argument to be made about like nuance and stuff, but I think that the argument you and I are having about that is like kind of a much thinner line. But I'm like, we're so far across the border that like I don't even care about that discussion that much, because we're just at an industry level so far from that like it just is super egregious to me, and it really bothers me.
I don't know. I don't feel like the engage changes are that big, personally.
We'll see when we.
But-
I'm curious after we play through it what your thoughts will be.
But I think, like, when I think about the AAA game industry, I feel like the AAA game industry is a terrible example of anything, period. But I think on the broader topic of localization, when you bring in things like a lot of, well, I mean, it's been a hot topic. Anime localization is really, it depends on who's localizing it. But like, there's a lot of really good localization that's been done there. I can't really refer to the specific instances because I don't think you've watched JoJo like at all.
I've done seasons 1 and 2, I think. Maybe
There's a
3?
particular portion of part 5. There's a character who uses a lot of idioms that don't work. Like, it's a lot of wordplay and idioms that don't work in English, and they had to rewrite a bunch of them. And there's just a lot of things where, yeah, the whole show is super localized in subtitles, in dubs. I mean, in dubs you have to some degree, because you just can't do the mouth flaps unless you're actually editing the video, and that's just part of the issue with anime dubbing.
To me, it's like, then don't have the mouth flaps sync, because that's just where my priorities are. Like, it just is crazy to me to be like, yeah, I've completely changed what the author wrote. Like, it's not even remotely similar, but like the lips have to match up, and I'm like,
well, that to me is like, where do you draw the line on what's remotely similar? Because you're kind of like, I don't think that most of them are not remotely similar to the original script. It's the exact words are not the same, but it's not in the same language, so there are no exact words. Like, it has to change by respect of being in a different language. Especially when you're coming from something with Japanese that just does not have the sentence structure to even go into English. It's not like Arabic where you just flip two things. It's like the sentence structure doesn't exist.
Arabic is the same way. Like, I'm simplifying it by saying flip two things.
Okay,
but
I know nothing about Arabic, so I'm only going off of what you say.
Yeah, I just mean if I wanted to direct translate something, I could do it and feel like I'm not really editorializing, still changing around things. Because that would just be what you're saying. And it's different because, you know, English is my first language, that's just the language I think in, but like that's how I process what you're saying. So but it's, again, like, I don't really care to debate like the things that are really fine line. Anime is a little bit better, I think, in some instances, because we already had the egregious phase of things like Brock saying, you know, this rice ball is a jelly donut. Like, we already passed that a while back. You know, 4Kids heavily censoring Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, I think, was the most prominent thing. That and One Piece.
Yeah. And I guess, like, I kind of push a lot of it onto AAA because, like, I'm a Guilty Gear fan, which I consider Arc System Works probably a AA studio. And they've gone to great lengths that every Guilty Gear title, like since Xrd, the subtitles and the dubs are more or less spot on exactly what the original dialogue is, with a few minor changes. But, you know, with basically oversight of Arc System Works, you know, it's like, hey, they're doing the translation. And I think that's where you run into a lot of the bigger problems with like bad translation stuff, is where it's like, I don't feel like a lot of these localizations are done with the oversight of the company or people who made the original work to any degree. And that's where, like, I'm pretty firm on the fact that, like, if any of my stuff ever gets localized, I want to be pretty involved in that process and be like, yeah, totally, let's localize it, but I want to make sure I know what's being said, you know? It's like, yeah, localize it, and then tell me what it says. Like, give me that whole script in a way I can understand it, but also make it work in your language.
Yeah, we'll get back to the game, but basically...
Yeah, we can discuss this more in the Discord later.
The thing that I would say is that ultimately, when you're translating something, I'm placing my trust in you. Because I don't speak the language, and I'm trusting you to tell me what it says. And that trust, for me, has just been so beyond broken for, like, the mainstream stuff, both anime and manga. Well, manga actually not as badly. But for anime and gaming specifically, that trust has just been so beyond destroyed and continues to be that, like, I just have no trust left. There's too many times that I'm like, oh, that's really weird that, like, this anime talks about, like, super partisan American political topic. It's odd to me that Japanese creator from small town would know about that, and then you look it up, and it's like, he had no knowledge of that. We're just totally, like, throwing things in his mouth, and he has no knowledge of that. That kind of stuff just really bothers me. So, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, until that trust is earned back, that's probably how I'm gonna feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's select people that are trying and working really hard to do that, and I appreciate them very much. But anyway, you want to continue with Irene?
Honor is nice, but it won't put me up at the Platinum Pony.
As you will.
You'll receive your payment from the order soon enough. In the meantime, leave no stone unturned.
Farewell.
I'll do what I can. Farewell. Hopefully we'll meet again soon.
Also, I'm assuming that's like a nice hotel or something, and I like the name of it.
Yeah, it's a decent one.
Okay, are we ready?
It comes with 4 holy waters.
Sure.
Sure.
Alright, the thing that I'm afraid of... Oh my gosh.
They really couldn't have come up with any more natural way to give us these gradually.
Okay, we had that, I think, at the start, maybe?
I'm trying to remember how many we didn't equip last time.
Like 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say, man, that's what I had in my head. That I thought was super, super egregious. Like, you just don't do that. You just don't put hot topics in the work, because that's somebody else's work that's also trusting in you. You know? I just think there's no excuse for doing something like that. So we've got Aspect of Love, swaps 50% of crit and power. I don't really know what that means.
I guess it, like, halves the stats and then
Swaps
gives
them?
That sounds like it would just make them equal, basically.
Yeah.
You average them, and that's what they are.
Nah, dump everything into the player's inventory all at once. They'll figure it out. Yeah, because we all know my definite best quality is inventory management. Swap Mastery and Luck, 2 stats that we really don't care about. Swap Defense and Strength, that could be interesting. I don't think that's interesting for anybody we have, but it could be interesting for somebody's playthrough. Luck Depleted to increase power, dodge, and true speed. So nerf Luck and buff those? Okay.
I mean, that could go really well on, is it Maeve, who's our double sword dodge tank?
Yeah.
She doesn't need luck if she can't get hit.
Right now she's got that. If doubling second attack deals 25% increased damage.
Okay. You know, it's kind of like... It annoys me that having that aspect does not calculate into your damage forecast. when she gets her damage forecast, it's just showing double her normal damage. So you have to remember she has that and do the math yourself.
I don't remember.
Nope, because I almost wonder about giving her something else just because we're not playing around that. We're not, like, using that intentionally.
Let's just go through and see what all we've got.
Yeah.
Grants 80% res to Holy Magic. That might be good for Marin, who grants... Well, I don't know if we're using Holy or Arcane. I'll have to figure that out. Attacking and defeating an enemy heals nearby allies for 10% HP. That's interesting. We're not low HP often, but that's an interesting way to heal on enemy phase.
Yeah.
I wonder if that heals the holder.
Well, wait. I don't know if that's true about enemy phase. It says attacking and defeating. Does that imply we have to be offensive? Because I know some like Fire Emblem skills are that way, where it's like you have to attack and do it.
Yeah. Dodge reduced by 60%. Defense and fortitude increased by 10. I mean, dodge is the biggest stat in this game, so I don't think that's good.
No.
Significantly lowers the rate at which enemies target the holder. Okay, that's good for somebody. Attacks mark enemies, increasing damage taken by 10% for a turn. Okay. Fortitude plus 10 with no adjacent allies. Okay. Swaps defense and fortitude. Grants 80% resistance to storm magic specifically.
That's great if you know you're about to fight storm mages.
Grants 80% resistance to fire magic. Hit rate is always 50%, power increased by 50%. That's really fun.
If it's always 50%, would that mean it just, like, if we're below it, it increases to there? Because, like, that sounds like Monroe or Lincoln would love that.
Yeah. I kind of want to give that to one of them. I was tempted to give it to Benji, because he feels like the gambly guy to me. But yeah, he's actually performing decently, so...
Yeah, like, I feel like his hit rates are generally above 50%.
Yeah. So we took away his, because that was horrible.
Yeah, he could not do any damage.
So, I mean, Aspect of Vengeance might be good on him. Monroe has been hitting. Like, let's do Monos' Fury.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with that.
Because, yeah, that will bring his hit rate up. Okay. Swaps power and true speed. Mastery increased by 20%. Okay, we don't care about that. Crit increased by 30%. Defense and fortitude halved.
That sounds pretty rough with how fragile our force or our party tends to be.
Hear me out. I'm really tempted.
You think so? What's the upside of the one we're looking at again?
The new one?
Yeah.
Crit increased by 30%.
Maybe?
I mean, if I can just get... She dodges all the time anyway. If I can just get her critting every single hit would be hilarious.
Potentially.
I mean, either that or we do that for Alden. It's Malice's Suffering. We'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
The last one is True Speed doubled when below 30% HP. Okay, so that's just a bonus.
Yeah, that's like if there's nothing else we really want to give somebody, then sure.
Alright, let's take one of these off him. We might use Faust. I mean, he's like, I kind of want to, if for no other reason than to trigger Mihane. And, Serious Lil.
Sure.
What does he have? Enemies are much more likely to attack the holder. I think we keep that on him, and we give Sia this stupid...
Sure. I mean, Alden is just something for enemies to explode themselves on, so...
Yeah. I like this. What's yours? Counterattack damage increased by 25%. Yeah, I'm good with him having that still. Like, he's doing a lot. I don't know what Faust is gonna... Like, I don't know if he's good.
Yeah, no idea. Don't really know what's good for him.
Yeah.
Also curious if his like AoE plus 8% crit applies to himself or just allies within that space.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do the rally. Because I think it'll be interesting to... Well, how do I make it? Oh, right, I can't equip it here. Because it's goofy. But yeah, I think we do that because it'll be interesting to just make him a walking AoE support. Do we like that?
Sure.
Okay.
Don't forget we need to put it in the top slot to actually equip it.
I can't do that on this
Oh, that's
menu
right.
because it's goofy. Okay, what does Garrick have again? Nearby enemies deal 15% less magic damage. I mean, that's good, but I don't know that it's great on him.
Yeah, I don't know that because he's ranged, so I'm not sure how much he's near enemies.
Oh, we're buffing his hit rate. I forgot about
Oh,
that. Oh, well. He doesn't have one. What do we want to give Ren?
I'm trying to think what we're using him for.
Dodge, tank,
He kind of does the same thing Sia and Maeve do.
Yeah. But that's the best thing in the game, so I think maybe Aspect of Clarity.
Attacks. Mark enemies increasing damage take by 10%. I almost wonder about the Glade. If I was...
Fortitude plus 10 when no adjacent allies.
Because I feel like we're using him to fight mages a lot.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I feel like he's often our fight opener on mages, so having him take less would be good.
Mhm. I'm happy with him having kills grant 2% power till end of turn, or end of chapter.
Yeah.
If doubling... Yeah, I'll keep that. 80% res to arcane magic. She's not taking a whole lot from arcane anyway, I think.
Well, not with 80% resistance, she's not.
I think she has good res generally.
Okay.
We can double check that. Also, I'm sorry, we've been on so many tangents. I'm sorry it's taken so long to get to the next bit. But
We went on for a long time about the translation thing, so...
I feel passionate about it. I always forget. So res is... What is res? Fortitude? Yeah, 10. Actually, she's got horrible res. Never mind, she stays with that.
Yeah.
I'm dumb.
Most people do not have good res. It's kind of a recurring problem.
Advanced stats increased by 10% of max HP. Max 8. I don't know what that means, but he sucks, even with that.
Yeah. I
That's-
feel like he needs something else if we're, like, using it. Him.
Dodge increased by 30% of strength. Good with that. He's been really dodgy for us. That might be better on... He needed hit rate before. What's his accuracy now?
Let's compare it
Let's
to
compare it to
somebody else.
Sia. Sia's accuracy is 226. Korvan's is 189. Is that bad? Actually, it's surprisingly poor.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's why we buffed it.
Yeah, he keeps that. Oh, his accuracy's horrible. We'll keep that in mind.
He's got good fortitude, though, which is actually handy.
Does he?
Yeah, 21.
21? Okay.
You stupid.
I'm passionate about my friends being passionate. Cheese. I appreciate that, Ellie. I do like listening to people just rant about their passions. Okay. I think we're good. I don't like a ton of the ones that they gave us, but... Yeah, I think we're good.
I feel like, just because Mahan's bringing up the translation topic, I feel like I'm more on the side of direct translation if we're looking at properties that are firmly targeted at people who are in their, like, 20s and higher. I feel like a lot of games are targeted young enough that a direct translation is a lot harder for younger players. Because if I was 10 and trying to play like direct translations without any localization, it would be a lot harder to understand. And I think that's part of the problem with it being video games, is like a lot of games are still localized / targeted for like the teen audience, I feel like. Which means you play to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that at all.
And I think that's just a problem you're always going to have. And I feel like that happens with a lot of games, because when you look at like, okay, what games are targeted at adults? You're going to look at M-rated games, and a lot of those are Western in origin already, so they're not getting translated. So I kind of feel like on the game side, you're always going to have that issue of like, hey, we have to translate this as if it's a teen game, so this game needs to be accessible by somebody who's 14, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. We're just gonna up her crit a ton. Let's just break Sia.
Sure. Why not? I mean, we were just talking about the fact that we could just kind of max out somebody's weapon if we really wanted to.
6,000. Can I get...
Okay, we don't have quite enough for that.
Well, I'm wondering if I can get there. What...
Oh, gotcha.
Permanent +2 speed.
That's worth a lot, though.
It is. And we'll save it. Who was it that took HP debuffs? It was
Benji and Marin.
Benji did?
I think it was Marin and Benji.
I think you're right. Okay, that fixes it. Oh, right, you can't use it on this screen. Goofy. What are his... Oh, okay. I mean, I just kind of want to keep seeing Benji and Alden. So that was Korvan's
you aren't invested in Nathaniel's aura-seeing powers?
Honestly, no. Not even really slightly. A lot of the characters are having trouble hooking me. I know you said that earlier.
Oh yeah, we've talked about this a couple times, but there's not really any characters I super love. I think Ford is growing on me a little bit, but like the problem is most of his interactions are the like, haha, Ford's dumb. And like that's kind of the depth of anybody else interact. Like he's the butt of every joke, you know, where he says the obvious punchline.
Alright, I'm gonna catch up on chat. We're gonna speed run it real quick. Nihil is not an inventory system, but he's the cause of many complaints. True. I love the reduced dodge by 60% one. Lol, Benji basically got 10 levels tankier, which was nice. I'll consider that, but so far dodge has just been way too important for me to give up. The best form of damage mitigation is just to kill stuff that damages you before they get a chance. The best form of mitigation in this game is definitely dodge. Like, it just... You saw Alden just was not touchable in that last one. Like, I don't know what to do about that. It feels kind of silly, but... Serious Lil says, I'm using Faust as well. He's decent. Okay, that's good. Mihane says, he's not a bad unit. I just feel like he doesn't belong in the game. He's so obviously a dev / pet character / self-insert that, it bothers me. I don't know yet, but Yogurt also kind of doesn't belong in Shining Force 1, and, what's-his-face, Kiwi doesn't super belong in SF2. They're just, like, kind of gag characters, and I like that kind of thing. So, we'll see if that works for Faust for me. The fact that he's human makes that less appealing, but we'll see. As a duelist, he's better when there are no allies nearby anyway. Yeah, that's true. We did go for that. They're fun tangents. I'm glad you think so. I worry that I get too wordy and people get annoyed. Mihane says, yeah, I'm also very passionate about translation, firmly on Nihil's side, but it's one of my heated topics where I get super opinionated, so I tried to keep quiet. You never have to keep quiet. I like you being opinionated. I want everybody to say what they think. Kara just says, geez. BRB 30-minute rant on the Trails series and why it's great coming up. It's such a pervasive series, and I just know no one that has played it, and I know nothing about it. It's kind of rare a series gets that big, and I just know absolutely nothing. Do you know anything about Trails, Yadrin?
Not really. I think Griff is a fan of it and has said good things, but I've never played one. I think like Katharina played one a while back, and I like saw parts of it, but that's it.
So kind of same boat.
Yeah.
My problem with localization is that, more often than not, they change too much. I view a distinct difference between localization, which I'm against, and translation. A hard agree. Ellie says, I'm really not sure why I used the cheese emote, but I'm committing to it. Well, that's your thing now. Captain says that's a fair distinction, Mahane, and one I'm with you on. A localizer changes the content of a game. We see it all the time with Fire Emblem and Treehouse, especially lately, whereas a translator should really just be about ensuring there's proper syntax. I agree. Not gonna jump back in, though. Lunar is a great example of the localizers going mad and making it almost entirely different cast, and Danganronpa is an example of one that defo did more editing. I am surprised to hear you say that. Danganronpa is huge, and I have several friends that have been really into it, but I have not played it, so I don't...
I'm actually gonna walk back something I said about translating names and localizing names.
Okay.
Because I went to go kind of look some stuff up, because I was trying to think about, like, what's a series I know / enjoy that's been localized a bunch. And Ace Attorney came to mind.
Okay.
One of the most like prevalent things in Ace Attorney being every character's name is a pun, like both in English and in Japanese, and they don't work in the opposite languages because the Japanese names of the characters, like, obviously would be totally lost on an English-speaking audience unless you have a firm enough grasp of Japanese
to
understand this pun that's like a portmanteau of words. So those had to get changed to make sense. To me, and that's another one where, like, there's stuff, like, there's things that have been published from the writer of the original games who seems to be okay with the fact they've localized it even to, like, English. Ace Attorney, the original trilogy, takes place in Los Angeles when it's clearly Japan in the original, like, games. And, like, they've made some relatively significant changes, and the original writer's cool with it, and it makes the games work, which, especially in, like, a large visual novel like that, it's a lot of dialogue, and humor is a big part of it, and that really doesn't translate well between languages.
Well, I think that's a unique case that I would say is definitely not typical, and we shouldn't, like, follow that for everything. But in that case, I would just ask the dev, or the original author, what's more important to you? The name staying the same, or the name being a pun? Like, what do you want to carry over? Because in most instances, you're not going to get both. And if he goes, the pun, like, all right, fair enough. Like, let's do it then, because that's what's important.
I just find it interesting because it's another one where, like, I'm looking at people's discussion around it, and it seems like, in general, like, people find that changing the setting and stuff was silly, but for the most part, like, the localization is very positively viewed overall, even though it's a very... Ace Attorney has some pretty large departures in how it was localized, but it's generally positively received, except for people who, like you, are kind of like, you should never localize anything ever.
Well,
and there are some of those people.
Like I said, if it's that kind of thing, I would just ask the dev what is more important to you, or the original author, and you just do it that way. Like, I don't have any problem with that if the original author is like, no, that's definitely, like, the important thing. It'd be like, well, then, yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't have him, like, on record saying that, but...
No, in this case, that might not be what they did, but if he's on record seemingly being okay with it, then I'm not going to get upset on his behalf.
Yeah. I had to walk back my point about, like, never changing names, because it's like, that's a series where the names were changed to maintain the role they served.
Yeah.
In, like, telling you about the character.
Yeah, I think that's... I don't think that invalidates your point at all to say there's one exception. But, anyway. There you are, Corvan. Writing as I might expect. Updating your journal? No, crafting a letter. Or trying to. That would explain the, expensive parchment crumpled at your feet. I suppose it would. This person must be very important to merit the finest work of Corvan Galavar. People, actually. This letter will go to my parents, assuming I ever manage to complete it.
It'll be all right.
I'm sure they'll be happy just to receive word from their son all the way across the barrel. You know, it's just like a weird coincidence thing. I don't know if I've ever seen an elf talk about their parents in any media ever.
Trying to think. I'm trying to think. It's like there surely has to be some.
Surely, but I don't know.
Because it's like, I know you have like elf lineages in Lord of the Rings, but I don't know whether any of them ever like talk about their parents.
I don't remember it ever happening. I mean, Diane and Shining Force's mom is there, I guess, but like that's not exactly the same.
I think Hans has a kid in one of the Gaiden games, but I don't remember how directly he mentions Hans.
That's maybe a little different too, but I don't know. It's just elves feel like they come from far off lands usually, and like they
Yeah,
aren't...
Hans does have a son. I just don't know how much he talks about his father. I don't know. It's like, it definitely happens, but you're right. It's not a common occurrence.
Alder says, it's because elves come from eggs.
Also, I did actually just start reading the first book of the Dragonlance Chronicles, and the main character's a half-elf who has talked about his parents.
Ah, half-elf. That's the human half. And they'll have to pay a pretty collection fee for it, too. All the more reason to make every word count. Well, I can't think of anyone better suited for the task, except maybe Helena. She really does seem to avoid words where possible. Perhaps I should take a page from her book. What are you hung up on, anyway? I'm no writer, but maybe I could help.
Sure.
You see, when I set out, they'd given me some of their notes, from their own travels in Etna, but whenever I compare them to mine, they're so different. I know they want to hear my observations, but I'm not sure how to convey them without at least implicitly suggesting that their own notes were off the mark to a significant degree. I see. And how old are your parents? Oh, hundreds, each of them. In that case, Gorvon, I wouldn't be too worried. I'm sure they're no strangers to the changing tides of history.
Just like back home.
Anyone who's left home for more than a month knows you can return to an old place, but never an old time.
I must write that down.
You might be right. It wouldn't be the first time I got to overthinking something like this. Then I'd say try quieting those thoughts and just write from the heart. I'm sure some parts of our recent adventure strike you more than others. Focus on whatever comes to mind.
All right.
Nothing I haven't heard before, to be sure. But perhaps something I needed to hear again. Thank you, Marin. I'll take that approach. Anytime. Well, I'll leave you to it. I think that's it for sports right now. We'll see who we end up making Faust bond with. Let's save money so that we can start buying the top tier stuff soon.
Sounds good to me.
Yep, Alder literally jumped in. If you play GBA SF1, Diane's mom is there 4 times. Okay, yeah. True.
Oh, yeah. We don't count GBA SF1, though. Resurrection doesn't exist.
I don't know where I set on that discussion.
I consider all of the, like, character HQ backstory things non-canon from Resurrection, because some of them directly contradict, like, geographical, like, established things of Rune.
Yeah.
Like, I've gone through all of them a while back, and I don't remember the exact contradictions, but, like, they disagree with the established Shining world. So because of that, I consider all of them non-canon. I also don't know how localized those were from the original Japanese ones.
I don't know.
Because, like, I know the English script is considered more accurate, but I don't know about, like, the HQ dialogues and stuff.
You just
Anyway.
want it decanonized because it's where the Chris's race is named.
Huh?
I'm just messing with you.
I'm like, I don't have any problems with Chris being a Cantol.
No, I just remember the debates back, months ago now that was like, where do we get Cantal from?
Oh, that might have been a year or more ago now. Honestly.
Don't tell me that.
It's been a while since I was debating Cantor and Cantal.
I just thought that was really fun.
These legs were meant for the sea, not the dirt. I don't think I could walk another 5 minutes, let alone another day.
Well, it looks like you won't have to. Yes, this must be it.
This is it. I'm not sure the side of a mountain is the best place to make camp.
I like that small detail that I actually really appreciate. Sia's expression is changing with the conversation despite her not talking.
I've seen that in a few cutscenes.
That's nice. And
Yeah.
that was some extra effort they did not have to put. No, not on the side of it, inside of it. There's an intricate system of caverns here, and an entrance just up ahead.
This is fun.
Ooh, exciting! Never been inside a cave before. We should be far from prying eyes here. The Delian army scouts are instructed to avoid this area at all costs. Why's that? For their own safety.
For their own safety? We're just learning about this now.
What? No, I'm quite sure. I think you might have left that part out, Lincoln. I see. Well, forgive me, but whatever their reasons, I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle.
When you're ready, follow me.
I hope you're right. Stay alert, everyone. Come on, let's take a look. Hey, check this out.
Wow.
Wow, what's this? Some kind of war room? Please get the beer out of my face.
Please just put Ford behind Lincoln. That's all you have to do is never put Ford in front of someone. He's helping Lincoln with his drinking problem.
You need to relax a little bit. Here you go.
Here, enjoy this drink. It'll perk you right up.
Delian scouts had a presence in these mountains a very long time ago. Do you think they built this? It's possible. See, I think this would have been a really cool character building moment for Lincoln to go, I know they did. I built it. And then it would be like, what? Alder says, just a little sippy.
Just a little sippy, the rest is for me.
Drinklin. Ugh.
Drinking, that's good.
That would explain the dust.
It's perfect, like it was built just for us. Look on the wall. Seems like someone's already mapped out a huge chunk of the caverns. There's something in this machine that's still burning. What is this?
Watch yourself.
Oh my goodness, there's dwarves in this. You can be Fenton.
None of your damn business what that is.
Also, my immediate thought is that's what Danny Phantom's last name is, and that's just really funny to me.
Dwarves!
He's a Fenton.
Weapons!
Get your dainty fingers away from my map.
A dwarf. It's a dwarf. The Delian army is afraid of a dwarf.
Not just any dwarf, mighty. Fenton the troll trampler, goblin grinder, and hobgoblin hobbler. I reckon I could put quite a dent in any army. With the right hammer, of course.
I swear to God, if it is like, pick his class and they're all mages and he's a priest, I'm gonna be so upset.
That'd be hilarious.
Please, Fenton the Goblin Gobbler. I assume I assure you, we mean no harm to you or your people.
My people? Even I mean harm to my people now and again. You really ought to meet some of them.
Right.
Oh, that's quite alright. No need for that.
Well, there aren't any here now. I've got taste for adventure as far as dwarves go, venturing this far south. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Not to worry, we're clearly the trespassers here. I'm sure we can find another place to set up camp. We'll be on our way.
Well, wait. You said you were looking for a place to make camp?
That's right.
It is safe here. I have plenty of food and provisions. If you like, perhaps you could stay a while. For a price, naturally.
The journey here has run us dry of our corn, I'm afraid.
Then mayhaps you can repay me with a favor.
How about an aspect? We've got lots of those.
Yeah, you want one that like swaps your attack and speed?
How would you like to have the aspect of competition?
Ooh.
What kind of favor?
Well, I have a small problem, like me. I spent the last few years tracking down my inheritance. Only I've had some trouble getting to it.
The last time we were told that, the guy summoned a bunch of zombies to fight for his inheritance, so...
You mentioned you were short on coin? Let me be clear, this here's my claim. But if you help me secure it all, I'll oblige you to say a 10% cut. Fair's fair after all, and the lot of you seem strong enough.
Don't get greedy.
Man, that manly voice coming back strong.
Irving, if this inheritance is of any significance, it might just be the break we need.
It could work.
Fenton, if we assist you, might we be able to make this place a more permanent home?
Aye.
Of course. Once I've got what I came for, I'll leave the whole place to you. Oh, this is a real thrill. I've waited a long time for this. Come, I'll lead the way.
Hang on. Just what kind of problem are we dealing with exactly?
You'll see. No time for chit-chat. Gold, platinum, silver, they don't rust. You could thank Varden for that. But copper corrodes. Best not to waste any time.
Fenton, wait! Serious Lol says, dumb map inbound.
There she is. Minor dragonkin, not like the big ones out east.
A dragon?! And that's a small one.
Aye.
Aye, small. Like me, hidden behind the text box. But fearsome nonetheless.
I hope we get to pick our 10%. Well, what's left of it?
If by we, you mean who's left of us. Friends, we have no reason to fear. We're more than capable, and surprise is on our side.
I like how you put it. Well, I figure I had to hope and slay and whatnot. Can't risk your dying and losing my chance at my inheritance.
Of course. Okay. I
You look
appreciate
pretty tall, Fenton.
Yeah. I was thinking that on the map screen. We have to make him a barbarian, right?
I mean, it feels like the most sensible.
Might of the Mountain. Damage increased by 20% of level.
Huh. Do we have a Dragoon?
No. Maybe we should do that.
I was just like, I felt like I haven't seen that sprite. What does a Dragoon get?
I don't know that we have a Defender either.
What are the skills for those two?
Bastion. Adjacent players will have their defense increased by 20% when in combat. That's good.
That's pretty neat.
Enemies attack him more.
Okay. What's the Dragoon do?
Gain 2.5% crit for each tile moved in the turn.
Ooh.
And crit increase by 20% of dodge.
I mean, his speed's not great.
No.
I wish we could see his current stats. And not just his growth. Oh, we can. Never mind.
I
then.
got you.
You got me. What level is he currently?
Don't get greedy, Teodrin. We can't say things like that.
I was really curious how much bonus he was going to get from Might of the Mountain. I mean, so Faust was 28, so he's probably at least 28. So we're getting
Probably.
like plus 5 damage from Might of the Mountain.
Probably. It changes too
I
based
don't-
on what we're picking.
Okay. So my thought, honestly, is like, I guess the question is, do we want more fortitude? Because Dragoon has decent fortitude. It's still not terrible as a defender, and he has insane defense. But I feel like fighting mages is one of our recurring issues.
I feel like he's just not the guy for that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm cool with either of those.
I think Defender.
110% defense chance. Let's see some plus 2s.
Yeah.
Well, we can't all be legends in our own right. Watch and learn, little man.
That's a lot of loading.
Yeah.
Map prep.
Okay, well, we swap Brick to him, and we're good. Why did it... Oh, okay.
Also, I saw this when I was looking at the chapters. The dragon's HP bar
Is so
just scaled
fuzzy.
up. It's just scaled up. That's all they did.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Just make a longer HP bar for him.
Teodrin, the amount of time and, like, money
I know,
that
they
it
could
would
just...
cost. It's not like I could do
The
it.
hill. $75,000, and we couldn't make the HP bar longer.
This is what that looks like, Teodrin. This right here. This is $75,000.
28 stab wounds. Okay, I've got to give somebody food. So I'm gonna duck out for a little bit.
Oh, I was gonna ask you how long it would take you to get here.
How long do what?
It would take you to get here. To bring me food.
Shit. Yes, it took me a minute. Sorry.
Also, Faust is force deployed.
That's weird. Is he gonna have dialogue at the start or anything?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I guess I'll wait and see if we have a map start dialogue before I...
Slay the... put us at the top again. Just reminding us what we're fighting for. I do appreciate that that's on the map, I guess. Slay the dragon of the Marrows and claim 10% of Fenton's inheritance, in quotes. Alright.
Okay, no cutscene, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Is this... Fire Breath deals 25 damage. Oh, it's like 3 houses. Okay.
Don't mind if I do.
Okay, Taya's Fenton voice sounds like a character from old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. I always want to say Hanna-Barbera. No, I know who it is now. It sounds like the main thug outside Norton's hideout in Star Ocean till the end of time. That is super specific, but... Okay. So he does 19 to us? That's not bad. Does 7 to... Yeah, let's do that. See what Fenton looks like.
You're asking for it.
He's so tall looking. It's really weird. Also, just seeing, like... I don't know of a better way to do it, necessarily, but just seeing big numbers that big on that screen is really strange. Surprise was on their side until they spent 5 minutes talking about attacking the dragon while standing 10 feet away from it. I'll look past stuff like that, but yeah. Can I shove the dragon? No. Okay. If you make him a defender, you can give him the dodge nerd, but big defenses one. I don't know. Oh, dodge nerf, but big defenses one. That's actually really smart. We might do that. Fenton works well as a barbarian or defender at the risk of spoilers. A later recruit works better as a dragoon. Okay, I appreciate that. We shall do it with the later recruit. Who had the thing that, like, upped crit for everybody? Let's attack with Faust early to do that. Get that rolling. Yeah, he's not bad. Finally, somebody with the hammer that has hit rate.
You're already dead.
Interesting. We got the Fist of the North Star quote. Let's go. Thank you for the $5, Caldera. I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you are having a great evening. Oops, I didn't mean to hit attack on that, but I guess that's fine. We have a 3% chance of... I just realized, is he not attacking any of us back? Might not be. Also... Oh, okay, it says within 2 tiles. But that's pretty big in this game because it counts diagonals as tiles. Does this get hard? I feel like we kind of just body this guy.
Out of Benji's way.
Also, he's not moving at all. Like, it's just kind of dragon.jpg. It's a little odd.
Would hate to be you right now.
I hope you're having a good night, Caldera. I'm curious if you're well, don't type if you're watching me on the Tesla screen again, but...
Proudly meeting expectations.
That was still such a cool moment, you sharing that, like... Just stuff I wouldn't think about. So we probably want to go for crit. Maybe. 43 times 2, or do we go for... Oh, we'll go for crit.
Too easy.
Paid off. She can reach there, which is cool. Oh, I can't disarm the dragon. That makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, his hit rate is 1%, and her crit is at 77. Let's go. I mean, she just crits everything. Sorry, I'm excited about that one. What's our height? At 31, maybe we go for. We keep going for crit. Why not?
You crossed the wrong Valburin.
The cost to animate a combat sprite is huge as that dragon's. At the frame rate this game uses would be huge. Still, it's weird seeing it just kind of sit there.
Impressive, is it not?
Yeah, just like code like the head or something. Pull like a Shining Force Dark Dragon. Just code the head and make it move up and down a little bit. Like that would be very much how I would. That would be my approach. I'll go for that.
Not one step closer.
That was cool looking.
Not one step closer.
Yeah, just hit 2 19% crits. That's cool. I really like the animations from this class.
It will be done.
Okay, it makes sense for Arma to go
Honor.
here. Didn't mean to push that. I would have probably done something different, but nah, that's alright. Also, to your point, Sinister Design, $75,000. Like, I don't know how much you're talking that it would cost, but like,
History
surely
will forget you.
we could figure it out. He attacks this one? And then I hit 300 damage?
Diligence is its own reward.
What was that interaction? Why did that happen? Did we trigger Fatal and it is just 300 damage? Is that what we did? I didn't see it say Fatal, did you guys? I'm not wrong,
Did we
that's
do 1 billion damage.
that's what happened, right? He has not counterattacked any of us. The whole time he's not counterattacked.
Well, this should be pretty easy.
He
then.
counterattacked Korvan for some reason and had a 1% chance to hit, so he missed.
What in the world?
And then Korvan retaliated and did 300 damage, hitting 7. Like he was supposed to hit 7.
Why did he counterattack just Corvin?
I don't know. Okay, Mihane says, right, Korvan activated his instant kill skill, but on big bosses like this with huge health bars, it defaults to 300. Okay.
That's fair enough.
I like that. Yeah, I think that's very fair. That's really cool. I just was really confused.
I think in the GBA Fire Emblems, the Assassin Instant Kill kind of works the same way.
Oh, I thought they were just immune. Alright, we'll see what
Honestly, not sure.
happens.
Captain says he went back to the stream and it did show Fatal.
Okay, I just didn't see it. Will she? How much of this will she heal if she crits? Oh, why did we?
Why did she only attack once?
What? Yeah, I don't.
I love when I level up from getting hit with fire.
I don't understand. So he doubled. There's not even an animation.
But he attacked like 2 random units.
There's not even an animation for that going off.
Well, no. Why would there be? Do we have a? No, we don't. Why? He just like attacked 2 random units. What's his actual attack?
We also were supposed to double and we just didn't.
Does he have a skill that?
No.
Nope. Love it. Perfect. I don't understand what's going on here.
I don't either. Is this really what this fight is? Do we just win now? Because, like, we're in range to hit on all sides. Like, do we just win? Is that it? Okay, he attacked us back now.
Getting hit by a fireball from a dry is quite the experience. Alright, you're right, Mahane.
Okay, so Sinister is being all game dev on us. You don't have a frame of reference for this yet, but Telepath Tactics cost approximately $54K for me to make. Wow. With how many unique classes and animations this has, I can very easily see this game costing $75K. Okay.
On the other hand, my argument would be, did the animations need so many frames, and did we need so many classes?
I mean, I think that's just personal preference, and that's maybe what they went with, but...
It's definitely personal preference. It's just, like, a lot of my questions with this game's development has been, like, did they put the development into things where it really should have been focused?
Why did he not counterattack me there? Like, it's this... There's things that, like, I'm tough on, and there's things that I'm like, why? This is just so inconsistent. Why is this working this way?
I feel like this boss is only, like, half program.
Yeah, he's just only attacking back sometimes.
Because it really feels like this is kind of a joke fight if he doesn't counterattack. Like, just stay out of the very easy to avoid danger spaces, so attack a couple of random units. And he's got 2,500 HP for some reason.
Even if he was a threat to my units, I could just run everybody away, and he has a 1% chance to hit several of my people.
Yeah.
Do you want to counter Benji? No.
Out of Benji's way!
Still doesn't explain the borderline random stuff going on. Yeah, I just don't understand.
Yeah, this just doesn't make sense, what's going on here.
There's also stuff, Sinister, that I'm having trouble squaring. We talked about it maybe before you got here, that it's like there's certain bugs and things that I feel like would potentially be really easy fixes. And somebody like you, I just can't see that going, like, unaddressed. Like, years after the game has been out.
Sorry in advance!
Like, it took me a while to get to this, and I really thought that was okay, because I was like, well, it'll be in a better state by the time I hit it. And then it's like, or not.
As if.
Oh yeah, I accidentally attacked on that. I probably would. Yeah, let's go for the one that actually has crit chance. Something about whipping this giant animal makes me feel sad.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we're gonna kill it.
There's more dignity in that, like...
The arena is with me.
I don't know. If you want to see how the dwarf looks, by the way, he looks like this.
Nobody crosses a dwarf!
Serious Lol says, yes, it is so dumb of a fight. Did he, like, attack back for you? Like, I'm genuinely looking for an answer. Is there a reason that he's only counter-attacking sometimes?
I find it a really strange choice to include a dwarf character when you're not going to make short-person
Destiny
graphics.
does not falter.
I would. Oh, that's a really nice animation I haven't seen yet.
The might of Threllisar.
It just reminds me of, like, you know, Jahan Shining Force 2 being able to go Baron, and suddenly he, like, puts on 2.5 feet of extra height.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, why add a dwarf if you know he's going to be stuck short? Like, and, like, if we're not going to see other dwarves, which he implied we're not going to meet other dwarves, just make up a new race or something. Or just make him a normal dude. Like,
I would agree.
Such is your fate.
Sinister says, yeah, do you know why Telepath Tactics Liberated exists? There were certain bugs I was never able to fix in Telepath Tactics, so I rebuilt the entire engine from scratch. Yeah, I mean, you're dedicated more than most. But I really respect you for that. Like, I think you take your art super seriously. And that's also why we were talking the other day that's like, I really want to get back, or today, that I really want to get back to your series, but I also don't want to put it on the late block because, like, you're a viewer and, like, you've earned a lot of respect from me already. So I really want to make it, like, primary block. Serious Soul says, I could not discern why counters happen at all. Did he really just make a Lord of the Rings joke with his critical hit? Nobody crosses a dwarf, like nobody tosses a dwarf? Maybe? I don't know. I could go either way on that one. It took years, genuinely a stupid business decision on my part, but I hated the thought of leaving the game in that state. Well, I mean, I don't know if it was a stupid business decision or not. You're the one that's looking at the finances of that and the payoff of that, but like, if I was going to tell somebody to get into your game, Liberated is most certainly an easier sell than the original. It looks a lot nicer, and from what I've seen, handles a lot nicer. It's just a stupid fight. Maybe he can only hit and counter in the highlighted orange area? I've not attacked from this area once. It's totally random. Also, I totally missed Caldera's other comment on that. He said, the Tesla thing was quite random indeed, but I wanted to see the reaction if I shared how I was watching the stream that afternoon. It's just weird, like, to think about, you know? It's kind of like YouTubers I like have posted before that, like, oh yeah, look at her crit rate, just by the way.
That's a lot of crit rate.
I'm happy with our decisions.
Bottoms up.
YouTubers I like have posted, like, before that it's like somebody's watching me on, like, a 3DS or something.
Fine by me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just funny. But you're the first person to, I think, the first.
Is it Jimmy?
Yes.
I thought so.
I don't really like him anymore.
So it shall be.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I haven't watched him in a while, but...
I've not either. I can tell you, that's an off-stream thing.
Yeah, we can talk
So it
about
shall
that
be.
later.
But yes, I did think that was funny. And that was a fun series of things to be like, all the, you know, what can you put me on?
Mm-hmm.
It changed from last round. It was pointing a different way. Yeah, but he countered last round too. Korvan attacked and he countered. Like here. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, he counters Korvan.
He just really hates elves, dude.
But he doesn't counter Sia.
No, his special
I don't
mechanic...
get to counter now?
His special mechanic is being racist against elves.
He has 2 attack animations? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that will prolong the fight for another couple seconds.
Weakness has consequences.
Sword and Axe LLC is basically doing the same thing with Dark Deity 2, rebuilding their engine, but they're making a new game. This is a better business decision, IMO. I mean, we'll see how that decision pans out.
Sorry in advance.
We'll see how many people stick around from 1 to 2. I suspect it'll be a good amount. Like, the Steam reviews for this are quite good.
Mm-hmm. We have, like, seen that our opinions are generally an outlier.
Yes. But that's also not, like, unheard of for
Be
us.
honored that I'll kill you myself.
You know, when we were beta testing
You
Veil of the
crossed the
Witch,
wrong
we kind of
Valbyrian.
had the same things, that it was like... results not typical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were way better at Veil of the Witch than a lot of people had seen.
Okay, I wasn't gonna just say that outright, but yeah.
Back in the fight.
I'm gonna say it
I'll take
outright.
point.
But I mean,
yes.
as we discussed, we have way more SRPG experience than a lot of people who are playing it,
Yes.
and not like SRPG experience that's
Um,
not just Fire Emblem.
I can't move to that square. Oh,
No, why
Lincoln
could you?
is in that square.
Yeah, Lincoln's there. Can't you see that?
Hmm.
$75,000.
I guess.
I'm never gonna let that die.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad now that Sinister's given me a little bit of, like, comparison.
I feel like it's
on it.
it's misplaced priorities to me.
Yes, I do agree with that.
How can I help?
It's like, yes, there are some really beautiful sprite animations. It was totally unnecessary to be as extra as they were with them.
Oh, this has stalactites, immobilizes unit for 1 turn, and fearsome roar. Deals 15 damage and disarms
do
unit. Okay. Yeah, this has just been a really weird...
Let me at him!
Like, I don't... It does feel like a half-done fight.
It's kind of weird to have, like, the special AoE mechanics, but then also it just kind of randomly picks 2 units to attack each turn.
I'm okay with that, because if not, he would have done 0 damage. That's a
Yeah.
3rd animation for this. Why?
I don't know. It's like, I'm okay with it, it's just like a weird decision. Also, his hit rates are terrible, so it's really weird.
He had better hit rates on Lincoln and Marin.
What is his accuracy?
Lower than
Bad.
anybody that
That's
we have.
really bad.
Yeah. I don't know who we want to get this kill. I guess Elias can have it.
Together.
Let's min-max real quick. For
Yeah.
just half a sec.
She's starting to go close to 30, which I think we're still probably assuming is the next promotion threshold.
That is my assumption.
Coming through!
The shove mechanic has like caused the bug before. I didn't use it though this time.
No, we
Yeah.
had it happen naturally other times, particularly with Lincoln. That's how he got himself in a wall in the map
Yeah,
where
That's
Vestige
true.
was.
That was the first time we saw it.
Yeah, you cancel an action with Lincoln and he jumped inside a wall.
Okay.
Awaiting orders.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
Awaiting
that's...
orders.
Well, can I... No, okay.
Still with us?
There we go. We'll do the heals that we can. Are we... Oh, no, he's still there.
Don't mind
Okay.
if I do. Heave!
I didn't check, too. Okay, he's 28. Alright, Elias is a little behind, so let's attack with him. Oh, he actually won't get that. Eh.
You're just another cur.
We can let him try. Still another level.
One step at a time.
The whole screen is red.
Sure is.
Oh, his range actually is just infinite.
Yeah, that's why it's like strange to me that he's picking targets he has 1% hit rate on. Like his target selection is not very good.
If he was really scary, I would be upset if he hit me with his claws from here.
Yeah,
Okay, Korvan is
it's
a
kind
little...
of silly to have his attack range be the entire map.
Korvan's a little bit behind too. Yeah, you're not gonna get that kill. Who is? I could just attack with him anyway. You're likely to get it. Okay, we'll have Korvan attack and then we'll have somebody else go. Unless he procs Fatality or whatever.
History
Maybe they're
will
just getting the
forget
like
you.
classic disappointing single enemy Fire Emblem boss out of the way in the mid game, so it doesn't have to be their last boss.
I appreciate this not being the final boss.
Because like there are Fire Emblems that basically end with this kind of setup, and it just sucks.
Yeah.
They're not fun fights.
Stand and fight.
It's like really, I feel like there should have been some extra enemies or something here.
Some ads or something.
Yeah.
Even now.
Or have like maybe some like you know what would be great is have like some dragon eggs scattered around that'll hatch if you don't destroy them, so you have
This
like a
would make for a
reason to not
fine
just
tale.
dogpile the dragon. And then I don't know. There's stuff you could have done.
I'm gonna hide my screen for a second because I want to see what that achievement was. What was that one? Okay, so there's two. More dots. Chapter 16, defeat a legendary creature. And have you heard of the High Elves? Clear a chapter with Thay Linnell, Korvan, or Maeve as your MVP. Interesting.
Okay.
Also, just for funsies real quick, I realized checking the achievements, I can actually see how far people got.
Mm-hmm.
So chapter 1, 73.9% of players finished that, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's better than... I was gonna say, like, well, that's not very good, but it's like most people who don't even start games on Steam, so...
Yeah. Chapter 7, 23.9% of players cleared Chapter 7.
That's a pretty steep fall off.
Yeah, Chapter 5 was 46.8.
So, let's see. A third of the people who finished Chapter 1 have dropped by then.
But it seems like people that played that... What? Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was Chapter 7 with Aqueducts over 50 health.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. Okay, so that makes more sense. Clearing Chapter 8 is 37.5%.
Okay. That's, I mean, better. It's still not crazy good, but...
And then Chapter 16, the one we just got, is 19.7%.
So, 19.7 divided by 75. So, like, 25% of players are still playing this far into the game.
Not too bad, actually.
No, I do think it's, like, something I think about to contextualize how well a game's reviewed.
I was just thinking that.
Because it's, like, it's not bad retention for a Steam game, in all honesty.
No,
but
it's
I'm
not.
curious how many of those people who didn't continue past... This is, like, a little over halfway through the game, left reviews. Like,
That's a
felt
lot.
strongly enough to leave a review. Either a good one without having finished the game, or felt strongly enough badly to leave a bad review. Or whether they just dropped it. Because I feel like a lot of people just don't review things they play. I don't usually.
I don't.
Like, whether I like it or not, I tend not to. I've been trying to change that lately and actually leave reviews because I've been playing more, like, small indie games. But...
Mm-hmm. I've also really enjoyed watching a YouTuber called Kaif that is doing... he's got a series going right now where he's playing Steam games with no reviews, and then he reviews each game at the end of that segment, and I thought it was really cool. He actually is keeping up with all the games he's played in that series, and updating as they go. So, like, there's times that it'll be like, yeah, Dev posted an update that, like, this game-breaking bug that I encountered, because I was probably the first person to play it, is fixed. And I went back and finished it, and I'm changing it from a negative game to a positive. And I'm like, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't reviews
have played or shown? Yes.
Yeah.
But my question is, how many people who, like, did not get super far through the game just didn't leave reviews? Because, like, there's plenty of games I've played for a bit, and then I quit because I don't like the game, but I don't, like, go leave a review because I didn't finish the game or anything. So I'm curious, like, whether any amount of, like, the positivity is skewed by people who dropped the game and didn't go review it.
Yeah, there's also that, like, I play games all the time that I don't resonate with, and I drop, and I wouldn't leave a negative review because it was more of a me problem. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, but I will be right back.
How's it going? I have to go check on the baby. Alright, I'm back. Take it, Nihil's still going. At least I'm back for now. I'll step away again in a minute. EA Sports. It's in the game. Or E. 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 E.
Hwah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
E. I don't know what E is, but that was my lowest rated map of this. No, it's my second. The escape map with the gas was worse.
That's true.
That was aggressively bad. This was just bad.
This was a pretty bad map.
Yeah, it's the second lowest for me. Great Skira. No one is going to believe this. I can hardly believe it myself. That's you, Tiadrin.
I can. What a worthwhile reward this is. Feel free to help yourself to anything in that far corner there. It's all yours.
That looks more like 5% than 10.
Don't get greedy.
Hey, it's 10. Trust me, I've got a knack for these things.
Then perhaps I'm starting to feel like nearly getting burnt to a crisp entitles me to a bit more than 10%.
Watch yourself.
I never renegotiate with words, only weapons. But if you insist.
Fenton is outnumbered like 30 to 1. I really would not
Yeah.
try it.
No.
No, Fenton, that won't be necessary. I think that share will be plenty, thank you.
Aye.
Yes, very good. I don't suppose I could load this all into a cart. Might take quite a few trips. Say, friends, would you have some time on your hands? I could use some help transporting all this back home.
Fool.
We have some rather important matters to attend to, Dwarf. Why don't you call in some of your own kind?
Fenton is so happy, but honestly, he could have probably soloed that thing. Yeah, really, any of us could have.
Yeah.
Psh, I wouldn't trust anyone with a hunk of iron.
I suppose it's not out of the question, Fenton, but presently, Monroe's right. We do have some very pressing tasks.
Well, that being the case, I think I'd like to stick around a bit longer if you wouldn't mind having me. Best to keep an eye on things until you're ready for a little trip.
What? Why? What?
Don't know. That doesn't really make any sense.
Wouldn't you want to keep an eye on the gold, not us? Yeah, I agree with
Look,
whatever.
characters in Dark Deity have motives.
It could work.
I don't think anyone would object.
If we're gonna make it home, we'll need a good name for the place. The Melrose is a wee bit off-putting to visitors.
That's the point. Oh,
I believe that's the idea.
Any suggestions?
Marrowhold!
Ha! You humans sure are creative. I suppose it's to the point.
I like it, Alden. Marrowhold it is. Now I'd say we've all earned ourselves a good night's rest. Let's take the time to settle into our new home. Chapter 17, Liberators. Yeah, we'll just save over that, because I'm open to suggestions. I wish it were as simple as letting Delia liberate itself. Our biggest advantage is that nobody knows we're back. But that's not going to last long. They'll find out eventually whether we make a move or not. Striking fast is our best bet.
Wow.
I love what you've done with the place.
Was she a playable character in No, I don't think we've recruited her yet. The dead dragon does make a nice mantelpiece. Good to see you again, Irene. Oh, it was not clear to me she wasn't with us.
Good
Well,
news.
I thought she'd stayed back in her, like, village.
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. She may have said that. I just forgot.
And you, I have good news. A lead and time-sensitive one at that. Allow me to introduce Aelia Valrieltier, the younger sister of Tiana Valrieltier.
What?
She does not look like she belongs in this game.
Not even slightly. Mihane, you were complaining about Faust?
Yeah, I think this is far more egregious.
She's got a pig with a beret! Or a detective hat? I don't know. Welcome, Aelia.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure who to turn to. It's a good thing Irene overheard me in the tavern a few nights back.
As you know, the prison at Dervin houses hundreds... Oh, the prison at Dervin houses hundreds of the most dangerous Delians who have resisted the throne's tyranny. They have prisons big enough for hundreds of people?
What you said earlier.
I know, I'm just...
Serious
I know.
Lowell says, character design! It's not a bad design. She's very cute. It's just not here.
Yeah, like, she belongs in a very different game. Like, it's not a bad design, objectively.
Dervin. I've heard that name before. We all have. It's the most infamous prison in Delia.
It's also run by Aelia's sister, and you can bet she has more of a humanitarian streak than Varric.
She's just following orders. I should go Valley Girl with this. If she
I was
doesn't,
going to, but you took her.
if she doesn't go through with it, they'll lock her up with the rest of them. Hold on a minute. Go through with what exactly? She just received orders from the king. She has until the end of Vigor Sun to execute every prisoner in Dervin. I also like the new Capri Sun flavor. Like, that's what that says. That's what that sounds like.
Yeah, I'm like, is that supposed to be a month? A season? Like...
So, to avoid, like, character design trademark, what I would do if it was me is just I know what countries are in the game. I'm going to set parameters for how each of those countries and cultures dresses. And then everyone you introduce has to be from one of these cultures. They've got to fit in somehow. And you can mix and match even if it's a character that, like, travels a bunch. But, like, we've got to have some kind of consistent aesthetic.
Well, and I think it's just weird because, like, she's not dressed like anybody else in the entire game.
She's wearing a t-shirt, like...
And I feel like her, like, even the rest of her art style is weird. Like, her eyes are different than everyone else's eyes.
Yeah.
It's like, it's very, like, 80s, 90s anime style, where we're not doing that with the rest of the roster.
Mihane says, I'll be totally honest, I just forgot she existed. Consistency? What's that? Some kind of eternal aspect? Yeah, the aspect of consistency.
It's just as viable as the aspect of competition.
Mihane says, but that's because she isn't a recruitable character, lol. Oh, I assumed she was just Anna. That's the vibe I'm getting. She's like Anna from Fire Emblem, but I don't know.
It can't be.
Gods, has it truly gotten this bad? He says a word and hundreds die. Where is the justice? Alright, I also thought that, like, he just reopened the prisons. Why are there hundreds of people in them already?
Don't worry about it.
Compelling argument. Justice rests in our hands. That much has never been clear.
Please.
Listen, I know she doesn't want to do it. She made that obvious when she let slip that she was nervous about a shipment of Ignesium coming in for the cannons at the end of the week. What is Ignesium exactly? Are you Ren? I don't remember at all. You can be Ren.
Yeah, I don't think I was, but I can take him over.
It's an extremely volatile alchemical reagent manufactured in Naja, a dangerous substance.
How fed?
In How Fen, magic is forbidden anywhere near it. It's possible for a mage to induce a reaction simply by concentrating too hard.
Actually, Alden used to practice with it at the academy.
What a joke.
You can't be serious.
I'm astounded that was allowed, and more astounded yet that he's still here.
Well, that does explain a few things. Good. It sounds like you'll know how to make it do what it does best. When the delivery is made, they'll store it just behind the main gate before it's hauled off to the armory. There should be plenty enough to blow the doors clean off their hinges.
It's not that simple.
Hold on. Dervin is one of the heaviest fortified prisons in the country. It seems we have a way in, but I'm not so sure about our way out. If you round up the prisoners fast enough, you shouldn't have much trouble leading them right out the front door. And if reinforcements arrive? Dervin's got a few tricks up its iron sleeves. Smaller hatches you should be able to access once you're inside. If you give me a scroll, I can sketch them out for you. And what about Tiana? I know my sister. If you get away, she won't pursue. I'm not as good at the Valley Girl thing as Tiadrin, but I'm trying.
I mean, I could take her over if you want.
I need to get better at it, so.
Okay.
She'll follow her orders to the word inside the prison, but once you're out and running, you're no longer her problem.
That's it.
We can't let those people die. If we hesitate to save them, we may as well never come back.
Good man.
I agree. If we strike fast with plans to escape, we run very little risk. I'll get you out. And, if I might add one thing, I know you can't guarantee anything, but if you can avoid it, please don't hurt Tatiana. She never wanted to be in this position. We'll do everything we can to make sure your sister remains unharmed. Thank you for bringing this to us, Aelia. I know it can't have been easy.
Right away.
We should prepare quickly. I pray the executions have not already begun.
All right. Well, you do inventory stuff. I'll do baby stuff.
Okay.
So if you're doing conversation with any of my characters, leave until last.
All right. I'm also really confused at the order that it feels like it places these in really arbitrary order. And
Well, the order on the left is based on level and probably by experience within level. 'Cause Alden,
I didn't
all your
notice
28
that.
are at the top.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it does on the right side too. Like it just always sorts by level, which is kind of silly, but
I think it's a way for them to move characters you're not using to the bottom.
I think so. But like, Engage just always has your most recent party members at the top.
I like
So,
that more, but I'm not too upset with how they're doing it.
No, I don't hate this. It just means you can't predict what order your characters are, because it's gonna change every time.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're back in a bit.
All right. It doesn't seem like we're going to have dialogues really anyway. That's why it's called Justice, because it's just us. Ignesium, gonna go out on a limb and say it ignites. I think you're onto something with that. Yeah, I don't think we've... Like Taya brought up a lot earlier, I do wish there was something that told us, like, hey, this person has more talks. Like, you've... I don't know, I wish there was some kind of progress bar. I liked the way it looked in Unicorn Overlord. Okay, we actually got a pretty significant amount of money. Yeah, I think we just... Let's buy one of those. And then I was happy to make Sia the one that we fully up, because I'm just having a lot of fun with her. Oh, is that it? Say hello to my little friend. Reach the max level of a single spell/weapon tree. Cool! We hit the top. I don't know who else we want to do that for. We could potentially do it for Irving. It wouldn't give us a huge buff, though. I don't know. I don't love Fenton as a character. I might not use him, so probably not going to invest in him, honestly. Benji, I still think is cool. I kind of want to invest more in Benji. So we need a tier 3. I also forgot to give him the thing, didn't I? The thing I put in his inventory, but eh. Okay. And then... who else? I could fully upgrade Elias. I might do that as well. I like that. Because he's kind of falling behind, but he's been pretty good, so. Sweet. Lucky Stick, his best weapon, of course. If we're debating tier 4 weapons, Alden is a good contender. He'll get one eventually. I feel like Alden just doesn't need the boost. He's one-rounding absolutely everything as is, so I kind of tried to prioritize people that, like, a little bit more damage would actually help them. That was my thought. While we're waiting, because I don't super want to move on to the plot without Taya, maybe... He can do Fenton, but not Faust. Weird. Maybe we just go ahead and do some other dialogues. I can just do some for characters that I have. Potentially. Well... Alright, let's do Lincoln and Irving, because I'm interested in what their relationship ends up being. Well, Lincoln, Sterling spoke quite highly of you. Then you must have caught him in a good mood. How did you meet? At Vulture's Eyrie, and... What? Bless you. At Vulture's Eyrie, in Frost's Soul of one... Oh, that's a year. In Frost's Soul of 1100. Did Sterling ever speak of it? Only afterwards, when he returned on leave. He was very secretive about it before then. Minor nitpick that I'm like, if we've not dropped a year before, I probably just wouldn't. No doubt, his discretion is why Varric trusted him with the mission. And his skill, of course. And why did Varric trust you? I had been to Vulture's Eyrie before, and knew several ways in and out, but to be honest, even my knowledge of our purpose there was strictly need to know at the time. What? Why are we in the summer? What? I'm screenshotting that. What? Sorry, I just had to change only my neck up into the swimsuit costume for a minute. That is the weirdest bug we've seen. I cannot fathom why that happened. Is it because I'm supposed to have... No, I should have been able to do this, like, convo from, like, the beginning of the game. Because I was like, is it that I'm supposed to have the red and black hair and, like, it's freaking out because I don't? And so, like, it's pulling, like, a random portrait? But no, I should have been able to do this without that, so I don't know. Sounds like I have to thank you for my brother making it out alive. Just yeets the hat. Okay. You might, but I could say the same of him. Hardly any part of that mission went according to plan. Your brother was quick on his feet. Always has been. When I was 10, Brookstead was raided by a large force of bandits. Sterling took it upon himself to rally the townsfolk and repel the attack. So I've heard. That retelling always made him quite bashful. I'm not surprised. He's never been one to rest on his laurels. Always kept his eyes focused on the next great achievement.
Indeed.
And that has served him well.
No kidding.
It definitely has. I just hope I can do the same. A worthy goal. Yeah, I don't know how many of these I want to do, because, well, some of them, like, I don't have many to go anyway. A lot of the people I voiced, we've dropped. I just still don't really understand how many convos I get, so I don't know if I want to do a bunch of them. I could just do convos for people we're not using. Oh, they don't even have them unlocked. Oh, we used Brooke for a while. Does she have any other good ones? But if we only have 6, I don't want to do that, because then she can't A rank with Alden or Benji. Or Alden and Benji. So, I don't know. I don't know, that just locked him out of doing that too, with Bianca and Vesta. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Are there, like... I wish I just knew. I'm gonna try to look it up real quick. How many supports do you get in Dark Deity? They should just tell us that. Each character can only form bonds with a maximum of 10 other characters during a single playthrough. That's it. I'm gonna check one more thing, because that's just, like, Google AI telling me that. How to access bond mechanic, how to develop bonds. It's optional, okay. Okay, but how many? You can't build them all in one playthrough. There's over 450 unlockable conversations. Each character unit may only create bonds with 10 other prominent characters during any given playthrough. It would require 3 runs per unit to view every single pot. Yeah, about 3 runs per unit to view every single possible bond that's programmed. Okay, it seems like it's just 10. Man, I wish I could hide the AI answers. They've gotten a little bit better, but yeah. Also, it's weird, like, people are using AI more as a search engine, it seems, lately. So, I don't know. It seems like we're only moving more in that direction, but... If we can do 10, then, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could do all of Benji's in a playthrough, what? How many, like, can Irving bond with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Alright, I'm back. I know you missed me.
I always do.
Why are we hiding AI answers, Mahane? What are we looking up?
I looked up how the bond system works again, because I'm just confused about that, because I was like, I don't want to, like, wreck all of our supports.
Yeah, the only thing I could find was that 10 characters thing I mentioned.
Yeah, I just saw that too, but, like, it's like, yeah, you would need to do, like, a bunch of different playthroughs per character, and I'm like, Irving has, like, the most supports at 9.
Yeah.
Or Benji has 10, actually. So, like, I don't...
Yeah, so I don't know if it's, like, you can support 10 times, period, or what, because that didn't really make sense to me, because, like, a lot of these characters aren't even close to 10 supports.
Yeah, I don't know. We also had the weirdest bug I've seen so far.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Since you missed it, I took a screenshot. I'll just throw it in the Discord real fast.
Yeah.
Show on disk. I want to hear your dev brain on why this... Captain made us a new emoji that says 75k.
Yes, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Make it an emoji, make it a sticker. I love it.
I'll just upload this to general. Lol, what? There you go.
Huh? What? Is that his beach outfit head?
Yeah. For one text box.
What in the world?
Alright, Mr. Game Dev, why did that happen?
I mean, so they must use the same body for everything and just swap the head out, obviously. I guess they must have made them separate sprites. Like, when I did Paladin, it's just the full body contains each face, but they must have made the face separate.
And they
must just be
that
loading it
in the most, like, I can assume you'll get this support in the game.
I'm wondering whether they, like, had it loaded by an ID number, and somehow when they added the DLC, they overwrote that ID number with this concerned hat Irving. Like, that's my guess, would have to be it's done by, like, ID, and whatever was at the original ID got replaced with this when they added the DLC, and they never went back and, like, checked. Because QA is our passion here at Dark Deity Incorporated.
I would not expect them to, like, check necessarily, but I would just think that somebody, a fan at some point, would have been like, hey, that's weird. I might message them that, actually. Like, I said I talked to them on X today.
Mm-hmm.
I might just DM and be like, hey, so really weird bug I crapped a screen grab of.
Yeah.
And
it's like, it makes me wonder about bringing up the issue with his black hair not existing after the one cutscene. It's like, what's going on? That feels like that's an important narrative beat, and it just, like, disappears.
It's only massively important to Yadrin.
Yeah, only massively important enough that I think we've alluded to it twice since, I guess. And we have not actually been given any relevance for it.
Mihane also says, oh, that's what they mean. Each character has a list of 10 characters they have the option to form bonds with, but you can only do 5 of them per playthrough, ? Nothing I've read says that.
Yeah, I'd be curious, do you have, like, a link to the source for that you could share in the Discord?
That
just because, like,
helpful.
I couldn't find any source that said anything besides they can do 10, which is not useful.
Yeah, I don't know. But I was just trying to kill time doing another bond while I was waiting for you, so we're good to advance. We've upgraded. Sia has now capped, and Elias has also capped.
I kind of feel like you could just remove the upgrade button if somebody's capped. IMO. Anyways.
In searching for a new home, the party defeats a dragon that has terrorized the Meadows for decades. Oh, is that why we didn't go there, I guess?
Also, can you remind me why we needed to make a base here?
Because we're gonna need a home base, and we want it to be somewhere that people aren't looking.
Okay, so that was all it was.
Yeah. It was just that Lincoln knew that the Delian army, which he used to be a part of until we made him leave, because he knew that they were told to stay away and not go there. So
gotcha.
He was like, that would be a good place. So I'm following the logic there.
Sinister. You know who else is capped? Irving, in that one support with Lincoln.
Yeah. Now, with an established base in Marrowold and a new, though questionable, ally in Fenton, the party considers their next move. King Varric appears to be the clearest target at the moment, and getting to him will require many more soldiers than they have. Aelia Valrialti, the woman that sells houses, her younger sister to the warden of the Dervin... What? Oh, younger sister to the warden of the Dervin prisons, warns them that Varg plans to execute hundreds of prisoners. They decide that freeing those prisoners will be a decisive announcement that the party has returned, and hope to gain valuable allies among those they free. How about that for an entrance? I would have loved to, see that.
Yeah.
Is somebody ever going to parent this child?
Thank the gods. Looks like we've made it in time.
Don't speak too soon.
I'm here too.
I still exist.
Looks like we're definitely towing the line. They've already taken some of the prisoners to the gallery. I'm also still here too. What do you suggest?
Well,
I did some recon work here several years ago. We aren't going to have any choice but to storm through this block of soldiers. Hopefully we can catch a breather on the bridge.
Now what?
So, what is the plan? We need to get going and fast. We should let the prisoners in this block out as we come through. We don't know where reinforcements will come from, so no sense coming back to them later. That's all well and good, but we should also consider booking it for the bridge. The sooner we get there, the less chance our friends in chains go kaput. Honestly, the longer we stand here, the less chance they have either way. A plan only lasts until the first blow is struck, right?
No time.
Caius is right. We need to move.
to arms!
To arms, friends. We've got a prison to liberate. What I'm hearing is the party goes one way and Alden goes one way, and we do both. I talked about too while you were gone. I don't love Fenton. We're dropping him and we're keeping the rest of the party.
Okay.
I just am not that into dwarf characters.
Yeah, I'm not usually a big dwarf guy either.
I don't think big dwarf guys exist. I think that's kind of the point.
You've never seen a portly dwarf?
Maybe. Are these just doors on the floor? I don't...
Unclear.
No. I'm kind of just taking stock of what we're... He's got an Uchi Katana. I didn't know that was how that was spelled. Is it? I thought it was with a K, but they may be right. I've never
Look,
actually...
I might be in the Japanese language, but I'm not a weeb.
That's what all the weebs say, Teodrin. You're technically a VTuber. That does not help your case.
I'm a V-Twitcher.
Yes, Fenton, whose backstory consists of dwarven bastard with no other context. Heavily fortified prison. Map icon, just a hut. Also, somehow in the desert. I mean, they did say rural, I guess. Which looks like we're in the wheat fields a little bit. But that's besides the point. We are in the wheat fields. What?
You know,
Okay.
don't worry about it.
Alright. So Alden is our win condition, I'm assuming. We're gonna send, I'm trying to decide. We are gonna split into two, I think. Yeah, we'll decide in route how we're gonna do it. Oh wait, Korvan's not coming. No!
Unless we drop somebody else for him.
Hmm.
Like, who's underperforming?
We've got Faust now, who's a healer. Do we drop Lincoln?
He is underperforming. That was my question.
We've played the entire game with 2 healers. We will continue to play the game with 2 healers.
Yeah.
Soldiers housed in Dervin prison will be executed soon. Rescue them all. I really wish I could, like, view these 2.
That would be neat, wouldn't it? They definitely look unique.
The steampunk goggles and
Yeah.
main character hair. Uchigatana is the proper spelling. Okay, we learn something new every day. Okay, there's 3 of these. We're sending him down. I like that. Your hit rate against us sucks.
Of course his hit rate sucks. He's gonna cut last, not a cut last.
But on the map, it in the middle of the forest. Is it? I was not paying enough attention. Let's see. Where is Monroe? Yeah. He actually is quite helpful here.
Be honored that I'll kill you myself.
So close. Our mages are gonna shine here.
And mages are just good in this game, really.
They do seem like definitely high tier units. You have your giant hammer. Do you hit hard? I mean, kinda. Might be good with that.
I also find it kind of funny that Fenton, when he was recruited, right, was talking about using a hammer to hit people, and I don't think any of his classes have a hammer as a weapon.
I don't think so.
It just, like, really continues to speak to me that the character design was not a factor in what class people were made in any way.
We'll let Faust go for it. With his spike whip.
Oh, yeah. Look at that spike whip he's got. Very spike and very whip.
Then pay with your blood!
As he smacks them with a large blunt instrument.
Still love that sound effect.
He charged up the large blunt instrument that time for
Onward.
some reason.
He got a crit.
Oh, I know it was a crit, but it didn't look like whatever he did actually impacted the strike he did.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like, let me lift this in the air, and then whack you normally.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll send... Well...
You know, we've either just a weapon enthusiast. I do have, like, a big, like, 1,000-page arms and armor visual reference thing.
Oh, cool.
Myself, too, so...
Okay, we'll send him. Where are the most... Okay, Korvan can go down. I'm cool with that. Can he get that? It's pretty likely. I didn't math.
Wrong place, wrong time.
We'll figure it out. Oh yeah, Ren can help us. Ren is also, like, not quite as cool as I'd hoped. So he might get dropped at some point, we shall see.
He seems to be reasonably effective, though.
Yeah, but, like, not as much as I think he could be.
Okay. I mean, who knows? Surely we'll get those 2 unique characters that we're looking at, Steampunk Girl and whatever.
I have no idea.
Nice damage, Nathaniel.
Yeah, but these guys are pretty tanky, it seems, because Elias
Yeah.
is not doing much either.
It's just mage time, basically.
It is. I mean, I've got a
I'll take
breakthrough
point.
here, so we might as well just use him to do it.
So maybe some people being certain class regardless of the character has more status quo kind of thing. I guess the thing is, like, I don't feel like having X many characters of a certain class line has really, like, been a major factor for us, so I'm not sure why. I guess it's like, where in the design process
should be
did they
fun.
like did they have an artist design all the characters and they had somebody design all the class they wanted, and those two people never talked, and then they're like, well, here's the characters we have, here's the classes we have, and then they just like threw those together, I guess.
Lead the way.
Like, that's my question, is like, did the people doing the gameplay design and the character design talk to each other? And it kind of feels like no. Because, like, if you wanted a certain number of characters in a certain class, that's fine. It's just, like, then design characters that make sense for that class.
How did you do that?
Yeah, I don't mind, like, being able to make people into more things, but I very much agree that it just feels like that we didn't really talk about it.
I mean, I feel like Faust is the most egregious. And Iris also really didn't have anything that matches her design.
Yeah. I mean, what, he's got is that a sword?
He's got... I think that's just a thing in front of him, like a... I think it's fabric.
Okay. Yeah, I would say he's also the most egregious.
It's just like, he's not a priest design.
No.
And it's like, Mahane says there's a third tier class that you can put him in that makes him match better, but it's just like, well, this game doesn't like start people in third tiers at all, because you get to choose your route and stuff.
I should get start that.
Bottoms up.
Ignore that he does 44 damage to us if he hits. It's cool.
Fine.
Never happened.
This one's on the house.
We've gotten her to an 80% crit rate. I'm so happy with that. I mean, I don't think it matters
So it shall be.
that he's an archer. Like, he can get shot, that's fine. We could put Benji here too, and he might get shot, and that would also be
Onward.
okay. Okay. How many of you guys can hit Ren, actually? Oh, that actually is maybe a problem. Yeah, let's put her down here just to eat some of that. What's the dodgiest weapon? I always forget. That one. Alright, you stand there with that. He is just gonna actually score another hit on somebody, but I think that's whatever. Oh, I can chain him in place.
You could.
Not so
Yeah, we're doing
fast.
that. Because he's not gonna get that kill anyway. So he can not hit
It stops him
Nathaniel,
being Ren.
or he can hit, he can not hit
That was-
Nathaniel, or, he can die to, Maven.
Gotcha. That was like kind of scary hit around the archer for having a one-shot kill on her.
Yeah. A little bit.
You aren't worth the ink.
Good start for Korvan there.
Diligence is its own reward.
I don't know, man. I'm just spitballing. I'd have an army of defenders if the game had let me. I mean, that would be a fun New Game Plus thing. Which I've not mentioned because I'm not using it, but it is cool that this game has a bunch of built-in stuff for that. Like, the randomizer and things are built in. That was a neat thing they didn't have to do. That hurt. You know, the halved defense may not be
This
worth
one's
it.
on the house.
It's pretty darn scary.
Didn't
It's
give him much
kinda
of a
fun,
chance,
though.
huh?
Do not oppose me!
Oh, we're gonna do, what, 2?
Oh yeah.
Whoa. Hardcore. Okay, yeah, now we just move in and wreck everybody. Who first, though? Probably Elias.
It's really weird to me that like Lucky Stick is one of his best weapons.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the weapons I would have
Your
named
end
differently.
approaches.
You're making me look bad.
Yeah, okay. Then Benji can get that pretty well. Yeah.
Smash!
He's one off of that being a kill. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. That's gonna hurt some.
Yeah, we'll fix him, and we'll end all these guys, I think.
Yeah. You just also need to heal Sia at some point. She dies to any one hit.
Still the best.
Then you go. And we probably crit.
Wow.
Or we miss an 81.
That was bad.
Bad is a way of looking at things.
Yeah, that's why I wear glasses.
I have the power of cope on my side, it's fine. Also, are we gonna start hitting 30s? Yeah, we might start hitting 30s in this map. We'll see.
Certainly in this battle. Like, somebody's
Together.
going to.
Yeah, that has actually equal crit rates, so. They're a little bit tankier than I thought they were.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to actually clear out that group that easily. And Sia, yeah, really has to get out
Yeah,
of
we'll
there.
pull her back.
Thought you'd never ask.
I mean, taking out one of the archers reduces how many
We
times you're gonna get hit.
still might be able to clear this room. I'm not giving up on that quite yet. What is your... Yeah, you've got
I
haste.
feel like it's just hard with how far away most of our army is. So you'd have to like really commit to who you think's gonna be able to make it without being able to actually do damage checks.
More work?
You have chain. Yeah, let me move people that don't have movement abilities
So it shall be.
first.
You've made your last mistake!
I'm curious too if they're actually gonna start like killing off all the prisoners. Like how well. I can't view any of their stats, which is kind of annoying.
Well, I don't think they're accessible.
Oh,
Like, I don't think they're real units until you
I
release them.
see
So
what you're
there's
saying.
actually no danger. It's literally just like you have to go to all those places,
I think you're right.
which is kind of disappointing. Like at least GBA Fire Emblem actually like
Interesting.
had some threat to the green units in these kind of maps.
Well, I would more be upset that they told me there was threat. And there's not.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Hmm. I mean, they said, hey, they're gonna start killing off the prisoners.
Yeah, that just
And they
didn't.
certainly aren't.
No.
I guess it's like, so one of the things when I was reading people's reviews on this, and I was kind of curious, like looking through some of the negative reviews, and one of the things that was apparently touted when like this game was being released was that like map objectives are like more complex than just like route enemy or kill boss, and then a lot of people have complained like almost every single map in the game is just route enemy or kill boss, but they renamed the objectives. It's like they just don't call them that.
Yeah, because this is
Yeah.
rescue them all, and it's like, I mean, To do that, I'm
Also,
going
this map
to
is huge.
have to route all enemies.
But it's just like there have been quite a few map objectives, and I can't like recall them off the top of my head now, where it's like it says something, but really all it is reach point or kill all enemies, and it's just like, okay, yeah, you called it something fancy, but none of these objectives are really all that creative. Like this is the closest we've gotten, and it's still just a basic like hit these checkpoints on the map, basically.
I wonder if I
Leave it
can
to me.
stack things. Probably not.
I wouldn't say it's one of my bigger complaints, but I saw a few people talking about
Are
it.
you sure?
Ah, can I stack? Ooh, I can, but does that actually give him
Does
plus
it actually
2?
stack, or does it just replace? I would guess it just replaces, but
Probably. Move is 7. I wish I knew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It did just add 1 to his move. Let's find out.
if it adds 1, he still won't be able to get there. Because he'll be on Monroe's
Oh,
space.
I'm dumb. You're right. Thank you.
Yeah, it would just be a total waste, even if it did work.
Okay.
Chop chop!
We can try it like when we're ending a map sometime and just spam experience.
This might be bad. I think we sack Orima.
Yeah, I feel like somebody's going down on that left side. With all those archers, you're not going to be able to, like, control how many attacks you're getting.
Mm-mm. Unfortunately not. Let's see. Do that. She can do that. I just had a brilliant idea, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. She can handle that for me. We're gonna see how effective these aspects
Are you sure?
Oh, I was like, can I phase him over that wall? That would have been sick, but no.
Let's do it.
But yeah,
Remember, Corvan's never seen anybody phase somewhere they couldn't see before.
that's actually a really good point. Okay, not that effective. Oh, he doesn't use magic. That's cool. Okay, not as effective as I thought. Because I was like,
Actually, hit though.
sorry, what?
Nothing, go on. Finish your sentence first.
I was just gonna say, Alden has the aspect that makes him targeted more. So I was like, if I put him in range of all these archers, will they go for him? And the answer was no.
I guess they, like, don't prioritize him over a kill they see at the very least.
Which makes sense.
I was just saying, these enemies do actually hit really
I was
hard.
beginning to worry.
They do, and I'm not, you know, it's been kind of a cakewalk for a little while, so I'm not upset about it.
I do think it's weird how it never feels like the enemies are on par with us. They're either stronger or weaker, but never, like, at our level. Because these enemies are hitting harder than a lot of our other party members. But then we had, like, the Elven Forest where nothing was a threat.
Yeah. That's true.
It's just interesting, the balance is kind of funky.
Yeah, because I do feel like bad min-maxing sometimes, because I'm like, oh, they didn't plan for that. And then there's times that it's like,
I'm on it.
they did not plan for it.
Mm-hmm. That's like what
Such
Elias
is
is
your
one of our
fate.
like capped weapon people, and he's not like he still doesn't one shot without a crit if that guy was at full health, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just the balance is kind of all over the place. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, Fire Emblem's not great for balance historically either. So
You're
not
right, it's
like-
not a sword.
Yeah. No weapon, just like he's in big full armor for some reason, and he's in the priest line.
I don't know, man.
Are
Like
you sure?
specifically Faust and Iris almost makes me
Are
feel
you
like they
sure?
might have considered a Dragon Rider class
Let's
and
do
then
it.
decided they weren't going to do it. Because both of them just like are really Fire Emblem Dragon Rider coded.
I mean, it might be a third tier class. I think actually for sure that it is.
Maybe? Do you think either Iris or Faust is in a class line that would get that though?
Was not paying enough attention to it.
Because like Faust is in the priest line, which does not like speak to me like he's suddenly going to get a dragon.
These guys are going to be
Let's
really
do
hard
it.
to hit. We're going to go this way with him and our archer. Because we gonna need accuracy for that. Yeah, I would think the priest line would not get it either, but I don't know. We'll find out in one level, I think. We're not bringing
So
like
it shall
anybody
be.
ranged this way. That might be a mistake, but yeah, you go sit. Let's whatever the lowest weight is, I think is our dodge. I think the knife is okay. Yeah, I can see dodge. Okay, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, you do that and sit there to bait those guys in. Cool. Alright, I figured they'd both come.
This map is just huge.
I don't think it's too bad.
It's just like I'm just looking at this section, and then the fact there's a big hallway to the left, and then like another room full of enemies that we're gonna have to deal with. It's not like the worst map size I've ever seen, but it is big.
It's again compared to some of the other ones, I'm fine with it. If they
Yeah.
immediately are like, now walk all the way back, I would be like, why?
Suddenly, the prison is filling with poison gas.
I would be very upset.
It's rude to stare. Bottoms up.
She's crazy. We probably should prioritize people that are actually kind of low.
The hunt is on.
But I want to get to 30. I really want to see. Like, I'm so confident that's when the next promotion has to be.
Don't blink.
I mean, if it's not, like, when?
45.
It's like at that point you get so few levels as your final class that it almost wouldn't feel worth it.
Seen it happen before.
Yeah.
Wrong place, wrong time.
I mean, I guess Fire Emblem 6 is pretty notorious for what, like, Roy gets promoted like 3 chapters from the end or something ridiculous.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's really funny.
Roy is, like, notorious for getting... His promotion is story-based only.
I knew that, and I've heard he's really bad because he caps out early and then is useless.
Leave it to me.
Alright, let's see what happens. I don't know you, but you've saved our lives! Thank you! Oh.
I love how I search what chapter does Roy promote, and the AI overview says, in Fire Emblem the Sacred Stones,
you'd never
you know, the
ask.
game Roy was totally in,
Mm-hmm.
Roy auto-promotes at the end of chapter 16, which is not correct. So it's wrong game, wrong chapter. Who in the world thought that this was a feature we needed?
I don't know. I did think it was funny, though. I had to use it for a translation thing I was working on just a couple of days ago. And I won't say what it was for on stream because it was hyper-specific. But I did think it was really funny that ChatGPT's answer boiled down to, I'm really not sure, man.
If I must.
Like,
Okay,
I've
so
got
I
to guess, because it was basically this thing that an author wrote that the translator put in, and I just DM'd him and was like, what does this mean? And he goes, you know, I don't know.
Gotcha.
That's what it says. And so we were like spitballing, like, basically the author, I think, just made a really specific historical reference to a really specific thing that, like, I think a Japanese person might think the West might know, but, like, we don't. So it was just like,
It will be done.
okay. It was one of the weirdest things I've had to look up.
So I was checking to, like, get my facts right. Roy promotes at the end of chapter 21, and there are 25 chapters. So he gets 4 chapters promoted.
That's so rough.
And that's, like, why he's so notoriously bad, is because, like, you just can't... Like, he caps at 20, and then you're stuck until chapter 21. And
Yeah.
there's nothing you can do about it.
That sounds really bad.
Nowhere to run.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to kill all these guys, so yeah, he's just not going to move. That's how we're going to handle that.
Right between the eyes.
Never mind, we can probably kill all these guys. Man, I hate the way LLMs have been shoved into so many products they're completely unsuited for. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that, like, everybody wants to have their own, and, like... I don't know, it's one of those things that, again, just kind of feels like a buzzword for investors, maybe?
I think that's kind of what it is, because you said, like, why everybody wants to have their own. It's, like, because shareholders will pay for it. Like, I think it's really just a buzzword thing to some degree, because it's, like, it will generate conversation, and people with money will throw money at it, and we like money, so we're making it.
I suppose. I didn't expect that to hit, that's fine. We level anyway. Participation trophy.
The arena is with me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we do that, and then we actually can just heal him up.
Be careful. I won't lose you.
I'm just curious, because, like, I've heard people say, too, that, like, the language models or whatever, like, are really expensive to maintain, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's also kind of weird I can't walk into these. Like, I don't necessarily want to, but it just looks... It's really noticeable when the blue doesn't extend there.
I was looking away. They just disappear when you freed them.
Yeah.
I thought these were like soldiers. I thought they would help us fight.
I kind of thought they were going to do that as well,
I
but...
guess.
No.
Okay.
Trying to decide how I want to...
Leave it to
Her
me.
dodge is actually maybe the craziest,
Onward.
so let's use her to bait in the next row. Yeah, I had the exact same thought you did. I don't know why they're not helping us, but
Very well.
we at least get an item, I think, for freeing them.
Well, what I mean, we have to free them all, don't we? That's what it told
Destiny
us.
does not
Unless we don't
falter.
actually have to free them all.
I don't know.
Destiny.
I
does
cannot
not
believe
falter.
she just hit two 13%.
This is just like a minor thing, but like if you can proc your crit line twice in one combat, I feel like they should make sure you don't say the same line both times. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, very minor thing, but yeah.
Yeah, very minor, but like I think I
Experience
did that
is a
in
fine
Paladin to
weapon.
make sure you couldn't like get the same voice clips twice in a row.
To finish my thought from a second ago, though, I'm just, like... I guess shareholders are paying for it, but, like, how long... Like, I don't know, how long is that going to be profitable? Because if they are really as expensive to maintain as I've been led to believe...
Together.
I don't know. I'm really curious if and when the whole trend is going to die out entirely.
Come then. Test your resolve.
Yeah. I mean, I'm unhappy with, I think, the amount of monopolies we kind of have. So I really don't want us to just accept, like, 3 or something. But I do think that's kind of our tendency as a culture, is we're going to pick the 3 we like the best, and then we're going to go with that.
Well, it kind of like tends to come down to who has
Would
the
hate to be you right now.
ability to make it the most accessible and most appealing, and then everybody goes to that one. And that's like, frankly, kind of how capitalism works.
Yeah.
Like, you just end up with the dominant one is whoever can produce what you want most cheaply, most accessibly, generally, or who advertises more and can push our bells out of the market.
Yeah. So far, my opinions on them are that, like, there's ChatGPT, which is the one that I think they've done the best marketing, I think. So
Let's do
they kind of are in the lead.
Let's do it.
I know X has Grok, which is, like, from what I've seen, like, one of the least censored ones. So I think that has value.
Maybe it's kind of weird because it's like stuck on a social media platform,
Yeah.
and like I don't know, it's odd.
It is
you
odd.
aren't worth the ink.
I've used it like once or twice.
You've come
Just
a
because
long
like
way.
it pushed me to it.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm curious how much
Diligence
people
is
use
its
it.
own reward.
Like, legitimately.
I've started using its newest function, which is that, like, if somebody makes a post, it then, like, there's times the little grok icon will be in the corner, and it'll be like, yeah, like, this is talking about, like, a bigger trend, which is discussing blank, and I'm like, it kind of gives you, like, the TLDR of, like, what the context is. And I haven't seen that be egregiously wrong yet, but it wouldn't shock me if it also was at times.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where it's like with any AI thing, like really, unless you fact check it, always take it with a grain of salt because it will be very confidently wrong so
Mhm.
frequently. That's like if you don't double check it, it's very easy to believe, oh, well, yeah, that's the case.
Not so fast.
And then I don't know what other ones have any kind of
Hunt is
application that's being used right now. It's just not something I've kept up with, really.
Yeah, I think the main thing with ones that talk about like bigger trends, right? It's like you're saying,
Serve me well.
I haven't seen the feature you're talking about, so like, I'm just going based on what you're saying.
Mhm.
The problem with a lot of like language models is you're not like constantly updating them.
I'm impressed.
Normally, like usually you've got a knowledge cutoff point, and that means they either have to continually update it, or once we have trends that it hasn't really learned about, it's going to not be able to tell you anything useful.
Yeah.
And then the problem with like continually feeding information is if you're not doing it manually and it's automatically looking for information, you run into the problem that a lot of like AI companies are talking about, where they're getting worse and worse data because they're taking in AI generated data. That's not correct.
Tiabjin.
Do not
Oh.
oppose me.
These are like the kind of bugs I find when I'm testing for War of Valhalla.
Gods, I haven't seen any of you since Duskwater. Feels like a blessing to see a friendly face.
Can we just take our turn while this is up? No. Okay.
So that was because that was the last action I
Yeah.
did in a turn, was freeing him.
There was a bug I found in War of Valhalla when I was working on some stuff that's since been fixed, that you could pull up somebody's status screen and then play the game normally while the status screen was up. So I could do like full combats and things with people's status windows with all their stats up.
We need to get to the gallows now. They already took Alexa and Rose. They won't have much time. Oh, so that's... Okay, that's Alexa and Rose, I'm assuming.
Are there any gallows here?
This.
Okay. I guess, like, is that referred to as a gallows? I always, like, envision a gallows as, like, with a noose.
I do as well.
Let me see the definition.
Because, yeah,
A structure typically of 2 uprights and a crosspiece for the hanging of criminals. That is the only definition. The other definition is execution by hanging. And that is clearly, like, a beheading point. So that's just the wrong word.
This is
They
an
don't know what
American
a gallows
company,
is.
right?
Yeah, from what I
Hunt
understand,
is on.
like, this... They just don't know what a gallows is and use the word and didn't check. But it strictly refers to hanging.
Okay.
Okay.
Not a big
Day
thing.
job is working as an attorney while you're about to suggest you work off a draft motion in ChatGPT. That sounds so sketchy for legal things.
Ah, I didn't know that. I've actually heard that it's less sketchy for legal things because legal is a lot of the times math. Essentially, it's input plus output kind of stuff, and it doesn't change quite so rapidly.
How can I help?
And if it does change, there's
Sinister
really...
says they looked at the first case it cited, and sure enough, it didn't actually exist.
I have a couple of friends that are lawyers that are like, it's fine for writing
Coming in hot!
certain things. I don't know if I would use it as... I don't know if
that's
I'd
where
use
I'm
it for
saying
emotion.
It's sketchy because like it just comes up with stuff and very confidently tells you fake information.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Mahane. Executioner's block. I could not come up with the word I was looking for. That's why I said beheading point, but thank you for that.
What kind of law do you specialize in, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? We would have gotten sanctioned up the wazoo, yeah, for sure. I'll lead this group out. Go free Alexa and Rose. They don't deserve this.
Being rescued?
Here.
Hope is a dangerous thing, but I'll be damned if it didn't come through for us. Thank you.
Together.
I'm just gonna shove for more EXP.
Hope you don't mind. This should be fun.
I do appreciate how much EXP we get from these things.
Chop chop.
There we go.
Not quite as much as Veil, but you know, it's fine.
disposal.
Yeah, it's not a quarter of a level every time, but I don't think that would work very well here.
No. I mean, I question how well it works in Veil with how abusable it is. Like, they added the
True.
experience cap per battle, but you can still abuse it pretty hard.
So it
Yeah, but I wonder too if that's another you and me problem, and other people
Probably
are
it's
not
a you and me problem.
gonna-
We are not your average players.
I guess.
I have advanced autism.
I've got the good at SRPGs autism. And by good, I mean mediocre.
I don't know why I couldn't get numbers or something.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it.
Right? Can I get the good at programming autism?
More work?
See, he says, about 90% of what I do is workers' compensation, helping injured workers get benefits if hurt on the job. The rest is a mix of personal injury, medical malpractice, and the occasional Fourth Amendment case. I see. My friend that is a lawyer specializes in bankruptcy, but then her boss takes a lot of, what are they called? I can't remember. It's like lawsuit insurance cases for like people that paid for to be able to sue as much as they wanted is kind of what it feels like. And a lot of those cases just end up being really bizarre things that like nobody has had to deal with in a really long time. And so she gets assigned to that, and her boss is just like, hey, this is fun. Figure out what this is.
Destiny does not falter. You'll die. if
Mahane,
you
that can
live.
also be complicated if y'all don't live in the same state. Which maybe you do, but I know that like state laws change a lot.
Well, he also has to be licensed in a given state, I believe.
Yes, that's also true.
Which that's probably a bigger hurdle.
I mean, maybe.
Can you get certified in my state so you can help me with this case, please?
Do you have a case going on?
No.
No.
Currently. Hopefully never.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, this is an imaginary scenario where I have a legal case where I need Sinister's assistance.
You just want to hang out with him because he's cool.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
I will not yield.
Me merging on the highway.
That settles that.
I like looked at chat because I was like, what is he referring to? And then it clicked. 42%. Yeah, their hit rate's really gone up.
Mm-hmm. They're actually like much scarier than we've run into before.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
We're not gonna kill that. The archers still cannot reach us. So we're gonna do this.
You dropped something.
Haha.
Yes.
At your disposal.
Now we just wait.
Catch your breath. I'll handle this.
Chop chop.
Let's do it.
If I must.
Get a move on.
There we go.
Back in the fight.
Oops.
It will be done.
Yeah, that's good. True, but still, would have been hilarious to tell my brother I got a guy when I woke up in the hospital.
It's rude to stare.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
Buttons
You could just say that to everything. Can you stop by the store and pick up some milk on the way home, Mahane? I got a guy.
I guess.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but okay. So I think Sia's fine to do that, because I know she'll crit at least once. And then I think Maeve has our highest dodge rate now.
It's rude to stare.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a while we were kind of concerned Maeve was probably, like, just better Sia. Although now Sia with high crit is much more reliable.
Ooh, even then. 23.
Man,
Surprising.
that is a little bit sketchy. Might be better not to attack.
Yeah, I
her
think
if putting her
we're not
there.
going to. Then yeah, we'll throw her in to heal. Just in case. I don't think they can reach us.
Chop chop!
But we've got to kind of play this one a
If
little
I
bit
must.
clever. I think that's everybody topped off. Just about. Not entirely. There we go. We probably are not going to need the 1 HP, but famous last words.
Hey, it still gets us like 15-ish experience.
Yeah, these guys are really scary.
You'll die as you lived.
Ah.
They got some big range.
I mean, it's just that.
Oh, I guess not that big. Never mind. I thought we were still further out in the doorway. I don't know why.
Oh, I can disarm
You dropped something.
through the
See
wall.
you, Sinister.
Sweet. Good night, Sinister. Thank you for hanging out. It's been fun to see your opinions on this game.
Here.
Ooh, I actually like that.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, that lowers his hit to a lot less. I think we're gonna wait one more round. And then we're gonna have to find somebody that can deal with all these archers. Also remember, these two warriors in the way are using their hit percent weapons in the Uchigatana. It's part of why they're being a pain and actually hitting. Yes, that is true. But it is just also very different from what we've been dealing with.
This should be fun.
He's actually not...
Stop poking me.
What was that?
Hmm?
I heard somebody say stop poking me.
It wasn't me. I think I thought that was the game.
Oh, was it?
Thought you'd
I
never
thought
ask.
so.
Is that one of his, like...
Maybe?
I totally didn't think that was in game. I was like, what?
Yeah, no,
Stop
it definitely
poking
wasn't
me.
me.
That sounds like a completely different...
I'll
That
take
is
point.
weird.
Stop poking me.
That was recorded on a different mic.
Don't look at me.
There we go! Okay.
Oh, it was Faust?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we've got Crusader. New skills. Divine Purpose. Attacking increases the effect of your next heal, stacking infinitely. And gain movement range when a bonded unit gets to low health. So it does affect combat a little bit.
What does?
Bonds. Supports.
Okay. So, only for particular classes.
Mm-hmm. Indomitable for paladins. Any damage over 20% of max HP is reduced by 50%. And Savior's Grace. Healing leaves a ward on allies that increases healing taken for 3 turns. Nice.
It's good if you have somebody like tanking 1 point, I guess.
Prophet. Light of Shaliz, +1 healing range, which is crazy if you've got the other +1 healing range. And Hand of God, dodge increased by 15% of power. So for him, that would be... I don't know.
I guess, what, he's a magic user in that class, so it'd be 21. So 15% of 21? Is that what we're looking at?
I guess.
That's going to be 21 times 0.15, 3. It's like 3 extra dodge.
Ooh. Or, I guess, what Mayhane thought he looked like he should be, Phantom. Those who have given in fully to divine power, relinquishing their mortality to commune freely with a god's power.
I mean, I could see him as a Crusader, too, honestly.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he loses his legs as a Phantom.
Can move through enemy units, so he's got Pass, which is interesting, and Reaper. Power increased 0.4% per percent of enemies missing max health. That's a lot of mathing.
So if they're missing 50 times 0.4, that's a 20% increase at like half health. Okay, Mayhane says Crusader is the one that looks the most. That's kind of where I was thinking too.
Let's make him go Crusader then. I'm good with that.
Attacking increasing the strength of your next heal is kind of sick.
And stacks infinitely.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll do that. Unlimited power. Upgrade a unit to tier 3. Cannon. Promote a character into the tier 3 related to the tier 2 class they were in. That's funny that that has its own, like, achievement.
Yeah.
Stay sharp.
We're totally making her the dark
Hard work
thing.
is paying off.
Ooh, or we could give her another... Does she have extra heal range? No. Okay, never mind. I was like, if we could give her, like, just heal across the map, that would be funny. I'm excited to see what these classes are now. Now that I'm actually... Oops. Now that I'm actually sure it's 30.
Mm-hmm. And we've got quite a few who are right up there, so...
Okay, next turn we get rid of that guy. And we're gonna have to see how how people fare against these archers. Do we bait in this group? Maybe not yet. We have a little bit of...
You've got a turn.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of leeway to not do that. We dodged these, it's fine.
Destiny does not falter. Experience is a fine weapon.
Sick. Alright, how do we fare against this?
Pretty darn well.
Yeah.
Like, we guaranteed take damage, but we also kill, so...
Yeah, let's just do that. So that's 1. How do you fare? You also for sure kill and take damage.
Yeah, these guys aren't too strong. Well, he doesn't for sure take damage. There's a good chance, though.
Oh, yeah. We'll let him go for it.
Right between the eyes.
We're good.
We're good.
And then we can heal up anyway. And yeah, let's start
Are you
moving
sure?
out.
What'll it be?
As you command.
Let's charge! He looks a little bit goofy.
Yeah, it's kind of a funky looking sprite.
He just looks like his armor's too big for him to, like, move.
He looks super top heavy.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of, like, when you have, like, that nerdy friend who you haven't seen in a long time, and then he's, like, suddenly just super buff.
You know what it makes me think a little bit of with, like, the proportions and armor and stuff? Awakening Armor Knights.
A little bit. That's so mean, though. They look so, like... Awakening Armor Knights, honestly, are one of my, like, least favorite SRPG classes I've ever seen.
They're... Like, are we talking gameplay or design?
Design. I didn't use a single one, because I was like, these guys look so dumb, I just don't even want to look at them.
Gameplay, they're also tragic.
Silver Garden will thrive when I take charge.
It didn't help, though, that Kellum was, like, just
design-wise,
not a good
honestly,
character.
I think it bothered me less than the exposed buttocks, like, horse rider look from Fates. Just because I couldn't, like, suspension of disbelief myself out of, like, how bad it would be to ride a horse like that.
Lead the way.
I understand, but I like looking at butts more than I like looking at the abomination that was the Fates
I
Armor
can
Knights.
understand the appeal to people,
poking me.
but, like...
Don't look at me.
Most of the Fates armor design and stuff was, like, reasonable enough that like really took me out of it, where it's like, this is just such an unreasonable, gratuitous design decision.
Alden actually got hit.
Yeah, to 24%.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, he'll get his revenge.
Awakening was the first fire element through every armor knight. I used gel.
Ooh, but
like,
Mihane
I
said like
reclassed her.
he would make every single character in this game an armor knight if he could.
That's
For him to
true.
say that, like, that's huge. We'll see how Faust looks in combat.
Yeah, I'm
that
curious to
doesn't
actually see that.
that doesn't look right.
No. I mean, it's a legal movement tile, but that doesn't look right. I'm also kind of like, why is there a railing there? That feels like that should be a raised elevation, like on the opposite side. Well, Faust is impressing so far. And nice whip.
Power increases. Hang on. It's just attacking, so I don't have to hit.
At least I assume not. It would be nice if something actually like told you how much you had built up.
This should be
Asking too
fun.
much.
I know. It's only a small $75,000 game.
We haven't added an emoji to the server in so long. Like I love that that's the next one.
Yeah. I'll also mention, I know Sinister brought up the cost of 75,000 versus his cost of 54,000. That's also 75,000 is just the Kickstarter. That's not necessarily how much money they spent in total.
That's true.
And also their Kickstarter goal was like less than 25% of that. So it's like, we should also consider that the amount of money they got was vastly more than they asked for, and this is still what we got. So like, what was the game they were planning to release if being this far beyond their target left us here?
So it shall be.
You like it probably says what were their stretch goals actually.
I can go look up the Kickstarter again.
That'd be cool.
Let me get the exact numbers for you. Let me see what their exact goal was too.
Lead the way.
Because I don't remember. I know they shot way past it.
Fresh as a daisy.
So their original request was 12,000 was what they were asking for.
Okay. Which I think is, you know, for a 2D SRPG, that's not an unreasonable ask.
Oh no, not at all. And like Sinister said, he spent 54,000 on his game, so it's like 12,000 is honestly less than I feel like you would need for making a game of this size. But they reached 620% of their original goal, is what 75,000 is. Let me go look at the stretch goals. So their stretch goals were 15,000 with story illustrations, which, you know, the story illustrations look good.
Yeah, those have been nice.
17,500 was expanded voice acting, which I don't really know what that covers, but I don't know what the basic voice acting was going to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
20,000 was
Leave it to
campaign
me.
customization, so the randomizer,
What would be?
0% runs, reverse recruitment, like fine features, I guess. I don't feel like implementing those is a huge cost sink, but whatever.
How much was that up from the previous?
That's 2,500 more.
Okay.
Which is like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it would take that much to implement that thing from my knowledge of programming SRPGs, but who knows how it is with their code base.
Yeah.
30,000, so 10,000 more of that was Lore Journal, which I don't know if we even looked at that. I don't even know where that is.
Lore Journal?
Yeah. I don't really know what that means.
I have not seen that a single time. Where
More work?
Where is that?
I don't know. There's no
More work?
details about this, like, on the
Nice
list
to
of
see you
stretch
on your
goals.
feet.
It just says Lore Journal.
I just had a crazy idea.
Hmm.
Is there a tier that you could back the game that let you design your own character?
Let me look at the highest tiers. So there's a 1,000 deity backer tier that let you design both a boss and NPC, which I'll take a wild guess that random boss in the temple was one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And-
there were
I
two
guess.
backers for that tier.
And Alina
Mm-hmm.
was the other one,
Well,
would be my guess.
no, because there are two backers, and it says you get to design a boss and an NPC. I would guess the person who designed that one boss also designed her lackey that like disappeared immediately. And then I don't know who the other boss will be, or there hasn't been
Lead the
another boss
way.
that like stood out to me as like somebody made this.
Well, I think Alina's the one of them. Like, she's the NPC. Because she was the one that we the most were like, that is a character from a different game.
Oh yeah, she could be one of the NPCs, but like
Have fun.
Gotta be.
I think we're talking past each other. I think
Okay.
she's one of the NPCs, yes. I think
should be
that
fun.
the person who designed the boss in the temple,
Hmm.
Yes.
I believe, if I remember correctly, there was some like NPC lackey she had.
Yeah, but he didn't have any custom art. So
Okay.
I'm like, to me, that would, if that was, at bare minimum, I would think, like, in designing a character, in quotes, I would get to do, like, have a say in their art. And I don't know
Could
what
be.
that, the details of that were, that might not be correct, but just, that
and
would
then
be what I would think.
weirdly, a tier that's less than that, which is 750, is one that lets you just make a boss, and that had two backers.
Hmm.
I don't know why, like, it's cheaper to make a boss than to make an NPC.
Because the NPC, they're having to work into the story a little bit
Well,
more.
no,
whereas-
there's another NPC backer tier for 500 that 5 people backed.
I'm really curious if the credits for this will say which is which.
There was a $500 tier to design a spell animation.
I'm
I'm like, of all the like high tiers, I'm not interested in designing a spell
Glad you're
animation.
okay.
I bet it's the orcas.
I'm betting the orcas is one of them. Yeah, the
Huh.
orca JPEG attack.
How many people did that?
3. So that's it. There's nothing to design a playable character. Anyway, going back to the stretch goals. Up 5,000 more from the lore
Thought you'd
journal
never
is
ask.
character side stories.
Chop chop!
We've not gotten to see that yet, but that might be post
Proudly
game.
meeting expectations.
What does that even mean?
Playable chapter that, to me, if you just said that, I would assume playable chapter that, like, guidance
So
chapter.
my qualm with that is the wiki doesn't list any chapters besides the main story. Like, I've been looking around the wiki.
I know.
And there's nothing.
I know there are, though. Because the DLC specifically states that you get, like, several extra levels. It's called, like, Suns Out, Swords Out, so I don't know if it says that, like, on its specific entry, or if it has one.
Trying to find more like information. Okay, I can find a YouTube video that has side story stuff.
Okay.
Let's do it.
That's one that I just
It
assume
looks like it
we've not
does
seen
exist. It's weird to me it's not on the wiki and I can't turn up any information on Google search better than a YouTube video. that says to me not many people played this.
I'm not saying that it did. I'm saying that I know that there are extra missions because the DLC has them. So
Right,
I'm just saying,
like,
I'm not like surprised I've not seen that yet.
I'm just saying, like, the only thing I can find regarding DLC or regarding side stories is somebody says side stories DLC chapter 1 is this walkthrough.
How did you do
And then
that?
here's another side stories DLC video from them. Which that to me is like
Thought you'd never
the
ask.
side stories that were a stretch goal are paid DLC.
I don't know. I'm not going to
That-
assume that until I see it.
I'm assuming that because all I can find about side stories when I like look for Dark Deity like side story chapters.
Dark Dory.
Yeah, Dark Dory. I also assume it's DLC because of the fact the wiki doesn't even list them.
Tisbor says sound is going in and out for me.
That's weird.
Maybe my internet. That's a really weird issue to have. Hasn't on my end. Okay, thank God.
Oh, do you know anything about the side chapters, Mahane?
I'll take point.
Because I will say, I feel like when something's a stretch goal, that should mean it's something that comes in the game, and is not like additional DLC you have to pay for. Like, that's kind of the point of stretch goaling it, is to fund it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so after
Also,
35...
I would say, well, I don't know, how would you feel if the actual Kickstarter backers got that free?
I mean, I'd be fine with that because they paid for it. Like, that's what the stretch goal was.
Phone
But-
cam's FPS dropped a bit. You're moving in like 20 frames per second. I am? I'm not on my side.
Let me see. You look fine to me.
Let me check the connection and stuff again.
Like, I'm looking at it on YouTube, and you look fine to me.
Okay.
You guys maybe just try, like, refreshing and see if that fixes anything for you guys. So on my side, it looks totally fine on YouTube. So after 35,000 for the side stories, the next is 40,000, so 5,000 more for beach mode.
That is DLC.
So that's also DLC.
That I know is DLC.
Mahane says nothing on the side chapters and his think fan. It's not something you actually saw since you didn't know it was a stretch goal. So have you not played it? Like, whatever this side story stuff is? I'm just trying to figure out, like, is it DLC or not?
How did you do that?
And, like, it seems to point to that it is DLC.
Let's do it.
Also, this is a crazy bottleneck. I'm not upset, but like it's kind of intense.
And then after the $40,000 beach mode, for 45,000 is villain side stories.
That is also paid DLC.
Yeah. So the last 3 stretch goals are all paid DLC,
If I must.
which I don't really love. Mahane says he thinks it might be DLC because he doesn't own any of it. So that to me is reinforcing the idea that all this stuff that was stretch goals turned into DLC that you have to pay for.
I can read
rather
it
than being in the game.
again real fast, what it says specifically. Let me see. I hate that like 2 different videos start anytime I go to a Steam page now. The live stream and the thing.
Yeah.
So it says, why is there... Oh, okay. I was like, there's a current bundle for G.I. Joe, The Wrath of Cobra, and Dark Deity. I'm like, what do those have to do with each other? Sorry, that one just kind of caught me by surprise. Oh, I'm not on the right page. Sun's out, swords out. In this beach-based expansion to the original game, enjoy the sandy new character portraits usable during a playthrough of the base game, as well as the additional DLC content. Enjoy 7 additional levels, each telling a story from the time both before and after the events of Dark Deity. Get a deeper look into characters from the main game that you always wanted to know more about, including playable chapters with Empyrean, Varric, Alistair, and Sterling.
Which, like, yeah, that's interesting, but it feels weird to have been a stretch goal that was then DLC. It's not like you can't do it, it's just like, it's not a usual thing. I'm also trying to find, like, what they said about the stretch goals, because they got their little stretch goal image, but I'm trying to find any details about, like, what did they say the stretch goals would mean?
Important question. Oh, I was like, should I be nervous? No. Yeah, she's gonna take a while to break through that on her own, but she's not on her own, so it's fine.
Okay, so I will say their update in July 2022, when the Swords Out DLC came out, they did say all backers would get a Steam code for it.
Okay.
So all the backers did get the DLC.
I feel better about that.
Which makes it better.
How did you do that?
Yeah, because if I'm, you know, backing it and that's a promise made, then I'm getting what I paid for. And that is not a promise made on Steam, so. But it's also not standard practice, for sure. These guys, like, all are gonna hit at once.
How can I help?
How do you fare?
I'm really just trying to find anywhere where they detailed what the stretch goals mean. Because it's like, they list them, but it doesn't tell you what they meant for them to mean. I'm really curious about the lore book thing. He does say it feels a little disingenuous. Yeah, it feels like trying to milk as much money as they can out of it, you know? Which is not, like, inherently wrong, but it's, like, that's not normally how stretch goals work on Kickstarter.
No. And I'm not disagreeing, but is it fair to hold everybody to the standard of Bloodstained?
I don't even know what Bloodstained is. I'm
It was
saying
the-
most games don't usually do this.
It was the creators of Castlevania, I think, that didn't want to work with Konami anymore, so they made new Castlevania.
Undeniably skilled.
Okay.
And it was extremely successful. Because I guess people wanted more Castlevania. He'd only be in range of a single archer if I actually threw him around there, so I kind of want to do that.
According to this update, they got to 200% funding in the first 2 days.
Wow. That is quite impressive.
Okay, they did say when they announced the side story stretch goals that they would be released as DLC. So they did state that.
You're just another cur.
Okay.
Lore Journal just says you will have access
Your
to a lore
end
journal that
approaches.
explores parts of history that the Dark Deity story
Didn't give much of a chance.
What is this?
I wonder if that was like a PDF that got sent.
One step at a time.
More work?
Because, yeah, I'm pretty curious about that. I would potentially, like, just read it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find, like,
When you're ready, follow me.
Googling for the lore journal to try to find anything about it. Like, all I can find is articles talking about the lore journal is going to be a post-launch update to the game.
I don't know that this is the problem that we're encountering, but I also really worry. I know we've talked about it before, and the fighting game communities brought it up a lot, that, like, with all of our information that normally would be on forums moving... Ooh! That hurt. With all of our information that would normally be on forums moving to Discord, like... Also, I just realized it's been flickering the whole time, but I've only just now remembered to look. Everybody's name is not the same. Like, they attack and then their name updates.
Yeah, I've noticed that, like, throughout the game. I don't love it.
I didn't notice. This is the first chapter I've actually noticed that.
Oh, okay. I've been noticing it throughout. I didn't comment on it, but it's weird.
That is definitely weird.
Yeah, I can't find anything about the lore journal, and
Together.
you are right. Like, they have their official Discord or whatever, so maybe the only information about it is in the official Discord. But like, you'd think if there was a lore journal available, there'd be at least something about it somewhere.
The wings of death unfurl.
Maybe, but what you're saying, like, it sounds like the wiki is not complete, and like, that's the kind of thing I would expect a wiki person to talk about and like make, you know.
Yeah.
But ooh, nice proc. Love to see it. The fact that they had somebody passionate enough to do a wiki at all, I think says a lot, because a lot of the games that we play on this channel got nothing.
Yeah.
So it shall be.
I'm also curious, in your opinion, right? So this is a $25 game on Steam.
Mhm.
The Sun's Out, Swords Out DLC adds theoretically like 7 chapters. It's $10. So it's almost half the price of the base game. Do you think that's a worthwhile price for that amount of content?
For the DLC?
Yeah, it's 40% the cost of the original game for whatever it adds.
I can't say until I play through the chapters.
Okay.
Because there's the one that I think the SRPG community was most notoriously upset by was the DLC for Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia. Because that one, correct me if I'm wrong, it was more expensive than the game.
I'm not sure. I didn't really look at it. Let me
The
see.
game, I think, was $40, and I think the DLC was $50. I remember the
can't
Fire
buy
Emblem...
the DLC anymore, so I can't like look
yeah.
at it.
You might be able to find a post about it.
Yeah, I'm looking at if
Thought you'd never
Serenus
ask.
has anything on it.
Ellie.
Huh?
I was saying Ellie because doesn't he edit Serenus?
Yeah, he's worked for
If I
Serenus.
must.
So the season pass for all 5 DLC packs is $45.
In the game, I think was 40.
Is it only 40?
It was a 3DS
Take
game.
care your blood
Surprise.
doesn't stain my robes.
How can I find what the price at launch was?
I would just type Shadows of Valentia MSRP.
Thought you'd never ask.
That's a smart idea.
Thank you.
Leave it to me.
Hey, we do
Still
5.
not really turning up the
Bottoms
results
up.
usually.
If I remember right, I'll just say I remember right. It was 40. I remember the Fire Emblem community being pretty united, being upset about it because it was so expensive compared to the cost of the game. But like
has
having actually
consequences.
bought it and played through it, I don't think the results would be typical.
Stand
But I
and
got
fight.
$45 worth of enjoyment out of that. I was not. I think it was more expensive than it should have been. Okay, Mahane's got you. It was $40
Yeah,
on Amazon.
I see it's 40 on Amazon.
This should be fun.
I just don't know if... So if I look at... Let's see. This website... This website claims MSRP as $50.
Hmm.
This is the only place I've been able to find something that actually lists an MSRP. I don't know if it's correct on
I see.
Starland.
Never
like,
heard
I'm
of
not-
that.
A lot of these sites where I can find it for sale at like $40 prices, but I can't find
Experience is a fine weapon.
like actual MSRP listed.
Hmm. We probably crit at least once. Let's go for it. But yeah, anyway, all that to say, it doesn't really matter.
Test your
Results not
resolve.
typical. I got a lot of enjoyment out of that DLC, so.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can also recognize it shouldn't have been that
My
expensive,
sword
but
grows lighter with every swing.
that was my take, so.
Lead the way.
Yeah, I might feel the same about Dark Deity, that, like, should it be that expensive? No. But will I get that much enjoyment out of it? Maybe. Has happened before. We actually did route everybody. We kind of thought that would happen, though, I think.
Your end approaches.
More work?
Actually, I don't want to give you more EXP for healing when
you're
she
ready,
could get it.
follow me.
And she needs it far more.
My hard work is paying off.
So it shall be.
You go do the thing. Oh, thank the gods. You saved me. Thank you so much. Interesting there's no nameplate there. Oh!
I mean, I guess we don't technically know her name yet.
No, Rose.
Now we do.
Our Witch Hunter didn't work out before. Might go Witch Hunter now.
What's her current skill? Does it, like...
Unnoticed. Less likely to be attacked by enemies. That's not bad for an archer.
No, it's not bad. It's just, like, it's not really a pairs well or poorly with any particular class.
We'll go Witch Hunter. We really don't
You
need
sure?
people at this point. Let's
Not
pass.
really.
Oh. Teodrin, what?
More work?
You know what they say, every rose has its other rose.
Okay.
If we move her again, does she duplicate again?
No.
What if we move the other one?
Get a move on.
I don't know who you're talking about. The other character.
Impressive, is it not?
The rose duplicate. Can we...
She's
we
not
can interact.
clickable.
Never mind. Is there... Can we spam phase enough to just get Monroe to 30?
Hope you don't mind.
I'm...
Like, we're so close to 30
Yeah,
on some
I'm
of these.
very considering.
We've just got, like, as much time as we want. Like, we can't abuse Orima because we can't change.
Have fun.
Stop poking
Like, everything else.
Yeah, we'll do what we can do. There's no reason not to. Okay.
Stay with me.
Chop chop.
I will say, like,
Hope you don't mind.
however you feel about the
Get a move on.
Shadows of Valencia price for all the stuff, at the very least, you could also buy everything individually and only get what you wanted.
Yeah.
You can't do that with Dark Deity's DLC. Because it's all packaged in that one DLC bundle.
Yeah, I wonder if they did sell it separately, what would be more popular, honestly.
Because, like, the bundle for Valencia that's just, like, access to extra classes is $15 total.
Please be
And,
more
like,
careful.
that's because each class individually
Hope
is
you don't mind.
$2. And it would be $20, except they sell as a bundle for $15. That's not, like, new maps or anything. That's just,
Get
like,
a move on.
access to overclasses.
Yes, and people were upset about that specifically as well.
That one, I can totally see being upset over.
Thought you'd
But
never ask.
it's you
Chop,
can
chop.
also you can
If you're
choose
sure.
not to buy
I'll
it, you
catch up
know.
later.
Also, I probably wouldn't care to grind people out quite so much, but we're right at 30. And,
Yeah,
like,
it's
that's
'cause we're
such
at
a
29,
big...
we're so close.
That is such an
Hope you don't
important
mind.
level.
Get a move on.
I'll catch up
Also, it's
later.
interesting, Rose joins at 26.
I'm curious what Alexa will join at.
I don't know, Mahane's saying that she's best suited as Dragoon, so we may just go for
Are you
that
sure?
as well, since we don't have one.
Have fun.
Let's go!
What are we getting?
Okay, I'm taking in the carpet thing. That's wild. Okay, so we get Wizard, Arcane Overlord. Power is increased by an extra 20% of magic, so he hits, like, an even bigger train.
What's his current magic stat?
29.
29 times 1.2, so that'd be a total of 34
It'd be
to
point
35.
0.2.
Huh?
It's
yeah,
20.
but 1.2 is the total amount.
Oh.
I'm just getting what his total would be, which is 34 or 35.
Okay.
And then what's Ancient Wisdom?
Mastery is increased by
Oh.
20% of power.
Oh, so when he crits, or not crits, when he has armor advantage, he hits bigger.
We've got Aegis. Warded armor. Taking magic damage grants a healing ward to adjacent allies. That's
Sure.
cool. And Shroud of the Eye. Defense increased by 10% of magic.
I don't know how much we're using him for defense anyway.
Yeah.
I
Not
kind of
good.
rather go something that's going to give him better speed growth.
The Fire Eyes is so cool. I really like that. Burning Heart. Crit is increased by your percentage of health up to 30%. Crazy. Dragon Soul. 35% chance to add 20% of current HP to damage. That
He
is
wants to stay very high HP.
nutty damage.
Yeah. What are
Or
his current skills, just so I know what we're stacking with?
Slumbering Strength. Can't get less than 4 stat ups when leveling.
Okay.
Beam Me Up. Phase range +1.
Okay.
Maestro. Allies within 2 tiles have increased
Okay,
accuracy.
so this isn't going to stack with like anything he's getting new.
And then we have Projection, which is phase range +1 again. And Mirror Images. Allies within 2 tiles have increased accuracy. That's
This
not
just
cool.
like doubles up. I don't think he needs that.
I want him to keep super high dodge.
So
I'm wondering if Pyromancer.
what's Wizard's dodge or speed?
Speed is...
Okay. Let me see Pyro again.
Maybe we just do that to keep the high speed.
It also gives him a move of 9.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
He loses a little bit of magic going to Illusionist and a little bit of HP. I don't know, it's kind of a trade-off, because he could have some really high power with some of these other classes, or you
Mhm.
can go with more dodge. It's really up to you. I could see either way being viable. Because we also rely on him for just hitting like a truck.
We do.
I think Pyromancer would be probably my like second pick. He also gets a big defense growth increase. He loses fortitude growth, but he already has quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And his speed doesn't drop too much. Yeah, I don't know. I like Pyromancer or Illusionist probably. They're both good.
Yeah.
I don't think the skills of Illusionist are really that useful to him.
They're not.
We don't phase with him like at all, and the accuracy doesn't really tell us how much it does or anything, so it's hard to play around.
We do already get that as well, so that would stack.
Yeah. It would stack. It's just like I don't know how much it is.
Yeah. Pyromancer's so cool.
I do really like Pyromancer. What's his HP? If he's at
79.
max HP, that's an extra 15
It's up
damage,
to
he's at
30%.
35. Right, but Dragon Soul.
Oh, right.
Like, he could just get straight up plus 15 on an attack. At a, every, like, third attack or so. I don't know. It would be really funny for him to hit really hard.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah, he'll still have 75% speed growth, so it's not like he's gonna stop dodging.
He looks so huge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He got a Bowie level growth spurt.
He did. Guys, I'm hot now.
Off you go.
I'm going to refrain from using hot and Alden in the same sentence.
Thought you'd never ask.
Yeah, probably a good call. Oh, we also can mess around with this. So move is 7. Oops.
Chop chop!
Does it double stack? Move is 8. It does.
It does. Okay.
I like that.
Good to know.
Alright, let's phase you again. And we shove.
Hope you don't mind.
I hope Irving has a really cool one he can go to.
How can I
Hopefully.
help? Onward.
I mean, it can't be as cool as Landis's lightsabers and stuff,
No.
Thought you'd never ask. Chop chop!
I'm shocked that I managed to pull Landis's name out of my memory.
I'm also impressed.
Like, I struggled with Rhett and Thor in the past. I guess it was the most recent one we played, so...
True.
Not that I can pull a lot of the other names.
Good old Randy.
Was it...
Chop chop!
It's not Fagato. What was the name of the guy I thought you looked like? Fataga.
Yeah. You went from Magician to Wizard. Wizard also looks really cool.
I just feel like with him being the powerhouse of our party, like, the power that Pyromancer offers is just really appealing.
That might be as far as she can go, because everybody is full health now.
Do you not get experience for killing Zero?
Hope you don't mind.
I can't heal 0.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh my lord. That looks so wrong. There's the dragon!
Ah!
Okay, so champion's obviously what we're going, but let's read everything else.
I mean, maybe. Some of this other stuff could be crazy.
Doomclaw, able to equip fire magic.
How?
I assume it just adds new weapons.
I guess.
Fireheart, magic is equal to strength, able to equip fire magic. That's
So Doomclaw's useless.
redundant.
Like, they literally gave Dragonite one skill and then made a second skill that's half of the other skill.
Mm-hmm.
That's dumb.
For a reminder of what he has Natural Leader. Allies within 2 tiles gain 6 XP when Irving defeats an enemy. I didn't realize that's how that was working.
No.
Chivalry gains 6% of power for every adjacent player unit. And Sturdy, plus 35% health.
Oh, no wonder he has so much HP.
I don't know if I've read that in a long time. Sentinel, we got Bulwark. Adjacent allies gain 20% of this unit's defense. That's cool.
That is neat.
And Towering Presence. Adjacent allies gain 10% power.
I mean, that would kind of stack with, like, Chivalry and stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they help him, he helps them.
Berserker, Bloodlust, gains extra damage proportional to missing health up to 75% at 90% missing.
Okay. He does have a lot of HP to burn on that.
He does. And Mayhem, chance to attack again, increased by enemy missing health. That's very silly. But this is Benji.
Okay, Mahane says with class like that, it turns specific weapons into magic. Power and balance turn into fire magic, while finesse and accuracy stay physical. So it would force 2 of his weapons into magic.
I see.
Which I'm not sure what we're usually using.
I really wish, like, they need a Mahane button in this game that, like, explains
Yeah,
things.
right?
Alright, Champion.
What does this give us?
They are unable to double attack.
Oh.
That's...
I don't know if I love that.
Can no longer double. Power is increased by speed. So it would just add 24 to strength.
But... The question is, like, is that going to be more damage than doubling is going to be? Especially because you can crit. You have 2 chances to crit with a double. Because, like, with those champion stats, the amount speed increases his power is less than just, like, doubling his strength.
Well, what's the other one? Push range +1. That was not as exciting as I hoped.
And especially because his speed growth drops to 35%. Like, he's not going to get much speed.
So yeah, remember I told you some classes' role of true speed? Champion is that. I see.
Yeah. So, like, what's his strength in other classes? What are we giving up, like, double-wise? That's also 30.
It's all the same.
Okay, so his stats don't change. I don't know. I kind of feel like we'll get more mileage out of being able to double than adding his speed.
I mean, yeah. You're I think objectively right.
Yeah, I feel like Sentinel plays really well with Chivalry and Natural Leader, because having him just around people will just be generally good.
It does, but
case.
Champion feels like the canon route.
It does, but are we going to have another Sentinel?
No.
Like, if
'Cause-
Benji's gonna go Berserker.
Yeah, of this, no, we're not.
So I'm like, I don't feel like there's any reason not. I feel like this is the better choice.
It is,
And I
I
don't
think,
think
obviously the better choice.
And I don't think it feels like out of character like jumping to Berserker or Dragon Knight might.
You're right.
So, I like Sentinel in this case. Also, 60% fortitude growth is actually like really good for our army. We could use some more res.
That's true. Do we be responsible, chat, or do we go irresponsible?
And we could always turn somebody else into a champion that we're using, but
The only people we're using are him and Benji that are on this class line.
we might use Alexa. She's this class line.
I'm really not motivated to do that, gonna be honest.
I mean, fair enough. Maybe there's some crazy personal skill that just feels worth it.
Mihane says, Sentinels is always superior. I'm also not biased at all. I mean, Sentinel is clearly better.
Okay, Mahane says, though I'll say, what's our follow-up here?
I'm interested in Champion Irving. I am too.
Yeah, I don't know. I would go Sentinel if it was me, but it's your playthrough, so if you want to go Champion, like, go Champion. I just feel like it's the worst choice of the two.
It is definitely the worst choice, and on this channel we show things so you don't have to. Let's go. Champion Irving.
I'll take point.
And now we
Never mind.
shove 2 spaces.
Oh, yeah. That's the kind of power we've been after.
I'll catch up later.
Oh, hey, we can... Really? She's... How... What, she's 1 off?
Well, if somebody else can get a level that gives them experience, or gives them HP.
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually.
Because if that was all it took, we've got other people to get there.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, I would bet champions are the least
take
used
point.
class, honestly.
I'm curious which characters will really excel as champions, because you want somebody who has high speed but low crit, I
I'll
think.
catch up later.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to, like, not mind giving up your crit chances.
Alright, so a
What-
refresher
yeah, what
on
do we
his.
have?
Crits deal an extra 15% damage. Crit plus 8% per adjacent ally. 1.25 times hit bonus from dexterity.
Okay, so we want a crit build for him, basically.
So, Sniper gets an extra attack range, which is sick. And accuracy plus 35% if unit hasn't moved. That's booty.
Yeah, that's bad.
We never do that.
The extra range is good, though.
Outlaw. Scoundrels. Crit modifier increases by a flat 50%.
He just gets plus 50% crit?
There's no way. Is that... That's stupid.
Huh? That's insane.
Hit and run. Ignore 50% of armor if only one adjacent unit.
But he goes down to 1 range, so he loses his range status.
This sounds also kind of stupid. There's no
Yeah.
way.
Outlaw sounds insanely broken. Like, plus 50% crit.
Alright, Blade Dancer. Dodging increases retaliation power by 30%. So I'm guessing that is, like, use counterattack, please. You've used counterattack this entire time. Don't switch to retaliation on me. I assume that's what they mean.
Oh, they have such inconsistent wording throughout these tooltips. It's been driving me nuts, and I've just not been mentioning it.
But okay, I like that. But I don't think that he can take
I
the
don't
best
think it
advantage of
works
that.
for him. I think that would be something like
Maeve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guaranteed to hit if below 40% HP.
He usually hits anyway.
If he's below 40% HP or if they are. I read that as if they are, but unclear wording.
I assumed it was if he was. It could really be either.
We should start a blood feud about it.
Sure.
Benji would excel as champion. He's slow, hits hard, and has low crit is supplemented by he's literally the best personal skill, but I feel like Benji is just ironically literally the best warrior. Yeah. And then Green Knight, Forester's Blessing. Haste grants 40% fortitude while active. That is not great.
No.
Mage Bane. Half of magic using enemy's magic added to damage.
It's neat, but I feel like Outlaw or Sniper is where we're going.
For sure.
Outlaw just sounds hilarious.
I mean, we're going hilarious. Let's do it.
Because, like, plus 50% crit? Like, are you kidding me? And if he's only adjacent to his target, he ignores half of their armor?
Outlawed is. This sounds so stupid.
Yeah.
Chop chop.
Plus 50% flat experience is just the most ludicrous skill I've ever seen. Especially with no downside. It's not like the Berserker skills from, like, Awakening and Fates.
Making a unit with high speed into a champion after making them a Dragoon, they become a consistent one-hit killer. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we finish Monroe here. Y'all didn't know this would be the promotioning, huh?
No.
Alright,
Gotta
so
stay up until 2 a.m. for that.
Aegis is keeping him on the same path.
So what are his current skills to see?
Born Heir is HP increased by half of Mastery, Strength of Storms, defense increased by 10% of magic, and Superconductor. Attacking grants adjacent allies plus 15% power for 1 turn.
I wish we, like, paid attention to some of our skills we had.
Yeah, a
Because
little
that
bit.
would be, like, really useful if we played around it.
A little bit. So we could give him taking magic damage, grants healing ward to adjacent allies, and defense increased by 10% of magic. We could do that and keep him on the same path.
We could. Like, I think the warded armor is kind of meh,
Okay.
personally.
Do you want to give him extra power?
What's
As a
his
wizard?
current, like, magic?
30?
30. It's pretty high.
It is.
This would also funnily make his magic growth 100%, so it would be guaranteed magic every level. This is the phase range and accuracy.
I don't
which is,
think he fits into that.
uh,
We have a Pyromancer. Let's go Wizard.
Yeah, I kind of like Wizard.
Let's see. Even against... Oh, yeah. Serious Little says, for me, it's 8 a.m. almost.
Mahane says something screw MMOs all the time. Read your tooltips. I think the problem is, like, there's just so many skills on your units,
I help?
and a lot of them are so situational or unclear what they're actually doing a lot of the time.
And
It's
they're not
really hard to
reflected
remember them.
in any numbers.
No. Nothing reminds you what skills you have unless you go into the status of a unit. It's one of the, like, big downsides, I feel like. So it kind of plays into where my thing of,
I
like,
really
the
want to
3D
make her the Reaper, because I want at least 1 Reaper.
Sure. Where I feel like the 3DS was the best console for SRPGs, because you could just have the status screen of a unit open on the bottom screen.
Yeah.
But, like, I can't see my skills here. You have to go into a unit's full status to read their
Chop,
skills,
chop.
which is not convenient.
No, it is
I'll
not.
catch up later.
So you either have to commit to memory what every unit's skills are, or
Maybe now I'll
check
blend
every
in.
time.
Lead the way.
And we can still heal. Sick. I was a little worried about that going away. I wouldn't think it would, but...
Alright, is there anybody else we can get to 30?
Yeah.
Practically? Okay.
We could do Rose. I don't want to do that, though, because that'd take too long, but we can do Maeve,
Yeah.
because that's going to be 1 more
Okay.
turn.
Move on.
I wasn't paying attention to who all was still close.
Hope you don't mind.
If you're sure, I'll catch up later.
There we go.
Off you go.
And then we know what we're doing for Maeve.
Probably. What? I just want to double check. What are her skills that we're, like, stacking onto this?
Defeating an enemy grants plus 30% dodge for a turn,
Okay.
which is great for that.
Mm-hmm.
Relentless. The second attack and the double attack does increased damage.
Mm-hmm.
And Weightless reduces the effective weapon weight.
Okay, and then Blade Storm's giving her guaranteed hits, right? If
Yeah.
she's below... If somebody's below 40%.
I like Blade Dancer for her.
Yeah, I don't have any complaints with this. It just, like, kind of keeps doing what she's been doing.
Alright, let's
Onward.
continue on. Thanks for the assist. Let's bust out of here.
What's her personal thing?
Fierce momentum.
Oh, yeah.
Damage increased by tiles move this turn.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
drag.
obviously is just like be a dragoon.
Yeah.
My duty.
You want to be her?
Intruders in the prison. Varric will have our heads if they free the prisoners.
Teodrin.
We
It's
have to
gonna
get back out
It's
now.
gonna tell me to walk back out.
Yep.
Don't let them escape!
We can't let them escape, or we may be next on the chopping block.
Rally!
Rally for Dervin.
Please!
Come on! There isn't much time!
Okay, somebody designed both of those two together.
You're right.
Yeah, it was like,
It's a boss and an NPC.
yep, it is so obvious.
If we kill her, we get a raw egg. But we've been asked not to. Decisions.
We've been asked not to?
Yeah. We can escape here and not do it.
I think we want a raw egg, don't we?
No,
Slash, do we have anybody else who can hit 30 easily?
I want to see this story. A lot of people. On the next playthrough, we'll kill her.
I mean, if we get a couple hits on our mooks, you know, we can do that.
I just want to escape. Assuming that's
Get
what that
pranked
is.
again. Yeah, they cannot get to you unless you intentionally wait for them, really.
Tiana's pursuing you with her guards. Escape before a confrontation is necessary. Or kill her. Okay, it does actually give me the choice. We'll be the goody two-shoes and do that. But I am curious what happens if I do. You know what? Mahane, seriously, if I kill her, what happens?
Like, does it make a significant difference?
Yeah, I actually do want to know.
Ready!
You can't get the pacifist ending.
Because we've done that so much.
Oh, yeah.
I'll catch up later. Have fun!
I'm just gonna grind until y'all
Chop chop.
say whatever.
Lead the way.
Oh yeah, she's also cloned.
Perfect. Lol doesn't know.
No idea. I'd be a goody two-shoes every time I play because it's quicker. I see.
Get a move on.
I did say we do the things that you don't see. How much we stick into that?
I want to kill her.
I guess.
Okay. Surely it doesn't greatly impact the story.
I would assume not. I mean, I will say,
I'm on it.
searching
As you
Tiana on the
command.
wiki, she doesn't even have a page dedicated to her, so she can't be that important.
Are you sure?
I like that reasoning a lot, actually.
Like, she can't be that relevant if there's not even a page for her.
Dang, tie out for blood. I don't know if that's in relation to wanting to end her, or is
Interesting.
the even more insulting, you don't even have a wiki page, you're insignificant.
Very well.
And Aelia doesn't have one either. Irene does. Irene's page just says, Irene is a non-playable character in Dark
How
Deep.
can I help?
That's all that's on her page. There's not even a picture of her.
Sounds like the Shining wiki. There is so much stuff on that wiki, by the way, on the Shining wiki, that, like,
Chop chop.
is fascinating if true, and nothing to prove any of it's true.
Oh yeah, there's a lot on the Shining Wiki that's also just blatantly and provably wrong.
Well, there's some stuff that's, like, it's provably wrong, but I don't have the stuff to prove it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna delete it, but, like, I do wonder about some of it.
Together.
Like, there was one that said, like, I think it was, like, the main villain from Shining Wisdom is, like, related to some other character. I forget who it was.
How can I help?
What's the character's name?
I don't.
At your disposal.
Pazort?
Oh, I recognize that name.
There's two Shining wikis, and I don't remember which one it was on.
Okay, so this Shining Wiki Pazort's page just says Pazort is the final boss in
Leave it to
Shining
me.
Wisdom, and that's it.
That is true.
So it's not that one.
Get a move on.
Fact check, true.
Where's the other wiki? What's the other? There's a second wiki? Where is it? Shining.wiki?
I could always pop a new file and get back to you next week if you wanted. I also have a bunch of saves for this exact purpose, so, like,
Together.
it's not that big a deal. If I hate it and want to change it, I could do it off screen. We
She's
hit
not very scary.
really hard.
Yeah.
I want to see his crit. That's not a 50% crit rate.
That is not.
They lied to me.
That's not a flat 50%.
No, it's not.
Unless the skill doesn't trigger until during battle or something. But that wouldn't really make sense.
Just the meme. Those bastards lied to me.
Although theoretically, right, if we moved Sia, he would do more damage because he wouldn't have another adjacent unit.
I guess.
True.
Right, because his other skill relies on not having an adjacent, like more than one adjacent unit.
Me?
I'm not that worried about it.
I'm just like curious how much it matters. I can't find
That's close
anything.
enough.
I'm not finding the second wiki you're saying exists.
Okay. Maybe it got taken down at some point. It might be for the best. There was one that I know people were really unhappy with.
I don't know there's ever been one people were happy with.
That's true. It had things on it other than Shining Force 2. Don't know how we let that stand. I want to see what new things look like, so we gonna peek. Cause she also, yeah, I figured would not do much. That looks nuts. That's so cool. But yeah, we actually are gonna need to get the
I'll
skill.
take point.
I might just have to do that.
It is funny to me that like the Wikipedia page, like regular Wikipedia for Shining Wisdom, mentions that Pazort is a former follower of Xeon, which doesn't appear on the Shining Wiki.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't.
I
As
can't
you command.
find whichever one you're talking about.
I also don't know that that is true.
Yeah, well, that's not just poorly worded. That is literally not what it says. When you say something's increased by a flat 50%, and it's a percentage-based thing, that to me says like you get plus 50%.
Thought you'd never ask.
Yeah,
You know,
and it might just be that like none of the skills seem to be reflected, so it might be that. But I don't know, and he's gonna die if he loses that, so I'm just not gonna do it right now.
that is very disappointing, though.
Raw egg.
Love it.
The hunt is on.
Does it actually not change anything?
I like how it says
Here.
or kill her, and,
And
that
that-
doesn't even end the fight.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, does this actually not change a thing?
That is hilarious how irrelevant she is.
I was
I
like,
love
oh,
it.
I'm gonna feel bad and stuff, and like, I feel nothing.
I was at least expecting it to be an alternative win condition, like it says in the description.
Yeah,
Is it going to be like, even if we kill all these dudes, we still have to escape? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking.
we're gonna find out. Maybe the dragon just had Nihil.
I don't think so.
It was immune to disarm. That is like Copious Maximus, though.
Get a move on.
But yeah, we can like.
No, I just kind of feel like Outlaw doesn't work how it sounded like it would.
No,
And we've just nerfed Garrick for no reason.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset about that.
As you command.
That actually sucks.
Oh, these guys are like actually strong.
That's really funny how weak the boss
Interesting.
was, and then these guys are actually kind of scary.
They are. It's nothing that we can't deal with, though.
Well, that'll be a lot. Oh, then you've gotten so tall then.
Let me at him!
Oh goodness, he got Dragon Soul and a critical. No, that's reasonable.
Yeah, it drops the
Be
nuke.
careful. I won't lose you.
76 damage.
I'll take point.
And then do we just take nothing? Oh, we take 19, like it's not nothing.
Yeah.
That's still not much, though.
I feed the baby, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Alright,
You're
you
sure?
are ranged. Go for that. Don't know that we're gonna use Rose, but she's fine for now. Morning, Nick! Oh yeah,
I'm getting the hang of
I missed that. Hi.
Stop poking me.
Let's see.
No!
We actually might use Alexa, though.
Honored.
Also, like, Sia to potentially get up there.
How did you do that?
Why did we hit 100? Oh, is it because we're losing health?
Every swing.
Are we just gonna end all of them?
Come then.
Oh, we can see
Test
the
your
crit.
resolve.
That's funny.
Time to turn the tide.
Remember when Taya said he's never gonna crit?
Whoa!
So what do we hit now? Why are we sweeping?
My sword grows lighter with every swing.
I'm probably not more important than a named boss. You were absolutely more important than this named boss. This named boss had no, like, it did not matter at all in the slightest.
Move!
I'm gonna be really dumb for a second, Yell.
It's on!
Move!
Like, I need a new archer now. I might just be really dumb.
It's on!
Move!
I also think we may have nerfed Garrick to the point that he's not gonna work out. Because he just does not have the stat build to live. We grinding for a minute.
Move!
It's 15 per, it's not too bad, and there's no incentive to end early. Did I hear going to farm EXP for 50 turns? Probably not 50, because we're at 27 and 30 is really where we need to get.
I'll catch up later.
But maybe. At least a couple of levels.
Maybe now I'll blend in.
I would not do this if I were not salty about Garrick. But I'm really salty if that does not work like
Move!
it should.
I'll catch up later.
Plus, there is like a fatigue system, I think. So I think they're gonna hit that.
Move!
Me? I'll catch up later.
Actually, they might. I don't know how it triggers. So it may not. I don't know.
Move!
I'm gonna move her down here,
I'll catch up later.
and then you go heal him.
We've got you.
Why was he hitting hundreds? Just real quick. So extra 9% for having somebody adjacent. That's why. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Irving soloed that entire line because on counterattack he hit hundreds.
Beautiful.
Because I think because of that 9%. And I told chat I'm pretty salty about the sniper thing. So we're just being silly.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
It will be done.
Because we lost
That
our
is
archer,
really
so
plain.
we're getting a new one.
Don't look at
No,
me.
I feel that. So we're getting Rose up to a sniper.
We're doing her and Alexa.
Okay.
Because I may drop Garrick because he just does not have the
Yeah.
stat spread that would be necessary to like survive like that without a 50% crit rate.
I'll catch up later.
Are Rose's stats kind of comparable to where his are at? I'm just curious how well she'll fulfill the role he was doing.
38, 184, and speed is 17. 38, 184. No.
Okay.
How can I help?
No would be the unfortunate answer.
Okay. We do need the range support, though, unfortunately.
We do.
Could use some refining.
The more I see this game, the more I feel Tom of Chiance was... Oh. I did not even know what you meant. Was in the better game.
I'll catch up later.
Maybe. I don't want
I
to be
feel
that
like-
salty yet, but I'm a little bit salty.
The skills in this game
I'll catch up
give
later.
me kind of... not as bad as I felt about tactics, but, like, one of the biggest things to me in an SRPG is, like, information is really important. And when you are not giving me the information I need to make informed decisions, it's a bad game.
We're going sniper.
Okay.
I want
Yeah, I
the
figured
3
we
range.
would. The extra range is important. That's like, tactics was way worse than this game about just not telling you what anything did.
Yeah.
But, like, the skills in this game are driving me nuts. Because they're worded poorly when they do tell you. And sometimes there's, like, it increases the accuracy of people nearby. Like, by how much? Calculated by what? You don't need to know.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not even a numbers guy, but you have to know that.
It's just, like, just some idea so you can play around it, you know, in a way that matters.
Yeah,
You'll
because
tell me, like, Faust will increase the crit rate of people by 8%, but we can't know how much accuracy one of the 4 class lines for mages gives.
yeah, and it's like it tells us sometimes, and then you run the numbers for me, which I greatly appreciate, and it's so minimal
Mm-hmm.
that it's like, okay, you know, I don't need 2 more damage.
It really isn't, like,
waiting
in
for
low
this.
numbers games like this, a lot of the time, anything less than 20% doesn't matter.
Yeah,
The only place it really matters are, like, dodge rates
It's
and
on.
crit rates when it's, like, explicit adds to those
How can I help?
values.
Lead the way.
yeah, but even then, the explicit adds to those values are not
If I
explicit
must.
adds to those values.
No.
Unless it does, like, I'm being really salty, unless it just actually does work. And it just does not show.
I
Which
don't
is
think
also
so.
a big problem.
Ready.
We'll see.
Move.
But then will it show in battle, you know, like... I don't know.
Don't know.
We'll find out. I'm feeling maybe one more chapter of this tonight.
Okay.
Just going long on Dark Deity, because I also am like, I'm fine
Our
with
late
it.
block game is short anyway, so...
It is. I also was just thinking about it today, that I'm like, I really didn't think I'd be playing Dark Deity for this long.
No?
No, not really.
What do you mean by that?
I just didn't think it would take this long to get through it.
Oh.
And I'm not
Well,
like
the
upset.
maps
I'm not
were
upset
a
by
little
that.
smaller.
I just was caught off guard. Okay, she looks hilarious as a barbarian. I didn't even notice that. I kind of like the dragon thing.
I mean, the main thing is just that her skills rely on moves, so having big move matters.
Yeah. I mean, 9 move
Like,
is cool.
I don't know how low her move goes if she goes into something else.
9, 6, 6, 6.
Yeah, so if she wants move, she should be a dragon.
Yeah!
Ready.
Okay, so now she has Fire Dart and Fire Rune. Cool.
United, we are unstoppable.
Damage dealt 1,412.
Nice job, Irving.
Fenton really slacking, just saying. You're free! Go! Run! Come to think of it, maybe we shouldn't stick around too long either. No, maybe you shouldn't. That's you.
Sorry, I'm reading a Reddit post talking about classes I'm curious about Outlaw.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to find out if anybody talks about how its skill works, and of course nobody's straight up saying, like, people are saying it has, quote, reliable crits, but it's like, does that mean he is just gonna get plus 50% in battle and it's not displayed, or what? Anyway.
What's her problem?
You've got a lot of nerve coming around here. Ah, the deserter. Well, this is awkward. It's about to be. Start talking. Of course, we can explain. You were right about King Varric. In time, we've realized he truly was the tyrant you described. When?
I don't know.
This is the first time we're seeing her, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, clearly they're supposed to have, like, history. She's a deserter, right? Like Garrick said, you're the deserter, which means probably they knew her and she deserted at some point.
We thought the king was good at the start of the game. And, like,
well, because we didn't believe her, I guess. And now we do, for some reason.
Alright. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that. I agree.
Alexa, they saved our lives.
That was the exact voice I was thinking. That they did, Mr. Graveyard Worker. Fellow citizens, the time we passed in this foul place has ended. A new time has begun. Whatever purpose bound you to these dungeons, a singular purpose has freed you. In our cells, the day of revolution came to us as a whisper. Now it is upon us, as surely as the sun shines on our faces. Revolution? I don't think you understand. These brave people have risked their lives to save us in the hopes that we will stand by their side. Together, we will tear Sojourn apart brick by brick until we have King Varric's head. Actually, that's not why we... And I say we owe them that much. We owe them our lives.
Yeah, count me in.
For Delia.
Thank you, Little House on the Prairie. Alexa, I'm sorry to disappoint, but we didn't come with any intention of deposing the king.
We didn't? We're like, he's super evil, but we don't want to depose the king.
Yeah. I also, like this was super choreographed.
Elaine Irving.
That it was like, well, we could attack him, but, like, we definitely don't have the numbers. Let's go attack the giant rural prison that's full of people.
Yeah. Apparently 100, although we only rescued, like, 25 or so.
Serious Lil says, remember that filler battle? Alexa was the boss. She was?
Which filler battle? Which boss? I'm looking at the chapters now. Which filler battle would that have been?
It had to be like Battle 3 or 4.
Let me see. Battle 3. This is just a bandit fight.
Okay.
4 is Treasure Unknown. Defeat boss.
Is it 2? I don't know. I'll keep this going, but... Don't listen to Irving. He's a great soldier and all, but he doesn't make any of the decisions around here.
The one in the arena.
Oh my gosh, I remember now.
Which chapter is that?
I don't remember that. But I remember the fight. Because, yeah, Mahane's guess was also 4, but you just
chapter 6?
Nick got me.
Do you have any idea how little it narrows it down?
Yeah.
It's chapter 6.
Thank you. I would never have remembered that without you saying that.
No, I'm looking at the map and it's like, I don't see a character who looks like her.
I remember that now that Serious Lil says it. Oh, I also... Sorry, I missed some of the other things Nick said. I feel like the damage is all over the place, too. Just seeing the 100 plus damage of Irving compared to being obliterated for the other guy is telling. And Nick also says, I'll defeat you with the power of friendship and that dragon I found in that prison. We'd be glad to have you join our revolution. That's more like it. Really, Sia, is now really the time for this? Sia, is it? I like it. Lead the way, Sia, leader of the Delian Revolution. Your new recruits are hungry for justice. Well, serving's what I do best.
It's
Follow
just funny,
me.
You're saying she's in the bottom left area, and I can see there's a female unit in the bottom left area, but it doesn't look like Alexa's like player sprite in any way.
I remember her in the dialogue. Oh, it did. Okay. Aelia, I'm sorry. We tried to, but it was her or us. That's not quite true, but...
I know.
That's, no, that was me. It wasn't
No,
it?
it's you.
Also, the I know, like, that's interesting that they let... I wonder if that's the girl that made her.
No idea.
I know, what was it? Valley Girl.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Irving. I know you did everything you could. I've lost it, whatever. You do it.
I know, Irving. I know you did everything you could. It's okay.
You're so good at that. We should have done better. Are you okay? Other than me, like, murdering your sister in front of you.
No, but I will be. We both knew the risks. I just hoped it would be me before her.
Thank you.
You should stick around for a while. I lost someone recently, too. It helps to have friends around.
Thank you, Irving. I think I will. I don't know where else I'd go. Okay, so she sticks around anyway. He looks different.
Varg looks the same.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought he looked different last I remembered, but maybe not.
No, he always looked, like,
Okay.
very regal. I don't remember who Varg was. That was, like, a lifetime ago.
He was like very like hot guy voice, I think.
I recall someone mentioning that Irving and his group of treasonous deserters were of no concern. You were Empyrean, I believe.
Oh, what was his voice? That sounds like an accurate description.
Does it? And what if I told you that they just loosed several hundred of my kingdom's most dangerous dissidents?
This is a problem.
I'd say that sounds like a problem.
That's one way of putting it. The question is, what are we going to do about it?
That sounds like a question for a king. I'm afraid I have significantly more important matters to attend to. I'd imagine you're quite capable of rounding up a handful of rabble-rousers. Or am I mistaken?
Very well.
No, you're quite right. They're a worthless bunch. My knights will make short work of them.
Good. Then if my advice is no longer required, I will be off.
Forget the fact that I was so out of knights I recruited an 8-year-old in Chapter 1. Go, I can rule my kingdom well enough without whatever advice you feel you've afforded me.
Goodbye.
See to it that you do.
Chapter 18.
There was some random knight in the background with us.
Yeah, he didn't speak once.
No. He was here for moral support. He's my emotional support knight.
My emotional support Black Knight.
I just got word from Irene. News of our little prison break is spreading like wildfire.
Haynes says, "Are you okay? Even though the reason your sister is dead is because I wanted to see what happened."
And then I stood in the doorway and slaughtered all of her followers.
Just to eradicate every last memory of her. By the way, you're next. The entire kingdom is terrified of their king. It's no wonder this would make the rounds. We're in way over our heads. I'm sorry, We're in way over our heads. If the people expect us to lead a revolution, we wouldn't stand a chance against the full force of Varric's army.
Well, for one thing, any advantage we once had from secrecy has completely evaporated.
The whole country knows we're back. You especially, Irving.
What could I have done in 2 weeks to be singled out? It must be the sorcerer's doing. He knows best of all what happened at Swift Harbor.
Troubling.
It's a troubling thought, but it's likely Varric will try anything he can to get to you. Do you have any close friends or family who might be within his reach? In Brookstead, perhaps. Not your brother. My mother. As far as I know, she's still there. Gods, I hadn't even thought of that. Would they not have taken her already? Varric's been long out of favor with his people. An unjustified witch hunt against a fallen war hero's family would only fan the flames. That's you.
Sorry, I had to grab the baby.
Well, if he needed justification, he just got it.
We have to make sure that doesn't happen. I won't let my family pay for actions they didn't take. I hate to be the one to say it, but I can't be the only one thinking this.
You're not. Irving, we have to consider the possibility that returning to Brookstead is just what Varric expects of us.
Strength is the
Then we fight with a strength he can't expect. No plot is going to keep me from my mother.
Right.
No plot? That's exactly what this game has.
Nor me from my father.
Alden.
Alden and I have family there too.
Right away.
It's settled then. Irving, we're with you all the way. Lead on. Every minute we waste imperils family and friends. You know, it's fine. I've been the voice of reason the whole time, but we'll totally risk our now hundreds of people for like 4 people. It's fine.
Yes. Can we go through our now hundreds of people to find Archer to replace Garrick?
I hate it. Okay, so I'm not surprised they don't have sports yet. Do we have any... I don't know of a better way to do this, but it would have been nice to, like, not do it this way. Yeah, I just don't know how many we get per person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I just get 2 more? I don't know!
Is it 2 more, or is it that there are 5 characters? So it's like, can we take the ones
1,
we've
2,
been working
3,
on all the way to A
4,
and do 1 more character, you know? Like...
I don't know. I'm curious, like, what Faust and him say, but, like, What if Faust and Monroe say?
Alright, I'll talk to myself for a bit.
Monroe Valburin, it's been a mortal age. So good to see you, buddy.
What is it with you insufferable people assuming I know you?
Jeez. Are you serious right now? Monroe, we are best friends.
Absurd.
What are you on about now, Barrel Boy?
It is the Onderon Saga thing.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Big scary Monroe Valburin. I spent plenty of time in your family storerooms, you know that. We like to act like you could buy me a fresh grave, but we both know that isn't as true as everyone thinks it is.
We've never met. Are you delusional?
I wonder if old Khan had you brainwashed into forgetting me. He never approved of our friendship. You needed me, though.
Explain.
What do you know of my father, you rat?
Well, let's have a bit of a look-see, why don't we? He's a great man, one of the best I've ever met. You hate him for it.
I hate him because he is weak, maggot.
Nuh-uh.
That's what you tell people. It's not really the truth, is it? You told me when we were kids how you felt you simply would never add up.
Who are you, really?
We used to run through the back fields together, Monroe. Can't believe you don't remember. We really do have a lot to catch up on. Can you at least give me the chance to help you remember our childhood together?
I'm not Dot. I suppose I can do that. My father wiped my memory, but I'm sure my memories aren't what we want.
Ha! Absolutely hosed.
What?
You crossed the wrong Valburin.
You were toying with me? I will have your hide fast.
Is that what that means? Hang on. It's like a Canadian thing. We don't do that here. I'm pretty sure. Urban Dictionary, help me out. Messed up and completely and without hope. To be in a hopelessly bad condition or position, to spray with water from a hose, swindled or taken advantage of by deception. Okay, yeah.
To be fair, my friend Candace did actually know you when you were kids.
Is he falling for it again?
Who is this Candace?
Yeah, okay, the implication is that he's just falling for it again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of like Faust so far.
I mean, at least he has, like, some kind of personality.
Yeah. Korvan, tell me, how did you come to find yourself among this ragtag crew of humans? Funnily enough, it all comes back to my research.
Actually,
I had no doubt of that. I'm more interested in the details.
All right.
Of course, of course. Well, Sarah and Samara had taken an interest in the aspects, and I was staying at the Royal Palace in Armor for a time. I was combing through the Great Library looking for information on the Calamity Temples on Edelon. A much different variety from the ones that are found on Varroa.
I think not.
Not that different. It's generally agreed upon that the same civilization built all of them, regardless of location. Ah yes, but they use local materials, local styles. There's a great deal of variety, even from nation to nation. Lines on a map that no doubt didn't exist at the time. I see. I read of this, but never really considered it of note. Most feel that way, but I had my suspicions that it might come into play, as the Order has so kindly neglected to tell us. There seem to be more aspects on Etlin than in Varroa. Yes, I noticed that. What do you think is causing them to hold that information back? Oh, you've no idea how nice it is to be among my own kind for once. Intellectuals, I mean, I'm not racist. There must have been some seismic change long, long ago, where one of the Order Grand Masters made the call to move them. I agree, odd call. From what I would gather in Oasis, the Etlon Temples were never originally the holding place for them. You know what that tells me.
Forgive me.
I don't know that I do.
I'm sure of it.
Somebody was digging. Somebody had them shook up enough to move them across the whole world, a prospect infinitely more dangerous than leaving them in hiding. There haven't been any major situations with the aspects in a long time. Maybe they simply made the smart move moving them. Plenty of upheavals are caused by a single aspect. We must be unstoppable then. These times where so many are disappearing are unprecedented. It kind of feels like a thing like the 7 Dragon Balls, that these would have a lot more weight if I knew exactly how many there were.
Well, there's at least like 20, because that's how many we have.
22.
Oh, 22.
Because if we have 20, then the other guy has 2.
Oh, gotcha.
Undeniably skilled.
I see. What? I see it. Whoever is taking them now must have had access to a great deal of historical information to know where to go after them.
Certainly.
Indeed, and perhaps more privileged archives as well. Perhaps. You've given me a good deal to think on, and I prefer to do so alone. We'll talk soon.
Main's cat is going into protect mode.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, she's sleepy. It was getting pretty squirmy and fussy, so she's back up here with me.
Alright, that seems like all the people we're using, I think.
Yeah, unless you want to do more costs.
The only other one he has is, what's his face? That I want to
had a couple.
do. I can double check.
Maybe I was seeing something else. The way you scroll through these menus makes
Oh, you're right. Oh, we could do Garrick.
I thought you had one lower down too, but okay,
no,
maybe not.
I just don't know how stuff works for Alden, so I don't want to do it yet.
Right.
Until we hit 10, and then if we hit 10 done and we can keep going, then we'll keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, time for upgrades. Okay, so Alexa's gonna need upgrades.
Mm-hmm. And we probably want at least one good magic and one good physical weapon, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm, that's what I'm thinking.
Also, is this the only class in the game that has both physical and magical access?
The only one we've noticed.
'Cause
for sure.
Just kind of interesting.
I wonder if she's just 2 range now?
I don't know.
Buy some tier
It kind of
1
doesn't tell you
tokens.
much details with the whole can equip fire magic thing.
I thought you were gonna say about anything.
Okay, well.
Yeah. I've got to like do a lot now to make her usable.
Yeah.
I just wish I knew how this worked. Because, like, if this is one range... Oh, hey, Cat. Did you just finish a stream? This has been a super goofy game. Let's see. Also, that's not me. My co-host has a baby.
Oh, yeah. I do.
At least that's what he tells me.
I've mentioned on my stream, like, I love, like, low-stakes conspiracy theories type stuff, and because I run ads every time I go mess with the baby, I was been telling people, like, I've really just pretended that we had a baby as an excuse to run more ads on my Twitch streams. It's just a very long, elaborate prank to allow me to run more ads and make that sweet, sweet 50 cents per stream.
I love that.
You're okay, Lovey. You're okay. It feels like it would be easier menu-wise to directly pay for upgrades and cut the menu. Yep, that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
The way you have to buy the tokens almost feels like mobile game microtransaction stuff.
I'm going to buy my in-game currency to like do stuff with.
Yeah, basically.
Alright, I'm gonna upgrade his scythe, and then we're gonna give him like one more shot.
Okay. Yeah, we should like give him his best shot at attacking one enemy alone. See like what kind of wacky stuff goes on.
For Irving, there's no reason not to go all in on the Claymore now, I think.
Yeah.
Well, crit rate, actually. I can't buy a tier 4, though. No, I can't. Okay. Alright, let's save and move on. We'll save the rest of the money. In the wake of their stunning victory at Dirtfin. Man, my voice doesn't want to do that voice anymore. Brookstead has become a priority target for Delia. The party resolves to do what they can to ensure the safety of their families.
Hey, wait. It was families.
Was it?
There were 2 S's in families.
My bad. I have a lisp, but thank you for pointing that out to everyone. They head now to Brookstead, only to find out that they have arrived too late. It is already under attack, though a defense appears to be led solely by a strange pink-haired woman. I've never met a pink-haired woman that wasn't strange.
Yeah, we met 2 and they were both strange. Late again.
Black Knight. We may never get the first step on these people. That's not how you say that, but okay. Why would the Delian troops be assaulting the village with such force? They should only be here for a select few.
It seems we spend a great deal of time attempting to explain Varric's motives rather than rectifying his actions.
No, you don't.
It would actually make him a far more compelling villain if we had any explanation of his motives.
Yeah, we don't do that at all for even a second.
We have no idea why he's doing what he's doing.
None. Indeed. He's making an example as rulers... What? Oh, as rulers who feel their control slipping often do. If we don't intervene, this town won't exist outside of the histories. Abyss take me before I let that happen. Let's show them what it means to be from Brookstead.
This was my home once, too. It deserves better.
Man, every small world.
Oh no!
They better not touch Grandpa. They won't. They don't stand a chance. Never did. The townspeople seem to be putting up quite a fight, and it looks like that woman's in the thick of it. She's losing allies fast.
Which woman? Where? I didn't see her.
Liberty. She's at the very bottom.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Eternal Poise. Defense increased by 10% of magic. I see! So we Battle Mage and then do that for her. That's what you're saying.
I mean,
Welcome
we
to the best Battle Mage.
But also, like, if it's just based off her magic, more magic is also good. I don't know. It feels like we, like... 10% is not much. What are her stats?
We could do healed for 20% of damage done.
What do her stats look like? Because her defense is already good.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, I guess you could make it better if you want. We could always go Conjurer and then Aegis at 30. So
Yeah.
like get Conjurer to siphon HP and then go Aegis, because they also get the 10% defense boost.
Oh, that would also do defense increase by 10% of magic, so that would...
Right, but so does the next tier, the Aegis there. So if we go Conjurer and get the healing ability and then go Aegis to get more defense, then she would be super tanky.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Heal HP.
Let's do that.
Okay. Because I think that would give her even more longevity.
Surely she's got to be close to 30.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Well, she just got reinforcements. To arms, friends. It's time the people of Brookstead saw who we've become. Pink hair woman, Sakura, my wife? I don't know. That's not who I thought your wife was.
Is she just forced deployed somewhere?
She's forced deployed, probably at the bottom. We probably gotta save her. Yup.
Reach Liberty. 29, so she's one level away.
Okay, so she'll get that real quick. Can we... what? Oh, what? Why?
I love how they just, like, only automatically put 2 units up there.
I also don't like that they're, like, taking away the people I've been using.
I mean, I can see that, Mehayan, except that, like, she doesn't have great fortitude, so if she ever takes magic damage, like, having the ability to heal that off would still be nice. And 30%, like, even if you went Battle Mage and then Aegis, that's only 30% of your magic, that's your defense, that would be, like, 10? Which is good, but it doesn't help against magic.
Do I want Rose or Corvon?
I don't know. What are Corvon's stats like at this point compared to our other people?
He's not great. He can sit out for one.
Because, like, he's definitely behind in levels. Yeah. And his weapon is just a single upgraded tier 1 weapon.
Whoops.
Like, well, maybe he has another upgraded one. It's just showing his finesse one.
No.
But he definitely hasn't been super impressing me, so I don't mind having him sit out to let Brooke do the stuff we just bothered leveling her for.
You mean Rose?
Rose, yeah, sorry.
Alright, yeah, we'll try it. But yeah, we're gonna... What is this deployment?
It's just like the Aqueduct one where Benji was totally on his own.
Well, that was like... Oh, wait, no, yeah, that...
Where there was that middle deployment slot,
yeah,
like, up
right.
top, and they didn't put anybody there. So we had to do it a second time.
Alright, we'll leave Rose here. We're gonna need somebody to deal with this nonsense.
Not sure who we have who's good mage killers.
He can do it. I'm just saying, my first playthrough, I went Battle Mage, Wizard with her, and then she was borderline invulnerable on the front line. And see, this is what I mean. Going Battle Mage, then Aegis compounds defense on defense. She'd take as much damage as she'd dodge, which is 0, and you wouldn't need the health regen.
Yeah, but I think, like, we'll end up... She'll still get 1 plus 10% defense from going Aegis after Sorcerer. So, like, we'll get kind of an equivalent of your Battle Mage Wizard build, except it'll be self-healing instead of whatever Wizard does.
Hear me out, this is stupid, but she's gonna be fine.
What's the accuracy on those guys near her? Just, like, what are we looking at?
183.
Yeah, it's a 21% hit rate until she kills one, and then it's 0.
Yeah, like that. He also is apparently decent at dealing with these guys, so that's where he gets his chance.
Okay. He can prove his worth.
We also are not going to have all the healers in one spot.
What?
I know. I think I like
You're
these.
Miss Healer Palooza.
I think I like these odds. Let's try that. Okay, make sure to have people with good accuracy on the right. Yeah, I'm definitely paying attention to that. Liberty is valiantly defending Brookstead on her own. Reach her and repel the enemy forces. Can I move her?
Easily done.
Actually, yeah. Okay.
Oh, and she brings the escape point with her. That's interesting.
It is. It looks a little weird, but that's fine.
Yeah. Those are not amazing hit rates.
They are not.
Okay, she takes it fine now.
I'm just gonna... Well... Yeah. So we get 56 and 13, or 54 and 23. I like that more. Alright, that's the weapon we're using. This is a large map as well.
As are many.
Oh yeah, that's a hit rate, huh?
I can't wait until we get to the next chapter.
Are you sure?
You were right about hit rates.
What'll it be?
I could disarm him. That might be the play.
It's on.
Are you 2 range? Yes, actually only with the magic. Interesting.
What's so bad with next chapter? Oh, we're just gonna love the map design, that's all. It looks really inspired.
Alright, you know what? These guys actually are really annoying with hit rates. We're gonna pull left and just join up with the group.
Are you sure?
To the left of us.
Okay.
It's on.
I think that's the
Now,
safest.
Alden does give some undisclosed amount of accuracy to people near him, which can theoretically help. But yeah, those hit rates are...
It may not be enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
With it being undisclosed,
Know how much the bonus
yeah.
even is.
Let's do it.
He's more likely to get attacked, so let's...
Are you sure?
I don't want him attacked by all these. Rose... Oh wait, I can walk. There we go. Now she doesn't get hit by everything.
I've got a lot to learn.
Okay, and then everybody else can kind of get out of the way.
Stop poking me.
I like this more. Oops.
Ready.
I'm happier with that. Alright. Middle.
Leave it to me.
I love that y'all are all looking ahead to like see what we're in for.
I mean, Mahane already knows.
Yeah, their hit rates are abysmal. Alright, middle. Now we gotta deal with this nonsense.
You know, we're in next chapter being that bad. I'm just talking about the design of it, not that it's necessarily challenging.
I'll start that with him.
If you go look at chapter 19, you'll see what I'm talking about.
That's cool looking.
That is a neat animation.
Do not oppose me!
Oh yeah, I'm not saying next chapter will be hard. Just, inspired. Remember, we don't want him to be adjacent to any of our other units if we can avoid it.
Thank you. That's the one he can hit. Alright, let's do that then. I just want to see what is the actual, like, for real crit rate.
That is a lot of damage. The ignoring defense is, like...
Yeah, it doesn't say that it does have that crit rate.
No, he is getting a huge damage bonus being alone, though.
Yeah.
It just feels very awkward to use, and the crit rate is disappointing.
Dang, I was hoping for the 57. We at least, it seems like, can make it our way through these guys.
Mm-hmm. The middle group doesn't
Dear
like that at all.
Lord.
119, what in the world?
Come then, test your resolve.
Oh my goodness. That is so silly.
I feel like it's gonna be okay, guys.
You're just another cur.
I'm surprised with how behind in levels Elias is. He's, like, totally fine.
Nick just went to look at the map. Did Benji design it?
Oh, no.
Well, of course, because it's clearly the best.
Stay with me.
Let's heal Benji. I want Benji to level worse. So enemies can't trigger the arrive point, huh? Until they do.
You'll die as you lived.
Alright, so he's got a 9%, and reminder, if she kills one of these guys, yep, okay, now, we'll see if that activates on enemy phase. It sure does.
Interesting that they
Now,
seem to make
the
it
might of
impossible to have
Threllasar.
0% hit rates.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just kind of like, come on, if you can get to 0, just let them have it.
See, like, you just can't convince me that this is not going to be more effective than tanks. Like, this is so dumb.
Yeah, I think one of the things with, like, to have a truly, like, the reason dodging tends to be better than tanking is it's very rare you get a unit who can tank both physical and magical attacks with the same efficiency.
Yes.
And, like, it's possible to get tons of defense in this game, but fortitude is actually pretty hard to come by, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that enemy mages are always a problem for tanky units. So dodging seems far more effective just because it works on mages.
Yeah, this is also the most effective dodge tank I've ever had in any game.
Let's do it.
Oh, 100%.
I've never had hit rates
Well,
at...
okay, that's untrue. I've had, in built a really wild dodge tank.
That had 1%? Like...
Oh, 0%.
Oh, well...
Like, the enemy, if numbers went that low, would have had, like, negative 40% hit rates when I'm on good terrain.
Well, okay, then.
It is possible to make some utterly insane dodge tanks and engage.
Alright, let's go for it. Oh, wait, she has 3 range. I've got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That is a hit rate
it's
of all
not
time.
good. Hmm. Okay, if I'm here, it's still just 1.
Nice hit rates. Wow.
Yeah. We get those. No, we don't. Dang. Do you have hit rates? Wow. Do you have hit rates?
I mean, they can't attack back. These are kind of absurdly dodgy.
Yeah. How do we fare against this? Fine, actually. Yeah, I'd like him to have a lower... Okay, I can't get a lower crit rate than that. Yeah, if we get the crit, we get the crit, cool. Okay, he can at least help us deal with that. Can you get that for me in any way, shape, or form? We got a 40. Damage is 0, though.
There's a 45.
Oh yeah, there is. Okay, we go for that. Dang. Yeah, I don't want him in range of stuff. Oh, we kind of threw that off because we put Faust in front of him. Well, we can get that at least, I guess.
Maybe. We got 66. There we go.
Leave some for me.
Let's see. The difference between dodging and tanking is the word that pops up over the head. During my replay through, I had Benji go through a whole chapter doing the most damage and taking 0 throughout. I'm sorry, I'm doing it again. I'll stop. No, don't stop. You're good. I like hearing about your playthrough. Like, it's interesting to me to know, like, how I'm not gonna do a second playthrough of this for a long time, I think. So it's interesting to me to hear, like, how else it goes. I'm also really curious if, I forget what her name is, the girl that we killed her sister. I wonder if she's gonna show up again. Or if, like, we're done with that.
No, but
Stay with
who
me.
knows?
Oh well.
Yeah, I didn't put many ranged characters here.
Together.
That might have been a mistake. But,
Hope you don't mind.
actually,
Benji's always ready. True.
we'll grind Benji for a minute. I forgot that I could have Oh wait, no, Benji was dead on the last map. That's why we didn't do that. Oh, I forgot to move her. Whoops. Okay, yeah, she's healing out of that some. Alright, that turn was completely net neutral. For her health, at least. You don't remember next chapter being that bad? I found a pretty good spot just to hole up. Oh, man. That still does not sound good.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be real bad.
Okay, you're helping me know what to title the next chapter.
Rude to stare.
Let's see, this is part 5, right? This is our 5th stream of this.
Yes.
I'm just curious, like, so you do, on average, 3.6 chapters per stream.
Did you say 3?
Ready.
3.6.
Wow,
on
it
average.
feels like more.
I mean, we're on chapter 18, divided by 5 streams.
No, you're right.
So we've got 10 chapters left. So it's probably going to be 3 streams or possibly more, depending on how long some of these last ones take.
Rates are so bad. Okay,
If you're sure.
go help the left side. Your hit rates are so booty, you're not
More work?
helping here. He helps accuracy, again, allegedly. He's gonna need heals. But he's our best candidate to start doing damage. Okay, there's one. Okay. We're gonna have to heal him out of that. How much are you giving us in hit? We take nothing from that, so actually you stay here and just do what you can do. Highest hit rate. Oh, do I want that or do I
What is
just want...
his defense? I guess he was a battle mage for a while, so he's got the 10% boost.
Yeah, he does. We'll check. Defense is 28. Really high.
Yeah.
What's yours? 24? Okay, you're actually not in much danger either. I thought you'd be a lot worse off. 40%. Let's go.
I'm all fired up.
Well,
Sniper with 10% chance to hit. Really, this game's calculations in arcane. I think it's just that.
Why did that play like 3 times?
Yeah, that was weird.
Sorry.
I think to some degree, it seems that just like dodging classes are really dodgy in this game. So when they throw enemies at you that are high-level dodge classes, you just don't have the accuracy to overcome it.
You definitely do not.
It will be done.
Because it's just like our dodgy units are really good, and since like we're kind of the same classes, their dodgy units are really good.
Yeah, we are also having 1% hit rates. I can't wait till we start seeing enemy ones of these.
Oh, that's gonna be just lovely.
It's gonna be awful.
Coming through!
Like, falls under synonyms
take
for
point.
lovely.
It sure
Step away
does.
for a sec while you try to hit things.
Chop chop!
We're just gonna hang out for a
How can
sec
I help?
and get more help here.
Yep, I'll be back in a minute.
So
All
it
right.
shall be.
I keep forgetting to move her. I need to be doing that. She's just so out of sight, out of mind. Ugh. Does she have healing items? May need that. Alright, let's get in your way. We have an 80% hit. Okay, she is
I'm all
decent
fired up.
at dealing with this. I like that. I don't know why they're all of her sound effects are layered extra.
Time for a beatdown.
Let's go.
Always bigger fish.
Okay, Alexa might be worth something. We'll go for the 30. I just don't have a better option there.
Here.
$13. Sniper with 10% chance to hit. Really, this game's calculation seems arcane. Agreed.
More work.
It is very confusing. It just subverts a lot of the things that I would think it would do. And I don't think that's good. Because, yeah, what's her hit? 5, 1, yeah. Just don't even bother. No point.
Honored.
Oops. I don't get the woo fighting for net neutrality one. I feel like that was a joke you made that I didn't get too fast enough.
Coming through! Thought you'd never ask. Chop chop!
Alright, let's fix up Sia. And then, who's our dodgiest boy? 149, 146. 158. 115. Okay, yeah, you stand here. It's fine. We'll get it going. Bottom, I remembered. Yeah, do you have any items? Restores 100 HP. Cool.
I've got it.
Like, that also could restore HP, but eh. Yeah, and then you do your thing. Magicians and tricksters, man, trying to hit them sucks. Yeah, and then all that for 1 EXP.
Why do
Hey!
you bother?
There we go, she'll heal a lot off that. Nice. Yeah, she'll defeat these two just fine. Alexa's nuts. Yeah, the XP seems really off now. Like, my people that are promoted just get nothing. Yeah, that sucks, because he's gonna take he might take 2 of those.
One step at a time.
Yeah, he sure does. Okay, the second one's not bad. It's because you ended with a net neutral amount of HP. I get it. That wasn't just delay, that was my fault, like, not getting to it fast enough. Not being attentive enough, so I'm sorry. I mean, I guess we just keep pulling left and doing this. We heal our guy.
Don't look at me.
We block this one. Nice. Yeah, the 1 XP is kind of annoying. Not gonna lie. Do you have 3 range too? Range 1 to 2. Does she still get attacked? That's so stupid. They don't have 3 range. But they attack anyway. That hurts the, like, usability of these, like, of the sniper class so much. That's so dumb. There was something at play. I just got 10 seconds skip forward from YouTube. Yeah, it's been having issues tonight. I really appreciate y'all being patient with it. And see, it's weird. Like, I hate the arrow system because, like, I'm good against this guy, and my hit rate is 26%, and I'm bad against this guy, and my hit rate is 80%. Like, it only makes sense to do that. Alright, we'll do that. Get a kill for Benji. They only counterattack sometimes? You're joking.
Smash!
Is it just because I procced that skill?
At your disposal.
The mage did not counterattack because of 3 range. It's only showing them attacking because it's bow versus magic, which should counter, but it doesn't take into account the extra range. Okay. That is really important to know. Thank you. I am less salty now. For a minute, at least.
I guess.
Equal hit rates. Let's roll the dice. It's only fair. I'm also not sure why C is getting, like, no EXP now. I don't really want him to just take needless damage. I mean, you can attempt for that. The silencing shot skill did proc. Does that proc every time? No, that's just 50% against magic users. Okay.
It will be done.
So yeah, it might be that it just... They don't counterattack, it just shows what would happen if they did, which is really weird. If that's the case, I don't like that, but... Yeah. Yeah, we'll just keep moving up with our MVP here. Why not? Now, if that lasts through enemy turn, her dodge is ridiculous. We'll just have to do some sciencing then. We will. Our hit rate's horrible, but we take that decently. I think we just go heal Benji.
Stay with me.
Make sure he doesn't get taken down. I'm gonna try to make sure we don't just lose somebody. You stay here. You can't go hit Benji.
This should be fun.
If I do that, then he would have to walk really far. Maybe he won't be able to hit us. Bottom. Remembered. Hey, we're at 69 now. Nice. I'll take hits. We still heal off it, I think. Yeah, we do. Don't forget the walking exit point. Yeah, true. I do need to keep up with that. I just don't think she can take on too many of these enemies by herself, so I need to, like, make sure that she's okay for that. We can go pick her up. Yeah, you can do your 2 damage, that's fine. I didn't use a whole lot of archers in my playthrough, not that any that stayed archers anyway. I wish that didn't hit. Usually go Blade Master like Maeve. I mean, it definitely the better class. Currently rocking 3 snipers, I just love long range. I usually do too, but in this game it seems like they're just not very good. Oh, we've got little magic carpet guys now, that's new. Yeah, they shouldn't, these guys shouldn't rush me. And see, like, I can't.
I've got it.
I don't know. The mages, maybe?
Leave it to me.
I mean, yeah, I can have her go free that up. 47% chance to hit. Ooh. Yeah, let's not attack into that. Let's kill this guy off instead. And then you don't have a 47% chance to hit. Wow, she took a 13. Surprising. Alright, now your hit rate is booty. It's fine.
Me?
Alright, yeah, experiment time. They attack back. They actually attack back at 3 range. Sniper's useless. But he only hit once. Why? I have not been using this at all. Hang on. Nope. Hang on. None of this is, like, helpful in telling me what I needed to know. Yeah, none of that explains that. Is that a skill on them? No, they don't have skills. And it says range 1 to 2. Like, that was my first thought. Because, yeah, that would potentially make some sense. They aren't useless, just jank. Fight me. She's got 10% hit rates against this guy who attacks her at 3 range, which would be her biggest boon. And then the other promotion is gives 50%
This should be fun.
50% crit that doesn't give 50% crit. This class is horrible.
How we doing?
Mad again.
Why?
I don't tell him yet, chat. Don't look at chat. I'm gonna let you see it. I'm gonna let you see. Because you're gonna notice. It won't be this turn.
Okay.
Next turn you will notice and be like,
I'm trying really hard to not look at chat. I just expand the screen share real quick. Okay. I'm not mad because I have leftover stuffing, so.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, we had a belated Thanksgiving since we were stuck in the hospital.
Yeah.
Over the course of Thanksgiving. Nice hit rates.
Mm-hmm. A lot of that going around. What is Ymar's Faith? That's the second time one of them has procced that, but they don't have any skills.
Ready.
Wait, what in the world? Wait, is that one of his items?
They don't have items.
No, one of yours. Which side did proc on?
No, it wasn't even him that procced it first. It was her.
What in the world?
I think it's the enemies proccing it.
Ready.
Yeah, they aren't listed as having anything.
Squadron, I can't do the ranged attack unless it was already equipped.
Is there any way to change your equipped weapon without being in range?
Yes.
Okay.
That's so dumb.
That's really stupid. 75,000.
Serious lol, you are gonna die on this hill alone. Like, normally I'm with you. I just could not be further not with you right now. He is fine with the thing I'm upset about.
How can I help?
Nice to see you on your feet.
There we go. Well, he's not the one that had the crazy hit, right?
Yes, you lived.
Well, we don't have to deal with crazy hit rate anyway. Nice.
Destiny does not falter.
Okay, so what we're debating, Tiadrin, is what is the worst class?
Also, I saw Ilmar's Faith pop on Marin.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
It feels like it's got to be a bug or something, right? Because that sounds like one of the aspect names. Like, it follows that naming pattern.
But they don't proc like that.
Ilmar... No,
Wait. Oh. No.
No, it's a different thing. What does Marin have? Okay, she actually has this thing.
So why did that proc? It procced up here, and then it procced down. It procced on Monroe, and it procced on Liberty.
Does it for some reason think like a bunch of people have it equipped? So that means if Monroe attacks that same guy, it should always proc, right? Because it just always affects arcane damage.
Are you noticing?
I'm seeing we've got some hit rate and it kills.
What range are we at?
3.
Uh-huh.
He can counter.
Yes, he can.
And I assume he doesn't have any skill or anything that, like, says
No,
he can counter.
He doesn't. It just...
Why?
You can just... Because it's... Mihane's idea was because it, it's bow on magic, and that's all it's checking.
That's stupid. That's really, really dumb.
But he only attacked back once. Why?
What?
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
And then
like,
once
the
he
whole
didn't...
appeal of 3 range is not getting countered by 2 range.
I won't let you hurt my
Yeah.
friends.
Like, snipers are ridiculously bad. That's why I was saying, like, the entire archer tree is awful. Because they're getting countered at 3 range, which is not supposed to happen. And their other route that would be viable is not viable. Like, there's nothing about this class that makes any sense.
How bad is the final horse archer variant?
I don't know.
Because our one witch hunter didn't work out, and
Let's
then
do
we
it.
moved Rose out of it. I'm just curious, like, whether the horse archer line is...
Finally!
What's the name of the final...
Stop
horse?
poking.
I don't know.
I'm trying to look it up. Ranger class tree.
Here.
Oh, Green Knight, that's what
Yes.
it was. The one that focuses in on using haste and shoots mages.
Serious Lil says literally shaking and crying right now.
At your disposal.
He said that the archers are not useless, they're just jank. And it's like, okay, I maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, sure. They're not entirely useless, but like, they are just so heavily nerfed compared to like any other game in the genre that like I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Mahane. I think Witch Knight or Witch Hunter into Green Knight is probably the most viable archer tree. I don't love it, but it's the most viable.
A tooltip that said that would be great.
Actually, the one thing you are forgetting, Nihil, Blade Dancer is part of that archer tree. And that is clearly working for you.
It is.
So the key is you either need a horse or swords.
How can I help?
Because if you go Witch Hunter into Green Knight, then putting haste on somebody grants plus 40% defense and fortitude, and you just like super kill mages. Damage-wise, not evasion-wise.
I can know that you're factually right, but I still
it doesn't
can be
feel good.
upset about it.
I still think it's dumb. I think Outlaw is worded poorly and not nearly as good as, like, almost any other tier 3 we've looked at. I think Sniper being counterable at 3 range is just completely ridiculous.
This should be fun.
But it's like, Blade Dancer is clearly good, but is not a range class. And then I think Green Knight can work, but really you want to do Witch Hunter first, so you get defense and fortitude from haste.
I also flipped through, like, I have this tutorials button, I just flipped through all of them, because I was like, why am I getting countered once?
Gotta move on.
And, like, there's just nothing that says anything about that.
Impressive, is it not?
Also, kills now give us 1 EXP, but phasing somebody a square does 15 still, so yeah, we're definitely making use of that.
On the single counterattack thing, I honestly just think this game is a buggy mess.
I don't know, yeah, because it is only sometimes.
I mean, the whole dragon encounter feels like it's bugged. Like, that doesn't feel like that's how
Onward.
that's supposed to work to me.
No, it does not.
Leave it to me.
Let's go, Aladdin. Nice. We hit those, it doesn't matter. I'm not coping, you're coping. Oh, he's so bad now.
Yeah, he's just like absolute trash. He's just gonna have to leave the roster. At least we're probably getting this Liberty lady to replace him.
Together.
That does not make me feel better.
No, I understand.
Back in the fight.
I'm definitely feeling the regret with Garrick's promotion.
Yes, we girl bossed a little too close to the sun.
I do think, like, that's one of my... I guess I would say
sure?
complaints about this game's way of handling classes is, like, your classes are super flexible, but once you're in one, you cannot change classes laterally. There's no, like, second ceiling.
So I can do whatever I want. No, there is a correct answer.
Yeah, where it's kind of like, oh yeah, try, like, whichever of these 4 classes you like, but you better be ready to commit to that for, like, the rest of the game. If you decide you hate it, too bad. And, like, we totally wrecked our Archer by picking the wrong promotion.
Teodrin. I'm using the green thing.
Yeah, nice hit rates. I mean,
No.
This is the
How much damage does he do to me?
5. Huh?
What about now?
26. What in the world? What?
Teodrin, I just don't understand how this game works. Is this on purpose?
What was...
Surely not. It's replicable. And now we're back at 5.
Why did... The only thing that could affect it is Omar's faith, but that's not an arcane caster, is it? Is he an arcane caster?
Yeah.
Yes, but it forgets that if you change weapons?
Yep.
Lead the way.
Oh, even if you don't change weapons, it updates when you do battle. It forgets. No, it just doesn't show it.
Just so it calculates it right the first time, but if it ever recalculates, it calculates it wrong until you're in battle where it does properly reduce the damage.
Chop chop.
That's ridiculous.
Coming through.
That's so dumb.
I'm saying that way too much right now. If I have told the devs about this at this point and you guys have made it this far, I'm sorry. Like, it's just really frustrating. Like, just the amount of things that are happening that I just am not understanding. Like, I've played way more SRPGs in way more different series than your average player. And I'm, like, I've got 5 chapters, I think you said, till this ends. And I'm still just like, why is it...
You've got 10 chapters.
10 chapters, thank you.
This ends here!
I'm just still like, why is anything happening? And I just don't know.
I think, like,
This ends here!
the thing is, like, not only have we played a bunch of SRPGs and other genres, we've played, like, Chinese SRPGs. We've had to play through Google Translate, and we understood better what our units were doing and why things were happening.
Yes.
And, like, these are barely documented games that are not in our own language, and we understood them better. And arguably understood the plot better. That might be, like, a low blow, but...
Yeah.
It's just, like... I don't know, it's...
Ready!
We're getting to the point where I'm kind of like, can we just play FTK again? Like, 2 or plus, maybe not 1. I'm not that crazy, but...
Hang on, let me look at... The best way to do this is... Okay, now I'm using Fireball. Now let me come down here, and then I can look at other attack ranges. I'm good with that, I suppose.
Time for a beatdown!
Oh, I thought that would have come out of his mouth. Alright, might let... Well... If he gets shot by one person, that's okay. Yeah, we're alright. It would be really hard to kill him, actually, now that I think about it.
Ancient Blood's pretty good. Honestly, I don't even know if we've ever triggered it, but it's nice safety net.
It's triggered a couple times.
I've seen it pop up, but not actually like affect the damage. It's taking enough for it to matter.
I think I've seen it affect the damage.
Okay.
Greatness must build on the past.
That was quite the level.
It was.
We don't
I'll
care
take
about
point.
strength, so. Finally, we have 3 adepts that haven't advanced yet. Guess they're not very adept, are they?
Yeah, I mean, it's not through lack of trying.
I think part of it is lack of abusable secondary skills.
Yeah. Actually,
Like
that's
chain,
entirely what it is.
The chain we could use if we leave like one enemy alive and somehow can't counter them. Like if we trapped an archer,
My
we
sword
could chain
grows
them
lighter with
repeatedly,
every
but that's
swing.
like the only way.
Yeah.
Stop poking me.
I'm on it.
Let's do it. Onward. Lead the way.
Okay, so we gotta start working on them green weapons. I feel like the problem with that in this game is like, unlike every other SRPG, we can't be like, alright, I've got like weapon level S in lances. I'm gonna go buy the highest tier accurate green lance. It's no, we have to buy our way through every single level up to where we want to be because of the equipment system here. So it's like whatever we haven't invested in, if we decide we want to invest in it, we now have to buy through every single level of it.
She's
Which
gonna
is
need help.
Not really practical.
She's got a... I checked while you were gone for a minute. She has a plus 100 HP item.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we have more time than we think we do.
Okay, gotcha.
But we do need to get down there. Is this going to be the rest of this game?
I sure hope not.
Okay, how do... Okay, there we go, that's updating now. How does she fare? Not real good. Alright, yeah, we've gotta just move.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Nick. You really only want one weapon per person. But, like, the other problem with, like, making it so costly to upgrade somebody's weapon that you haven't been focusing on is there's no way to grind money in this game. Like, money is a finite resource.
So it shall be.
Well, I'm also, like... It's kind of like the class system, in that it's like... You have all these weapons to play around with. You should have known.
Actually, speaking of finite money, did we actually get any money after the dragon fight, where we were given
5%
5% of this hoard of treasure?
I don't think. I mean, we're getting money after every fight, but no, I don't think we got any extra.
Like, not like a significantly large portion.
No.
Feels like it should have been.
I feel like I'm saying that a lot. Your hit rate is so bad, Garrick. Because, yeah, like, you're right that, like, we should have focused on green weapons more, but it's, again, that it's, like, what weapon do you want to use? Hint. There is a correct answer.
It will be done.
Okay. We have to do... I mean, we've got to throw him in.
Well, it's kind of been like for most of the game, low hit rates has not been a consistent problem outside of like 1 or 2 characters.
You dropped something.
So it's like there hasn't been reason to focus green weapons for anybody until now, where it's like, oh, suddenly we can't get higher than 30% hit on enemy rogues. Who up until now have been pretty much a non-issue.
Here.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to send her to go help, I guess.
It's on.
We'll do that, I guess.
Time for a beatdown.
He can choose who he dies to.
I really wonder if that's supposed to be the noise that spear makes, or if it's just consistently playing that same soundtrack multiple times. Because it doesn't sound correct.
No.
But it's consistent.
Yeah.
And it does it for both the regular attack and the crit.
Benji's always ready.
I have no idea.
Thought you'd never ask. Thought you'd never ask.
Can somebody please just hit this? Thank you. The 1 EXP. Just feels insulting.
We've got you.
Alright, sheep probably has got a proc. Let me see, do we live this? Or are we like illegal to live this? 20? No, we're not. We have to run and proc our heal. Because we're just not likely to live that.
It's in my blood.
Good level.
Nice. It is kind of funny how it's like you promote and instantly you go to just getting all XP from everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like we had a slow trend down, really. It was just...
No.
Well, you get none now.
I need to hit something to live. You gain more XP when the enemies dodge than when you kill them. You're right.
That is kind of true, lol. I did forget that a little bit.
What's up?
Oh, that would mean this level would be even harder if we hadn't grinded to promotion.
Okay, she takes, like, nothing from this guy, and her hit rate's not, like, the worst. We have to go for that to heal some. Okay, that keeps us alive a little longer.
Yeah, it gives us a little bit of time.
Oh, I can arrive. We win. Fine. You know what? Fine. That's not really what I want to do.
Ready.
She doesn't die. We don't have to. Because I'm like, I need to get people leveled.
I guess. You dropped something.
Finally. Okay. We haven't seen any of these yet. So she currently has plus 50% effect from healing items, speed increases armor penetration, and disarm range 2. Assassin gives us relish in death, gain 50% crit chance for 1 turn after every second kill. Okay. And Creed, plus 20% crit damage per friendly deployed rogue. That's funny.
Bad. Yeah, it's funny. It's not good, though.
No, it's not. We get Trickster, which takes us to 2 range, which is cool.
I don't hate that.
Dazzling Display. Crits have a speed % chance to deal an extra 50% damage.
Crits a lot.
Speed is 29%.
Like 1 in 3-ish.
And disarm range plus 2 again. Okay, so our disarm range is going to be, what, 4? That's kind of funny. Gladiator.
No, it would be 5, right? Because +2 and +2.
Oh yeah, you're right. Thumbs down. Gain plus 30% power for a turn after killing an enemy. And Flourish. Heal 40% after a crit.
Ooh. With 80% crit rate?
The problem is she's dying in 1 hit to things.
Oh, is she? Oh, well, she's running the... Yeah, because we're running the half defense. Yep, I forgot.
Or we can have Rampage, get an extra action after a kill. And Annihilation, plus 35% power against enemies with full health.
That just means she just, like, starts one-shotting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling Trickster or Slayer. Both of them have different appeal.
Yeah. I kind of like Trickster. I like the... Yeah. Well, who else are we running? We've got... Korvan and... Well, we're not really using the other two anymore, are we?
No. But, like, Gale Force on Slayer...
Yeah.
Sounds hilarious.
It does.
Or whatever they call it in this.
But everything I do that is hilarious ends up sucking.
That is true. I'm sure there's some, like, downside, and it's misworded horribly, and we'll be very disappointed by it.
Trickster it is. I've liked Sia a lot, and I just can't. I can't have somebody else disappoint
Yeah, we can't
me.
risk just ruining her.
Together.
This is just the hell I'm stuck in.
You dropped something.
Let's do it.
Okay, I can... No, that would be really dumb. Okay, you go down here, attack. If we kill this guy, we're Gucci. We eat his lunch.
I'm all fired up.
Cool. They do 40, she has 43 health. Surely they do less to Alexa. It's fine.
Our one limiting factor, Nick, is that we can't let our 2 ladies down south die.
Leave it to me.
My other limiting factor is that I'm barely sane as it is. And, like, that would just push me over the edge. I cannot,
but
like...
in theory, yes.
It will be done.
There's not enough podcasts in the world I could listen to right now that would make me want to do that. Let's try and get Nathaniel and Elias going. I don't know how else to approach this. It's just dumb.
Thought you'd never ask.
It would be nice to manage to get our adepts promoted again, but...
You know what? What am I doing? Just...
Coming through!
This is the more effective thing to do. Okay, we've done everything we can there. We'll send him as backup, because why not? Let's do everything we can, actually. The answer to this is probably just throw Alden at it, because that's been the answer.
That is, like, the solution to every problem.
Okay, she lives. There's two units that look identical. They're, like, the same, right? Yeah, they're the same.
Time for a beatdown!
We actually kill that one, even.
It is kind of funny that doesn't come out of the dragon's mouth.
He just has to think about it. Okay. They can do that. Okay, we're getting out of here, I think. I wish I knew how Alden actually fared, but we can actually we can do this because we didn't take a hit this time. I mean, the hit rates are still abysmal.
Yeah. It's kind of just how this map is, I guess.
You dropped something!
I'll take point. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, his hit rate's actually not as bad.
Yeah, could actually land something. Nice.
I'm gonna play a Sinister Design game after this because all the hit rates are 100%. And I'm not gonna say a single bad thing about it.
If you're sure.
I just don't know who enjoys hit rates like this.
I'm just wondering if this is a sneak peek for the end of the game.
That would be worrisome if that were the case. I don't really know.
You make this look easy.
It will be done.
We have broken through. The gate is open. I swear if he had 1% hit again. I just needed the revenge. I know he doesn't need the EXP, but I needed that.
Yeah.
You dropped something!
I get more EXP doing that than I would attacking him.
Coming through!
So, we're gonna level Benji.
This should be fun.
How can I help?
I don't know what else we're gonna do, but we're definitely gonna do that. Cool, more health. Okay, you are the closest to doing stuff. Actually, let's do that chain. Let's take that little bit of EXP. Oh my goodness. You know what? He's chained. I can just no.
Gotta move on.
There. If I make a recommendation on upgrading some green weapons, I will do that. What is Da Boys?
Warhammer orcs is what they're talking about.
I know that, because I like me some Warhammer, but what is Da Boys specifically?
They're referring to the orcs.
Oh. I thought it was...
I don't think it's any particular thing.
Okay. The orcs have a couple of games. So I wasn't sure which one it would be.
at your disposal.
This is so goofy. Just sit.
Stop poking me.
This is how this game makes sense.
I guess.
Okay, you move.
I guess.
You disarm, because you can do that from the other side of the planet now. We're gonna level Orima.
Whenever you're walking around your
Together.
house and you drop something, somewhere, somehow,
I'll
Sia
take
disarmed
point.
you.
Hope you don't mind.
Yes. That's
Has it really only been 15 turns? I guess.
Me?
I was like, no, that's definitely not right. And then it's like, oh,
Off you go.
no, it might be.
It has felt like quite the long battle.
If I must.
Could Nathaniel also be chaining? Or is that like...
He's low health. He will.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'm healing him,
One
and then
step
yes.
at a time.
Stop
Gotcha.
poking me.
It's hard for me to see the HP bars, honestly.
As you command.
Honestly, kind of same.
Okay.
Not so
At least it's
fast.
not just me. I wasn't sure if it was just like the screen share or something.
Nope, disarm first.
You dropped something.
Coming through!
He still has another level to go.
Please clap.
I think that's all I care. Okay. We'll get Irving another level.
Hope you don't mind.
Oh, I thought he was close. Oh, that's just 1 EXP now.
Have fun.
Okay, that's like 4. I do not remember this chapter being this arduous. I mean, I could have ended it by now, but
Stand and
hey! I just am trying to promote my last units, because boy does it matter. Not that they're getting EXP from, like, combat anymore for some reason. Yep, and now we double chain. Like, we just get so much more EXP for that. And you know, really, I should just be phasing. That's more EXP.
More work?
And then, yeah, we're gonna... I mean, why am I even bothering? Shoving is better. Like, they're not gonna be worth anything. Who cares?
So it shall be. Not so fast.
Don't mind me.
There we go. Okay, now we're gonna make her the Aegis, right? Because we get taking magic damage, grants a healing ward, and defense by 10% of magic.
Yeah,
Cool.
that was the plan.
Easily done. Don't mind me.
There we go. Next map is an EXP fountain. Ugh. I don't even care. We're just doing this here.
Impressive.
He got the kill.
Stop poking me. More work?
Back in the fight.
Alright, these two can't level without chaining. They can run and chain. You just hang out here to end the chapter as soon as we're done.
Coming through!
I like how Benji's just running around shoving people for no reason.
He's shoving people because it gets him more swole.
Benji's always ready. Through!
He doesn't have weights,
As
so
you
he's
command.
just using people.
I'm on it.
He doesn't do push-ups, he does push-use.
I'm on it.
I like how those three
So it
enemies
shall
just
be.
don't move unless you enter their attack range, so they're just standing there.
Nope, everybody else. Well, I don't know about the middle enemies, but like all the other ones at the bottom did. No. Yes. There.
Off you go.
Coming through!
It does look like Waterloo. I don't even know what that
Onward.
could mean.
Off you go.
I noticed she was close, might as well.
Experience is a fine weapon.
Coming through!
One more shove and he promotes.
So it shall be.
We'll see if they can take this on. If not, then we'll end early. Yeah, they're fine. Oh, we haven't seen the wolf thing yet. Oh, hey, how long have you been there?
I think he just spawned with the way it moved down. This
Un-
might be the start of the, I would say hurry up squad, but it's just like
Another
hurry up
one.
dude. I don't even know if he's any level of threat.
I don't think he is, but the fact that it's another enemy that I probably have like
So it
2
shall
hit
be.
rate on is terrifying.
Not so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, this guy wants to come fight us. Watch, it's gonna like crit, or not crit, it's gonna like attack back like once. He doubles, but like, yeah, I don't.
That's so weird.
Why is that the case? I have no idea. He actually helps.
Right between the eyes.
That was cool. We will
It is
never
cute.
see that again.
Nope.
Benji's always ready. Coming through!
Alright, there's Benji. So, every unit with a lower level increases crit. Attacks ignore 50% of defense. Chance to attack again, increased by enemy missing health. Gains extra damage proportional to missing health. We're doing it. We have Berserker Benji. Alright, we just have these 2 left. I should have chained both. That was me being silly. Will he just not attack?
As you command.
Do they just like really
Not so
not want to take
fast.
counterattacks at one range? Did they like program enemy mages to not attack at one range?
Yup.
Oh my goodness.
Not so
75,000.
fast.
Well, we've got our archer abusable thing.
Okay, so these are all new to us. What's he currently rocking with Storm
Ancient
Strike and-
Blood can't take more than 30% of max HP in one hit. 50% chance to deal 1.3 times damage. And 10% chance to hit again.
Okay.
Windrunner is Squall Strike. 50% chance to deal 1.3% damage. Okay, it's the same as Storm Strike.
So we would just have like 2 separate chances,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
3.
That's a little silly, but okay. So it's just like the coin flip route.
I think we do that with Elias.
What are other options?
Fire
here?
Lord. This looks nuts. So this is probably going to be Arima. Unwavering
Probably.
Heat plus 25% of strength is added to magic. 33% chance to deal 2 times damage. So 33% chance to crit again?
What are his strength and magic stats currently? About equal.
Yeah.
So it would be a bonus of like 6 damage.
Thunderlord. Ride the Lightning, 50% chance for a crit to deal plus 60% damage. And Catalyst, crits against full health enemies deal plus 60% damage. So if you
Still
crit,
very crit
it's a
focused.
delete button.
I don't think his like crit rate is that high or anything though, is it?
It's okay. And Astral Seeker. Able to cast and use crushing weapons. Okay, it's another of those. And Cosmic Tides. 30% chance to heal for 20% max HP and bypass 25% of resistances.
Does this mean while attacking?
I don't know.
It doesn't really say when this triggers. I guess it bypasses 25% resistances. I'm not really sure which of these to go for. None of them like are really selling me.
These
honestly.
two we know are going to be taken.
Yeah, so if we're going for variety, what works well with his stat line?
I mean, Windrunner I know would be fine. I'm kind of tempted to just do that, because I, again, have just messed up so many people.
I know, that's the struggle. Astral Seeker has the most attack. And the ability to have another mixed attacker could be interesting, because his magic is decent, actually. It's only a couple of points behind. So him being a mixed attacker could be decent. Power and...
Mihane says same...
magics.
Yeah.
I wish I remember which one we're using with him more. But... I don't know, I kind of like Astral Seeker if you're sending the other two into Windrunner and Firelord and don't want to double up. It's like, I feel like Windrunner might be the best of these promotions in like an objective sense, just because like the 3 coin flip seems generally more useful than a lot of the other stuff that these offer. But does Thunderlord fly? Like he's on a dragon. Is it a flying class? Probably
I'm
not.
assuming. And his move is 8. Flying, I don't know that flying like is a category.
Yeah, I was realizing that like I don't think our Dragon Knight can like go over anything.
No.
So I don't mind Astral Seeker. Astral Seeker looks cool. Like I love to see its animations, I feel like, but yeah, I don't know. I have the same concerns as you. That's like now when I look at like a wacky class, I'm like, is this just gonna ruin this character? I feel like the one thing that I do like about Astral Seeker is like most of our stats go up. The main thing we're losing out on is dex of things that matter.
Speed.
What are his current like his speed's good.
Okay. Astral Seeker it is.
We'll give it a shot.
So it shall be.
That's not too bad. Alright, that's pretty cool.
Okay, that's amazing. I love how fast it is. It's like in and out and smacking in the face. Love it.
I forgot he still had another level.
One step at a time.
That was a good level, though.
It was. I think there's also an achievement for getting every... I might have already said this, that there's an achievement for getting every stat up in a level, and we don't have it.
Curious what the best like strategy for trying to get that would be. Oh, that was a lot of build up for
that.
The actual animation not being that impressive.
Yeah.
I like the build up animation. I just expect a lot more.
You know, I'm being dumb. If we're doing this, let's do this.
Yeah, let's do it.
At your disposal.
Yeah, Nick says not like flying is giving any usefulness as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it does not seem to be. Which is fine.
Definitely like theoretically rerolled Nick, but like I feel like there's got to be like a character and class combination that gives you kind of the best percent chance across the board for getting all stats.
Probably just whoever actually has the best growths.
Honored. We're not finished here.
I'm on it.
Just standing around this guy throwing a loop after a loop of chain around him.
Optimal.
We're not finished here. Even now, the arena is with me.
Flying in this game usually just means more movement mounted.
It seems.
Yeah, which kind of stinks, but oh well.
Yeah.
Feels like they don't really have a flying unit tree.
I kind of wouldn't want to deal with archers, like... and stuff. Okay, Windrunner. Like, I'm okay with it, just because of what it means.
We're not finished here.
So I might as well if we're all just
not so fast.
It will be done. We're not finished here.
I'm still really curious what I did for Irving's hair to be broken. I'm still just stuck on that. Like, did it really just not... Did I do something that, like, when it checked the one time it was gonna check?
I can't imagine it's something you did, like... But it is bizarre.
When I finish this, I'm definitely watching... At least skimming through some other people's playthroughs to be like, what did y'all think? Like...
We're not finished here.
At your disposal.
I also, like, because this has been kind of rough, I'm curious if Symphony of War is also going to be really overhyped, and I'm not going to, like, assume that. But I am much more open to that possibility than I was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, Lol says Irving's hair was like that for him, too.
Really?
Mahane's never had it happen.
It will be done. We're not finished here.
I'm on it.
Mahane just got the good build.
Not so
I guess.
Honor. We're not finished here.
Finally. Yeah, that looks cool. So, just for what it's giving, it's kills grant 3% crit chance, stacking, and level. I don't know what that means. 33% chance to deal 1.6% damage, kills grant plus 4% power. 25% of strength is added to magic. His strength is 19.
Okay.
So it's not great, but it's okay. And 33% chance to deal 2 times damage. So, another crit check.
That's a good thought, Mahane. Mahane says might be because he doesn't have the DLC.
Could be.
I really wonder whether it's just, like, having the DLC messes up the IDs for all the, like, heads for Irving.
Did that do it? Does that mean that every Kickstarter backer's game looks like that?
That would be hilarious. And they just, like, never fixed that? Like, lol, do you have the DLC?
That was cool looking. Also cool looking.
That's neat.
I just figured he's the last guy. We don't need the EXP, but, like, he doesn't get to live to tell about this.
Nah.
Not when we have Vision over here.
Stop poking me. More work? Hey, idiot, you're gonna die.
Okay, I like that one.
I do too. I kind of like Faust. You shall not pass. Have a unit take 150 damage and live in 1 chapter.
Nice. So LOL does have the DLC. That really does sound like it's the DLC just breaks the main story.
Nick, did you play on Steam or did you play on, like, Switch?
I don't think Nick's played.
Oh, my bad. Mahane, I mean. And then the Fire Nation attacked. Yeah, we're the king of it. Who took more than... Oh, Irving took more than 150. Okay.
Yeah, we were just standing there. Somebody I saw had 130.
Huh. Look at them run. Cowards.
Hopefully this makes Varric think twice before sicking his soldiers on his own civilians.
I don't think that's how you spell sicking in that sense.
I don't think
it has
it
a
was.
K. Is this me or is this you? Can I be the old man?
Okay, I'll be at liberty. Too late. I'm sorry, Esme. I think that was our mom. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen her name. You fight bravely. The people of Brookstead owe you a great debt. Irving, thank the gods you're safe.
What?
Forgive me, have we met? Long ago, when you were far too young to remember.
It can't be.
Aunt Liberty? What are you doing here? Speaking of names that are just English words. Your father dispatched me as soon as he learned you'd set sail for Etlon. He quit... Oh, how?
We made a base where nobody would be able to find us, but our dad knew what was going on.
No, as soon as we...
Oh, yeah, they're in touch.
I don't... Okay. He quickly suspected Varric would try something unconventional, though I'm afraid not quickly enough. What do you mean?
What was unconventional about attacking a village?
Going after our families, I guess.
I guess?
What do you mean? Has something happened to Mother? The soldiers already captured her by the time I arrived. I tried to catch up, but I was quickly overwhelmed. It was all I could do to rally a handful of townsfolk and to stage a defense. No doubt the town still stands thanks to you. Gods, Mother. I'm sorry, Irving, but don't lose hope. We'll find her. Esme is a strong woman. That's why your father married her. She'll hold her own until we do. Grandpa, you're alive!
Owen! Baron! Thank the gods!
Listen up.
Oh, hi. You want to be Galen, too?
Sure. Where in blazes is my son?
Father, I'm glad you're alright. I was...
Tell me.
What in the abyss are you doing here? A lot of you put this entire town in danger with your presence.
What's left of it, maybe. And here I thought we'd just saved it.
Well done.
Perhaps you have. It's good to see you, son.
His shoulder belt looks odd.
Yeah, something about it looks a little bit funky.
Outline too dark, maybe? You too, Dad.
Brookstead is not safe for any of these folk anymore. Have you a camp nearby?
I'd say we've a lot better than a measly camp. It's quite a ways off, especially for these little legs.
It sounds like we best get moving. Varric won't hesitate to strike with a force 3 times this size.
I've got it.
Good advice. On my back, dwarf!
Lead us home, Irving. And Garrick, put those sharp eyes to use. Be certain we aren't followed.
Right.
Yes, Father. Next time, we will be starting Chapter 19, The Rising Tide.
That's gonna be such a strong start.
I'm curious, real quick, just the... It just says side stories open. Oh!
Oh! You just go play them randomly. I guess we can choose these after we finish the game.
Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. I think that I might just end here for the night.
It's really late to start the late block, yeah.
It is, and my granddad's funeral is in the morning, so I actually have to get up
for sure.
early. But, yeah, this was something. I am just kind of shocked at how buggy this has gotten.
Yeah. It's like only gotten buggier and more frustrating in design as we move on.
I'm looking now, like... I'm just gonna peek at the discussions. Like, has anybody... Somebody else says, invisible units plus crash. This is from October. I'm at the mission with the evil pirates. I have 3 units that do not show up on the unit selection list pre-battle. Okay, that might mean they're auto-deployed. But it says, during the battle, I have 3 invisible yet selectable units. If I try to use one of these 3, it causes the game to crash. Reinstalling doesn't work. Verifying the game files does not work. Is my save corrupted? And somebody else says, I had some weird issues like this on the ship, but a little different. When I pushed allies, they would freeze and vibrate, and you couldn't select them anymore. Just use an earlier save. Oh, there's a one-hit KO bug, achievement too. And somebody says, his name is Sigma Male Grindset. That's great. He says, anyone else having issues with the one-hit KO achievement popping? I've seen Irving one-shot in Chapter 1 in Mortal Mode and still no achievement. And so the top response is, can confirm this is an active bug. Have crit one-shot numerous storm spirits on the ship level, still no achievement.
I'll be back in a sec.
Somebody else said the You Shall Not Pass achievement seems bugged, the one we just got. Had Helena receive 200 plus damage, but didn't unlock it. I wonder if it's because you have your characters escape the map, so it doesn't count as survive. No idea. Somebody else says, I just got... Oh, okay, same guy. Update. I just got the one-hit KO in the prison chapter, and I couldn't possibly tell you why. I know I was getting one-shots during the play session of my last response to this discussion, so I can't identify any rhyme or reason why it popped there. Somebody else says same thing in Chapter 21. I guess it just procs later? Also, this is the late block. Yeah, it definitely has been tonight. I don't know if I have that achievement or not. I'm curious now. Do I have that one?
Find anything else interesting?
Just that people couldn't figure out why the one-hit KO thing was not procking. Somebody else said I turned battle animations on and then it worked. Okay, I have that one.
So I guess it's just like if you don't let it play out in animation, it doesn't work. That's weird.
That is weird.
Guess they probably like set it to trigger when the hit animation happens or something.
I guess. Somebody else said, I'm on Chapter 7, out of the pan, and maybe a little over halfway through the battle, I just got a game over screen. There's no message, no reason why. Is there a turn limit or something? Or is this 2D pixel art offline game released 3 full years ago just so buggy it quits for no reason?
I mean... maybe.
Didn't crash, no error report, just game over screen, super bummed. I'm just fascinated, like, looking through these now. Crashing in Chapter 22. Anyone got a fix? I keep crashing on turn 2 specifically. Somebody else says, same, this chapter's crashed on me 4 or 5 times. Tried going through the stuff a dev posted in the pins, but to no avail, and he reposts that here. I noticed on turn 2, the same character was causing the crash over and over. I removed the character from my lineup at the start of battle and tried to rush through the mission as fast as I could. Still crashed one other time as the boss caused a crash too. But the second time without the problem companion, I was able to beat the mission. I really wish he would post who that was. More people saying joining the club, Chapter 22, turn 2.
That's really strange.
Error in action number 1 of step event 0 for object underscore cursor. Data structure with index does not exist. At GML underscore script underscore SCR underscore movement underscore range underscore hover. She also says, I have battle animations off, because some people were like, is that the problem? And she's like, no. Somebody else says, try moving all your units on the left first, then on the right. That's so goofy.
Especially if the bug is mentioning the cursor, then it shouldn't be an animation problem.
Irving hair color. Sometimes it goes back to pure red like it was in the beginning. What's going on? On some panels, my Irving has the cap from the summer DLC that I don't even own, so it's just bugged or the story forgot to tell you about returning to normal.
Amazing.
So, owning the DLC does not matter for that, apparently. My Irving had the Shadow the Hedgehog hair for the cutscene in which it first appears, and then not again until the prison in Chapter 17. It went on for a full 9 or 10 chapters, then reverted back. How? That's such an important thing. How have they not fixed that?
I love it, and people pay for this.
I am just so confused. I was worried that, like, I don't like making enemies of devs just by practice, but, like, it seems like people know, like, these are, it's not just me. I'm just fascinated looking through all these, and, like, the devs have responded to none of them. Has anyone else gotten this issue? I'm on chapter 18, and when I took a break from the game and relaunched it, it is stuck on the Made by Game Maker page.
Well then.
Crashing during tutorial. Game crashed after attacking enemy mage. Game crashes on chapter 9, battle map load-in. Like, it's just pages and pages of this. Why bow users so busted in this game? What? 45 total hours have played. He's clearly figured something out I haven't. I don't know, like, how to turn off swimsuit costume DLC, thanks. That's really funny. We'll have to do that for at least one more map after we've gotten everybody to see the rest of the swimsuits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, if you want to know, you now have everyone.
Oh, okay, that's it.
See, yeah, this is it. That was your last recruit.
Alright, next chapter, which you said will be a doozy, we're doing it in swimsuits.
Alright, everybody wants to see Swimsuit Dwarf.
Character changed his hair after loading. Like, I really thought, like, this would be just more done by the time I played it. Because I felt bad that, like, it took me so long to get to it, but I genuinely was like, oh, it's fine. Like, it'll at least be, like, finished, and I'll have, like... I won't have the launch experience, I'll have the experience that people have going forward. But, I don't know.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's something, man.
I hope, like, it seems like they're not working on this anymore, which...
No.
Like, I guess that's fine. But yeah, I hope that Dark Deity 2 does well, and that they're, like we talked about earlier, they seem to be completely reworking the, what's it called? The engine.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully a lot of these problems I'm having, we don't continue having. But anyway, that's going to do it for us tonight. A game to die for. Had to get one more in there, sneaking it in, Nick. I see it. I don't know. I'll have more thoughts at the very end. I'm definitely curious to watch other playthroughs of this and see if other people are having like similar experiences, or if like I really am just an outlier. Because with the Steam reviews, like that also, what was percent of that? It's mostly 72% positive for all reviews. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that's enough that I can believe maybe people were having similar experiences, but the discussions surely say that. But maybe 70% of players are having a better, you know, Haynes experience.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in. I will see you next time. Good night.